Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation. We will cleanse this galaxy one planet at a time.
Initiating FTL jump to the Zygos system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
100 meters. Sending down equipment package. Requesting orbital! Allied destroyer leaving squadron. Found something! Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Get some! Get some! My leg! Dropping a pin. Southeast. Close.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Engaging terminal. Never mind. We've got equipment. Got a sample. Package acquired. Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters.
Requesting air support. Dropping package. Bug tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle. Tagging location. Requesting air support.
Requesting orbital.
Package acquired.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Found something.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Outpost cleared.
Package acquired. Package acquired. Bug hive. Dropping
Orbital
a pin.
inbound.
West. 200 meters.
Outpost cleared.
Bug tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle. Dropping package.
on the way.
Requesting sentry. I got the terminal.
Calling down a walker.
Calling down a sentry. Calling supply beacon. Engaging terminal. Back empty.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Point me to the enemy.
Northeast. 100 meters.
New man. Injury? What injury? Calling down a sentry. Tagging map. Northeast. I got the terminal.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Rare sample acquired.
Walker, west.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Found something.
Tagging location. North.
Found something!
Extraction is available.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Found something!
visual on the extraction zone. For liberty!
Have a taste of democracy.
Marking extraction point.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
No friendly fire incidents. Well done.
Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
down a sentry. Calling down support weapon. Supplies. South.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down fortifications. Sending in an eagle. Reload required. Calling down fortification. Requesting fortification. Calling down a sentry. Two men. Reloading. Have a taste of democracy. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support. Requesting calling down fortifications. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Requesting air support. Liberty, take me! Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down fortifications. Calling down a sentry. Last reload. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray. Get some! Get some! You mad? Requesting fortifications. inbound.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry. Have a taste of democracy! Bug tunnel breach! What's in here? Requesting orbital! Back.
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Pelican 1 approaching
Extraction
pickup.
shuttle inbound. Extraction is available.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you carved another foothold in the long climb to liberty.
Every Helldiver lost is an unspeakable tragedy. But this mission had fewer unspeakable.
Let us dispense with the lingering vestiges of the automaton resistance.
Initiating FTL jump to the Aurora Bay system.
Yes, Brock.
FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Arming Hellbomb.
Perfect. I got you.
Appreciate it.
There's also supplies here if you need them. What the fuck is this? What is this?
What is what?
They got really green all of a sudden. I got it. Fucking dead. Go back. Oh, I need that fucking ammo. I don't need it, but I want it.
Let's go to L2.
Take back our land. Dismantle its occupiers.
Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down equipment package.
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Nice. Right, let's go.
Extraction is available.
I got it. Hold up. Yep. Let's go. I saw a way out over here somewhere. Where is it? Alright. Yeah.
Supplies.
There's ammo there if you need some. I guess not. I'll take it.
Requesting air support. Dropping a pin, north, 300 meters.
Where's the entrance?
Helldiver, you are moving outside the main area.
You guys do the rest of them. We're going to look for the super samples.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Mag's empty.
We found it.
We go to the extraction or no?
Found something!
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Alright, no worries.
Sending in an eagle.
Going down a sentry!
One outpost destroyed.
Sending in an eagle.
On outpost!
Oh, there we go. Got it. I'm gonna send an orbital.
Requesting orbital!
Oh, there we go. We're good.
Requesting air support!
One outpost destroyed.
There we go. Oh, there's supplies here. Everybody needs them.
New man! Ah!
Extraction is available.
We have a lot of
Requesting sentry!
like diamonds around the map that I've sampled. If you guys want to go collect them, if you see them. We still have 10 minutes left.
Last reload!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Found something.
Throwing supply beacon!
I'll pick the ball. No. Alright. Bad location. No. Fucked up.
Requesting air support.
Not where I wanted to throw it.
Sending in an eagle.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Lasers unavailable. Got my lumber. So much fun to have.
Orbital inbound.
Let's play. 1, 2, 3.
Oh. Wait,
Let's
we did it.
play.
Okay, try it. Hold on. Hold on.
1, 2, 3. I win.
Ah ha ha! Let's go.
3. I win. 1, 2, 3.
Ah.
Tie.
Oh, what's that? Why didn't the laser do anything? Lasers are right there.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Feels good.
over here.
We forgot one tiny little
Calling down a
base.
sentry!
We're going for it, then we can extract. What do you say? There's just one little base left in the corner, so we'll go for it and then extract. Okay. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's like a little. Yeah, that's what you mean.
Extraction is available.
Calling down a sentry!
I'm not gonna lie, these.
Dropship!
I think we're doing pretty good.
We're doing fucking great. You got some super samples in your pocket now.
Have a taste of democracy!
I brought some samples also here. Oh, let me get the big guy. Hold up. There it is. Got him.
Out of ammo!
5 minutes left. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
Acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Requesting sentry!
Sending down sentry. Bot outpost destroyed.
Tagging map. Southwest. Close.
Alright, want me to start the terminal?
Maybe in a second.
Alright, no worries.
Injury? What injury? Reloading! Orbital!
You got 2 minutes, guys.
Call it in, you're good. Well, it automatically calls in once the 2 minutes are up, so we're just running over there.
You can call it in.
Calling in extraction!
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Sending in an eagle!
Feels good! Requesting water! down a sentry!
Sending down sentry. ETA T-minus 1 minute. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Well done. Lots of enemies.
The next mission.
Mission.
It's a defensive mission. My friend is feeding her cat.
Orbit synchronized.
I'm gonna actually go. I can't play this round. Y'all take care though.
You take care, Robin.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Here?
Here?
What about here?
What about here?
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 What about here? Here?
Hellpod launch suspended.
Your,
Hellpod
my friend is
prime.
buying something with the warband. In your hellpod.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has landed. Requesting air support.
Administering freedom.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry.
Sending down equipment package.
Requesting air support. Dropship! Reinforcing! For prosperity!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point beat the enemy! Dropship!
Have a taste of democracy. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Dropship! Calling in reinforcements! I need stim!
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Reinforcing! Sending in an eagle!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack. Reinforcing.
Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has landed!
Requesting sentry.
New mag!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
Requesting sentry.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Say hello to democracy!
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Victory was never in doubt.
Helldiver, glad to have you on board.
Orbit synchronized.
What about here? Here? What about here? Here?
We need to look around for super samples, guys. It's a giant penis-shaped rock. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it is. Look around at these rocks for a giant penis. I'm gonna bring a car.
Launch initiated.
If the automatons can feel regret, they shall feel it soon.
Support weapon inbound.
Sending down equipment package.
Support weapon inbound. Calling down a walker. Calling down location. Marking location. North. Midland. Boston. Backpack inbound. Drop ships. Reloading. Requesting air support. Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Reloading. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Now timer reporting to the front. Tagging map. Southeast.
I'm gonna go finish this up.
Found something!
Bot asset destroyed. Outpost destroyed.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Tagging location, southeast.
Request approved.
Marking location,
Reinforcements have
southeast.
been launched.
We
Democracy
found the
has
super
landed.
samples.
Sending in an eagle.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Marking location, north. Not today! Calling down fortifications. Throwing grenade!
Outpost destroyed.
Bag's empty. Reloading. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Injury? What injury? Bag's empty. I need dams! Orbital inbound! Reinforcing! Bag's empty. Heavy, dropship, east, close. Joining the fray. Bots.
Sending down equipment back.
Requesting air support. Calling down a support weapon!
Oh, here's
Allied destroyer has left the squadron. Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Reinforcing! Injury? What injury? Calling in.
forward.
Hello everybody, and you know, I've got so much to speak to you guys about today. From Bungie's earning reports to brand new fantastic Xbox changes, we even have my interview with an ex-Bungie Halo developer that goes live in a few days, and as always, we have extra information from Mr. Rebs. An important thing to note about this information from Mr. Rebs' latest video is that the reports he spoke about is exactly what I heard with my own information all the way back as early as 2022. I mean, even fast forward to the beginning of 2024, I received a message from my friend, and it's exactly what Mr. Rebs mentioned. So the man himself, Mr. Rebs, I feel like is on the money with the information he is providing. I know it's hard to provide concrete proof, but I figured if I can corroborate certain parts here and there, it speaks to the validity of some of the information he is sharing. For community creations this week, we'll be covering Halo Combat Revolved. They have consistently been pushing updates over the last 5 years to this mod, and I wanted to showcase that too. With that said, let's get into the video. So first up today, let's cover Mr. Rebs' latest info. It's titled the Halo Next Campaign Project. Now, some important information I can add to this is with the Halo Next title specifically. Halo Next, that terminology, was being thrown around for a while, and I heard it wasn't exclusive to being campaign only. Halo Next was supposedly a broad umbrella term for the future of the franchise, both in campaign and multiplayer, but specifically with Unreal Engine. Mr. Rebs stated that Joe Staten back in 2022 said there was no plans to ever bring the Flood back. Fast forward to today, we know with the latest book that plans have changed, and a Gravemind-like figure, or a Gravemind of some variety, has attacked the weapon and stole a Forerunner artifact from her possession. The reason why I mention this specifically is because game development is always changing. This is due to budgeting, time constraints, creative liberties. The information we hear and are told can change in the blink of an eye. So while I think it's great that we can talk about all of this, please take it with a grain of salt and have discernment about the information you hear. Another example of this was back in 2022-2023, Microsoft trademarked the term Halo the Endless. As of being halfway through 2026, and god time is going quickly, we have heard nothing of this, and it could have initially been the original sequel to Halo Infinite that Mr. Rebs actually spoke about in the past. I also think it's important to note that I truly don't think the next Halo multiplayer will be a full-blown extraction shooter. The genre itself is far too niche, and while I think it would be a cool game mode to complement a full suite of content, I feel like it would be a mistake to make the whole multiplayer experience around it. Now, as Mr. Rebs said, the terminology of Halo Next has continued into the recent job listings, specifically the narrative director role I mentioned last video. Both myself and even you guys who watched my last video unanimously said we need somebody who fills this role, the new narrative director position, who understands the Halo narrative, but also can deliver a new story that is digestible by both new fans and old. You need a story that you aren't required to read Halo books to understand the overarching story, and that the story itself doesn't come across like it's written by a superfan, as that can alienate a core audience who won't resonate with the title. When I say written by a superfan, by the way, I simply mean it comes across like fan fiction. I'm always going to feel like Joe Staten is the perfect man for the job, but I doubt he's ever going to return to Halo these days. Many of you actually said give it to Hidden Xperia, so that is the highest form of praise for the man himself. The great news here is that Halo has a future. From all of the videos Mr. Rebs has uploaded, Hidden Xperia has uploaded, I have uploaded, the best thing that has come out from all of this is we know now that we are receiving multiple campaign projects. Multiplayer is being worked on, and when they're ready, we're going to hear more. While we are on the topic of new games, by the way, I am currently editing my latest interview where I sat down with Niall Sankey, creator of Halo 3's The Covenant mission, The Last Stand of Noble 6, and he was the mission lead on Halo Reach's campaign. He said something really important to me during that interview that I feel like is relevant here. Now, while we are talking about multiple Halo campaigns or multiple Halo games being worked on at once, in the interview we both agreed that Halo could be doing so much more with the franchise. Smaller budget games with a smaller team focused on a solid narrative in-universe would be something Halo fans would truly love. Give a smaller dedicated team, like AA style in budget, and create campaigns similar to early Halo titles. Think of amazing mods like Halo 3 Combat Evolved by Kashira. That level of quality in terms of visuals, but across an entire campaign story. People, for example, love Halo 3 ODST, smaller scope stories set within the Halo universe in between the major AAA releases. That would be a wonderful way to fill in time between those main games. As a very quick side note, and to give extra context to this, the Dig Site team, the ones who restored the E3, the Halo 2 demo that was universally beloved for Halo 2's 20th anniversary, many people in the Dig Site team who have knowledge that cannot ever be replaced, and it is such a shame they're not working with Halo anymore. They wanted a AA style budget so that they could create a Halo campaign story exactly like I just described. Moving on, and speaking of Halo mods, by the way, I've been playing it in the background while I speak about the interview and other Halo stuff. Halo Combat Revolved has seen massive updates across the board. This and Ruby's Rebalance mods are probably the definitive ways today to play Halo Combat Evolved. They're different enough that they're both worth having on your PC, and Halo Combat Evolved now has new visuals, changes to both the human and Covenant weaponry, new enemies, rebalanced damage values, enemy behaviors, and if you're looking for a cool way to play Halo Combat Evolved in the year 2026, check out Halo Combat Revolved. Next up today, we have Bungie, and oh boy, you guys asked me to talk about this because you know I love Marathon. I am the king of the rooks on that game, and I'm kind of disappointed the rook has been nerfed into the ground. But the earnings report for Sony came out announcing a $765 million loss since acquiring Bungie. Now, do I think Bungie is going to go anywhere? Do I think Bungie is ever going to close? No, they're not. Why is that? Well, it's mainly because of the infrastructure, the studio, and the talent they are worth keeping regardless of Marathon's performance. Destiny 3, that would sell like hotcakes. There is a lot of potential there for Bungie as a studio, and I'm pretty sure with Sony's $100 billion valuation, or whatever ridiculous amount of money they're worth, they are literally just going to claim Marathon as a tax write-off. Corporations always have loopholes, and I don't think Bungie is going to go anywhere. I did find it interesting to hear that when Bungie first came up with Marathon, it wasn't actually considered an extraction shooter, with one of the developers at the time saying, around 2019 to 2020, the extraction shooter genre didn't even exist at the time, but we knew we wanted it to be a PvP focused game with perma-loss elements. Extraction shooter fits that criteria, so that's why we used that genre name. Barrett, who was the ex-studio head of Bungie, has come out before and said it was more of a Dark Age of Camelot based idea. It is pretty amazing to see comments about Marathon have so much confidence and be wrong. To follow on from this, both Bungie and Sony announced in an official capacity to investors, which is illegal to lie I might add, that because Marathon has a subset of players that genuinely love the game, and it's crazy how polarizing Marathon is, the game is definitely not for everybody, but Sony announced that Marathon will be supported for years to come. I'm curious to see how that game is going to evolve over time. My plan for Marathon content is to cover whatever is new each season and just have some fun uploads here and there. We'll see what happens with the game's future. On a completely different note, this week we have Xbox, and I'll admit the new CEO is cooking, as she's made good change after good change after good change these last few months. There's actually a fantastic change that was announced today, but I want to frame the why she's doing all of these changes first. Sharma said in the latest update, we have to be honest about where we are. We've got work to do. Players are frustrated with us. They feel like we haven't updated our console enough. They feel like our PC presence isn't very strong. We're going to start by restoring our core. We have to fix the fundamentals on console and PC. We have to sweat every single detail and every single part of the experience to get to fun much faster and make it simpler. It is crazy that Xbox has felt neglected for some time, and it's really crazy to look at the difference in leadership between Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond and the new CEO Asher Sharma. Why couldn't this have been done before? Why was there this heavy push into AI and the introduction of features that weren't in the best interest of the player? The new CEO, who literally has a background in AI, seems to be doing great work, and today is no different. So today, the big news that Xbox and Microsoft announced is that they are rolling out Xbox mode to all Windows 11 PCs, featuring full-screen controller-friendly UI. It improves FPS, it kills desktop and all unnecessary background tasks, it reduces controller latency, and it can launch games from any third-party launcher, aka Steam. This is huge news for FPS gamers, but specifically for Halo fans too. To be able to select the Xbox mode and you can still use your Steam games is a huge boon for gamers. If it optimizes your Windows PC to perform better and you get better performance in-game because of it, that is going to bring in so many new fans to the Xbox ecosystem, and that is a wonderful change overall. We will wait and see once it's actually rolled out into the wild to see how good it actually is. If it is better, that is huge for Xbox. If it isn't, then I'm just going to stay on Steam. With that said, and finally today, in official Halo info, Halo Fest is officially sold out. A couple of days ago, there was like less than 100 tickets, and now today it's announced that Halo Fest is officially sold out. It should be quite the occasion, and I reckon we're going to see a new trailer for a new Halo game. I am hoping we see new Halo multiplayer information. In any case, it's going to be quite the event. And that is it. That's all I have to cover today. A bit of everything today, since 1, I love Marathon, so the Bungie stuff is relevant, and 2, Mr. Reb's information does give hope for the future, which I feel like every Halo fan needs right now. It's been dry for a while in relation to Halo news, but with Halo Campaign Evolved right around the corner, this is going to be changing very, very soon. The only information this week that has been making the rounds about Campaign Evolved was that PC will not have split screen. Split screen for Halo Campaign Evolved will be for Xbox and I'm assuming PlayStation only. To be honest here, I know not that many people would use PC split screen, but since the functionality is going to be there for the Xbox and PlayStation versions of the game, I know modders probably day one are going to enable it for PC. Actually, speaking of mods, it's going to be very interesting to see how they're supported for Campaign Evolved. In any case, thank you all for watching, I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later.
Halo Campaign Evolved is the next project coming out of Halo Studios. It is the ultimate Halo CE campaign remake. Ultimate Halo CE campaign remake.
Let's fucking go, boys! An Act-Man Halo video on main. I haven't done one of these since I talked about Season 2 of the Halo TV series. Good God. It is great to be back. In much better fashion this time. Welcome home, all Halo fans. Today is a glorious day. We have so much to talk about. I am fucking hyped to talk about the CE remake. Not just because I put Halo 1 as like my #2 game of all time. Just a few days ago, we had the 10-year anniversary of Halo 5, and coincidentally, the 10-year anniversary of my channel. That game kickstarted my career and what has turned into, well, the video you're currently watching. I'm sorry if I get a little nostalgic in this video, but it feels like a lot of things are coming full circle. And we are so close to hitting 2 million subscribers. How perfect would that be to hit 2 million off of a new Halo video? If you enjoy what I do here, please consider subscribing. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, and it's totally free. It says something about the longevity of this franchise and how fucking amazing it is that the first game is still considered relevant 24 years later. It literally is a masterpiece. It's worthy of a remake. RE4 is a masterpiece. That's worthy of a remake. Bingo. I am all in favor of giving Combat Evolved the same remake treatment that Dead Space and RE4 got. Why it tastes so good, I think I'll buy this game a second time. Combat Evolved is one of my favorite games of all time. I have beaten it more than any other video game I've ever played, so I'm very protective of it. I mean, if you came into the bar and you said, you know what, Halo 1 sucks, I'd choke you out, bitch. However, my excitement is stifled by some pretty big concerns I have.
What is that?
We are not going full Doomer mode, but we also haven't reached Glaze City yet. I have yet to dive into, I'll be giving you my thoughts on the good, the bad, and the potentially ugly. But first, this video is sponsored by Mint Mobile. I don't know about you, but I like it when I don't have to worry about my wireless connection. Whether I'm in hardcore gamer mode, or I'm just browsing for new shitposts on my phone. Nothing is more irritating than having a bad connection. In times when companies are nickel and diming you for everything you got, Mint Mobile feels like an outlier. It's a no bullshit offer where you pay for exactly the phone plan that fits you for as cheap as 15 bucks a month. And when I was in college and having to watch my budget, you know, it felt like other providers would give you options like, yes, we've got a 5 gigabyte plan or a 75 gigabyte plan and nothing in between. The price difference is about $40 a month. What's cool about Mint Mobile is they cut out the nonsense. It's all straightforward. Pay for what you get and don't overpay for what you're not going to use. The perks are fantastic, and if you'd like to know more, just click that link in the description or pinned comment and sign up for Mint Mobile today. Thank you, Mint Mobile, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
Let's start with the good. Blood. I love blood in my super cool space alien shooter because the aliens are all different colors, and when you shoot them, different color goop spills out and it gets splattered all over the place. The CE remake has to be rated M. If it's not, for those reasons, I will be out. There is no PG-rated Alien movie, and there never should be. Likewise, there should never have been a T-rated Halo game, and it's nice that it looks like we're getting back on track. Seeing the Covenant bleed all over the place and have blood spraying everywhere from explosions, gunshots, it made Combat Evolved incredibly satisfying. And it also had the added benefit of making Halo not feel like plastic action figures battling on your carpet. We're shooting colorful aliens and I want to paint the walls with their blood. Also, look at the blood. I'm so glad that blood is back in the remake. Look at how, look, I painted. Do you guys like my mosaic? The Flood are all about body horror and morphing bodies into grotesque, horrific monstrosities, and you need to be willing to embrace violence and gore in order to sell that, in order to sell the Flood as something that should be feared. Another cool thing was seeing Foehammer on screen. Some used to call her the Invisible Babe. I know for non-Halo fans, Foehammer is like a glup shitto type character, but honestly, like, she was very underrated in Combat Evolved. I think the Halo CE remake has a lot of potential to show us parts of the game that we didn't get to see before. Stuff like this is an opportunity to expand on Bungie's original vision of Halo in a way that enhances the experience. Cutscenes and dialogue. As I said, Halo CE I feel like has one of the best stories in video game history. As someone who has more or less memorized the entire script of Combat Evolved and coincidentally remained a virgin for 31 consecutive years, I love the idea of adding more script to the story I love. There is a ton of cut CE content that could and they should be restored. Nervy Destroyers made an entire series about it, and there are so many incredible encounters Halo Studios could draw inspiration from and or recreate. But this is a very delicate balance because recreating the magic of the original script and its cinematics is not something that can be done just by opening a thesaurus and changing some words around. Jen Taylor's performance as Cortana in the remake feels like she's being directed to be more uppity, sassy, with a tinge of overconfidence.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo's subsystems. Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo's subsystems.
Whereas in the original, you know, she was a strategic AI, a woman in charge who's calling the shots. And so I feel like there's a very specific vibe that she has with Combat Evolved.
There's no time. Get out of here, find keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
If you're not replacing Master Chief and Cortana, you better not replace Sergeant Johnson. Bring David Scully back in here, otherwise I will cry myself to sleep with my copy of Halo Combat Evolved and my needler. And they've also announced they're going to have 3 brand new prequel missions, a potentially massive W. And one way to achieve that W would be to involve Johnson in the plot a lot more. Johnson's presence in 2 and 3 specifically added irreplaceable charm.
Please, don't shake the light bulb.
I think even if the gameplay turns out to be unfaithful to Combat Evolved and worse than it, surely they can't make the story worse too.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
One thing I did also like is that Chief didn't talk at all during gameplay. This is a good sign that they understand the role that Master Chief played in the first game, which was...
He is a husk. He's a big green suit of armor that you move around.
I think the potential is huge with this CE remake. And why just leave it as a campaign remake? I mean, leaving out multiplayer would have been like leaving out Separate Ways or the Mercenaries arcade mode in RE4. Are you remaking half of it? Why not all? Can I have a full pizza? No? Only half?
I want Halo 1. I'm playing Halo 1, you know?
Unless they announce multiplayer somewhere down the line, this will be a fat L to take. But here's an idea. If you're not going to do multiplayer, you could replace it with other things. There's a Halo 1 mod where you get to play as an elite zealot commander during the events of the game. Across Truth and Reconciliation, 2 Betrayals, you get to kill Marines, take part in all these big battles from the Covenant perspective. Oh shit, look, it's Johnson. Look, it's Johnson in this Halo mod. I'm just saying, people have been talking about the return of playable elites for a very long time. Campaign DLC, you didn't deliver that with Infinite? I'm just saying. Another thing I really loved were the cutscenes. Ignoring some of the performance issues, which hopefully can be ironed out, it reminded me of the Halo 2 Anniversary Blur cutscenes, which to this day is the best Halo has ever looked, and that shit was made back in 2014. Anything that replicates that style, that look, that feel, I am 100% down for, so long as it retains the same vibe and atmosphere of Combat Evolved. I love how this looks, and I think they're on the right track, but they're not using the right music here. In fact, I think they overlaid 2 songs on top of each other. All right, so now we're moving on to the negatives. Part of the reason Halo's art style, music, and atmosphere is so legendary, iconic, memorable, how the series created its identity, is because we were given moments in the game to take all of that in. When I watch that gameplay reveal and I see the person playing it sprint through the levels, it almost signals to me like, hey, those people that worked on the music, those people that worked on the art assets, the level design, the atmosphere, the Foley art, none of that shit matters. None of that is worth slowing the game down for the player to take in, which obviously there's a reason why some former Halo developers are not happy with the direction that the Combat Evolved the remake has gone in, because you're essentially sprinting through this part that you are meant to take in and absorb. You're meant to absorb the moment. But by sprinting through it, you're like saying, okay, this isn't interesting. The work you did trying to build some kind of tone, emotion, or vibe in this part of the game, that doesn't matter. We want the players to get through that as fast as possible.
Why don't you, there you go, I was gonna say, why don't you speed things up here a little bit?
Adding sprint to Halo Combat Evolved is the equivalent of fast forwarding through all of the tension and build-up scenes in a horror movie just to watch all the parts with the alien in it. Oh, why watch this guy look around for some stupid cat? Can I get to the part where the alien's on screen? Because that's the best part.
Why don't you speed things up here a little bit?
Everything before that and in between that doesn't matter.
Sprint is the square peg being shoved in the round hole. It's the piece of the puzzle that just doesn't fit because it's from a different fucking puzzle.
To quickly summarize, sprint does not need to be in this at all whatsoever. I have literally, as I played it, I saw zero benefit to it. As I watched somebody else play it, I see zero benefit to it. I see only negatives. I think Halo Studios is only adding sprint because it's been 18 years since the last Halo game without sprint, and they don't know what else to do.
Some people just really don't want sprint in their Halo experience, so
and for those people saying just have a no sprint playlist,
good news is that'll also be something you can disable if you want to.
Literally impossible. The game is built around it. Removing it means nothing would work, and honestly, it's important for the game to play consistently across all game modes.
It feels like sprint is a mechanic that the series has had to consistently make sacrifices and concessions in order to include, just because the broader audience will think the game is too slow. Maybe the broader audience is stupid, but people that like Halo 1 have good taste.
In Halo, you never put your gun down. Maps were designed with movement and combat built into the same gameplay. Now in Halo, you have the shooty part and the running around part. You see, they didn't add sprint to Halo. They put sprint at the forefront of the entire experience and were forced to build a game around it, because it absolutely had to be in the game for some fucking reason.
We will make some of the spaces larger. We also want to make sure we're authentic to the encounters themselves, so it's a balancing act between that difficulty tuning and, you know, making those encounters the right size for the right space.
It's like if a car company came out with this new car. The car wasn't made for the road it was driving on. It was obstructive. It took up multiple lanes. It was way too big. Just flat out didn't work. Now imagine, rather than simply removing the car from the road system that it wasn't built for, they decided to change everything around it just so the new car could work.
I just feel like there are so many problems you are going to introduce to the remake, unnecessary problems, if you keep sprint. Making it a toggle is just a half-assed, lazy, non-committal way to say, like, yeah, you can play this game with or without sprint, but we're not going to really balance or build the game to accommodate either mechanic. So it's a lazy cop-out.
But main thing I want to just reiterate, since it's Such a loved topic across the community is there is an option to disable it if you don't want it. If you don't want it in your game, you don't have to have it. So it's all about just having choice.
That's the problem right there. Again, you didn't just sit there and explain to me my sprinting's good. All you did was tell me about how just not quite as bad as it used to be. There was nothing in there that said this makes the game inherently better. All I heard was a million things that had to change and be implemented for the sake of one mechanic that didn't work. So rather than accept the fact that it didn't work in Halo, they changed Halo. Now Halo isn't Halo anymore.
That being said, some people might bring up that RE4 remake ditching the standard tank controls of the original in favor of being able to move and shoot. But the thing is, the enemies in RE4 had their movement buffed to accommodate that. Ironically, the enemies in the Halo CE remake have had their movement completely nerfed into the ground, and we will get to that later. But also think about the Flood. The Flood is scary because they are essentially a tsunami of an infection. They're scary because they sprint towards you. They're mindless drones attacking every living thing in sight. To be able to just turn around and sprint and outrun them, it defeats the entire purpose, the entire reason why the Flood are such a great enemy to fight in the first game. They don't follow the conventional strategies that the Covenant employ. They are simply Zerglings. They rush you. And so adding sprint could also fuck that up. It could fuck up so many other things. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Another thing, the sound effects were pretty bad. The guns did not sound all that great. All I need to do to illustrate this is compare the sound effects for the Magnum now and what they sounded like in the original. Boom, there you go. I don't need to elaborate on this point. We can move on. Hit markers and bloom. Once again, these modern gaming mechanics seem to be creeping their way into an all-time classic from 2001. Halo established modern mechanics like the two-weapon system. It doesn't need to adopt these other modern mechanics that Call of Duty popularized. Stop trying to do this. This is a campaign remake. We don't need fucking hit markers. I feel like having hit markers is a lazy solution instead of programming visually interesting feedback and reactions from the aliens as you shoot them. When you shoot the elites, their shields don't glow, their bodies don't glow. It's very weird and jarring. I suppose it's not a big deal if you can disable hit markers, but I'd rather the Covenant flail around, glow, and spurt blood when I shoot them as opposed to just seeing lines on my screen. Okay, this is actually really funny that I noticed this, but the reticle in this part is highlighted over the invisible elites. Which, if you don't know, kind of nullifies the whole point of active camo if the user interface reveals them to you anyways. The original Halo, your reticle only turned red once you shot them enough and they were revealed. You can literally see the person playing this forget that there's invisible elites in this room because he's sprinting through it, thinking this is a nothing burger worth skipping through.
Why don't you speed things up here a little bit?
And he only realizes there's enemies here because the reticle turns red. So this is a surprise and encounter that is quite literally ruined on screen in this gameplay reveal. And I'm kind of flabbergasted that like nobody thought to replay this section. Or the CE remake also felt like a quarter or a half of an asset flip. This part is very weird. Like I said, I've never had sex before. So there's a lot of elements in the remake I immediately recognized were not from Halo CE and were pulled from later games. Effectively a way to modernize a masterpiece and a classic that doesn't need to be modernized. It needs to be remade. Sprinting with a Magnum gave me visions of Halo 5 because I always thought it looked kind of dorky to just do like this shit. Like, what is he, running a marathon? I don't know. I think it's way more badass for Chief to just be like, I don't put my gun down for nothing. I saw what I thought looked like Halo 4 or 5 grunts. Grunts are supposed to look like this in Combat Evolved, not like this. Please don't reuse these old models. I hope they're placeholders. Don't reuse this shit. That's not Combat Evolved. You're remaking Combat Evolved. The Forerunner art style also feels more like Halo 4, Halo 5, which I don't necessarily dislike in those games. It's just that this is the first Halo ring we went to, and it should look like it. It shouldn't look like Requiem. Installation 04 needs to appear as though these structures have been untouched by sentient life for thousands of years. There was a sort of liminal spaces vibe to a lot of the levels. It made you feel like you were really exploring a man-made alien world, something that tried to appear like it sprung from nature but was weird and synthetic. The Forerunner structures in the remake look too sharp, polished, and clean. A prime example is this hatch that the Pelican flies through at the end of the mission on Silent Cartographer. Why is it, if it's a hatch, why is it designed with this big ass triangle? It just seems completely impractical. Again, I have never had sex before, but I do know my Halo Combat Evolved details like no other motherfucker out there. A lot of Forerunner structures in the remake, they look too sharp, too polished, too clean. They haven't been ravaged by the essence of time. What you're exploring on Installation 04 are essentially, it's an abandoned imitation of a real world.
The weather patterns here seem natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning.
Look, I guess the point is that a CE remake needs to look like Combat Evolved and not Halo 4 and 5. I just think that goes without saying. The Dead Space remake looked like Dead Space. It didn't look like Dead Space 3. It looked like Dead Space 1. Hit markers also look like they're from Halo 5. The Hunter melee attacks I also recognized from H5. The AI is broken in the remake as it currently stands. That needs to be fixed. That's like one of the biggest issues I witnessed. The elites just stand there waiting for you to shoot them, making gameplay incredibly awkward. Like, look at this. Why is this elite fist bumping? Is he trying to kill me, or is he at a Metallica concert? I don't know. Why is he doing that? Elites in Combat Evolved didn't do dumb shit like this. They were trying to kill you, you know? And they would do those, like, those big, whoop. They would do those ducks. They would fucking barrel roll to avoid grenades and vehicles. They don't do that in the remake as far as I've seen. The Gold Zealot looking like it's ripped from Halo Infinite. Again, not a big fan of that in CE. I hope these are all placeholders for the real models. The physics and chain explosions, one of the best parts of Combat Evolved is just how fucking goofy the physics and the chain reactions were. Jarvis, roll the clip. No other game has this. This is a massive strength that Combat Evolved had over all of the other Halo games released after it. You gotta hone in on the things that make Combat Evolved so special and awesome. You know, these ridiculous chain reactions led to some pretty funny moments where you could launch yourself. I mean, it's the whole reason why the Sputnik skull exists. It's just fun to blast shit and watch it get launched 800 meters into the air. We need that. Now, vehicles. The Warthog felt too smooth. In CE, the Warthog had a very specific weight to its controls. You would kind of have to plan. You would have to drift properly if you wanted to run over elites and grunts because they could dive out of the way. So when you did line it up, it was satisfying as fuck to splatter elites and enemies with it. Like the physics and explosions feeling very generic, the way the Warthog handled in the CE remake, I felt was too easy. Not enough grit, not enough weight. I'm also realizing a lot of stuff I love about CE now that it's been removed from the remake, at least for now. Again, a lot of these details are nitpicks, but 1,000 blocks stacked on top of each other builds a tower. It's in the little details where Bungie showed just how dedicated they were to their vision, how well they understood it. And if I understand why these elements make Halo CE feel so great to play, then Halo Studios needs to understand that as well. The Warthog sections were ridiculously easy. There was basically no challenge to them. Marines were way too accurate and lethal. And the biggest part, elites did not seem to dodge or jump out of the way from grenades or the Warthog. In CE, I think elites were designed with the perfect amount of agility and bulk. They could get out of dodge really quick, but they could also stand their ground, and they could take cover, and they could hide. All of these things that made elites fun and interesting to fight, I really did not feel like were in the remake. It kind of just felt like they were just a chess piece locked in place, firing 3 bullets at you. It felt like they weren't programmed to avoid or react to the player's actions. I mean, look at this. Look at this. The Covenant have no ability to avoid the Warthog. Like I was saying with RE4 remake, they buffed the movement of the Ganados. They nerfed the movement of the Covenant here. and it with sprint and how well the Warthog handles, it totally fucks the gameplay. I mean, check out this doofus. The guy playing this just ran into him, and he's not even looking at Chief. I don't know what the hell happened here, but you know, I'm seeing this vehicle jank, and once again, it reminds me of the vehicle jank in Halo 5. And right here, you can see how these problems are compounded. When the Warthog has such fast acceleration, such precise turning and handling, and the enemies are not programmed to react in time to dodge it, how utterly easy it becomes, especially with the super accurate Marines. So in some of these encounters with the Warthog, all Halo Studios has managed to do is completely trivialize the challenge in these sections, ignoring the reasons why they were designed the way they were. And I know it sounds like I'm shitting on it a lot, but trust me folks, I do want this Combat Evolved remake to succeed. Talking about level design, again, I could do a whole video talking about level design in CE, but things like removing trees that block the path into the island so you couldn't bring the Warthog in there, that was intentional by the developers. You were not meant to bring the Warthog through there. Removing these trees and allowing the Warthog to be driven up ignores the intended gameplay experience the original team had when developing and creating this section. Yes, again, it's a small detail, but ignoring this stuff consistently signals in my mind that maybe there's some people in charge of this remake that don't understand why the game was made a certain way, why parts of the level design exist as they do, why enemies had the ability to dodge vehicles and grenades. And if you don't understand what it is you're remaking, should you be remaking it? These are questions that Halo Studios is going to have to answer. These are the tough questions they're going to have to answer. I mean, the blueprint to a successful Halo game has actually been laid out by the developers across multiple Vidocs, videos, and interviews. Shit, there's some on my channel. You can watch those to understand what these guys were thinking when they made one of the greatest video games of all time. And my advice is listen to the experts. Listen to the guys who made the shit you're remaking. If you don't, if you just completely ignore their feedback and their input, then you don't even know what you're remaking, and that poses a very, very huge problem. Don't try to fix what was never broken and expand on what was great. Replicate the success of the Dead Space and RE4 remake. By changing these aspects of the game, you are altering someone else's vision. And it's no wonder why some of the former Halo developers like Jamie Greismer have had so much to say on Twitter regarding this remake. A lot of things he says I agree with. It makes me appreciate the CE level design even more than I previously had, because there's a level of intentionality behind the design choices that I, as a gamer and a player, never thought about. But that is, at its core, what made Halo so special. And if there's one video I could point you to illustrate this better than any other, it's this Halo CE campaign commentary with Joe Staten, Jason Jones, and Marty O'Donnell. And in it, they are so critical of each other's work, and that elevated their standards.
Little AI walk, and cue the custom animation.
Why is there a stone here? He's got a big backpack.
What? Why is there a stone there?
Well, there's not a stone there anymore.
They wanted to impress each other. That was the culture of Bungie. That was the culture of Halo. Everyone working on that game wanted to make something better than what their coworker was working on. And that's the truth of it. That's what made Halo great. It was the people. If you don't understand the intention the people had, you won't understand why it was great. Another issue I can't believe has been reintroduced into the series is ammo limitations. Plasma pistol in the original, it took 5 shots to drain 1% of the weapon's battery. Now it takes 2 shots to drain 1% of the battery. Why? What have you done other than made this weapon less fun to use because it runs out of ammo faster? You have only made the game less fun with this decision. Please don't do this. If you look at this clip, it takes 10% of the plasma rifle battery for the player to kill 2 grunts on normal difficulty. Please don't do this.
Would it help if I said please?
Why don't? Don't ruin the game by making the weapons like Halo 4 where you're just constantly fucking throwing them away because they only pack like 3 bullets in them. The CE plasma pistol also did not drain energy when you charge the shot. Why add this? It makes the weapon more annoying to use. And holy shit, look at how fast that battery drains. Please stop. Stop ruining the weapons. The Magnum is supposed to have 132 rounds, not 96. Why? Huh? The assault rifle has 32 rounds. These are just really weird mistakes to be making. I do not understand. I cannot understand the logic that's behind nerfing the ability to have fun shooting aliens in a game that revolutionized first-person shooting. Why do you want to make shooting aliens less fun by having the player run out of ammo more frequently? I've never understood that. In fact, this is such a major reason why I don't replay Halo 4 that much and why the game is simply not that fun, is because your weapons run out of ammo after you kill 2 guys with them. It fucking sucks. And to see this problem reintroduced from 13 years ago is kind of baffling to me, I'll be honest. There's also no health packs, once again ignoring the intentional design behind the difficulty. Personally, CE has the perfect legendary difficulty in my opinion, large in part due to the extra buffer you get with that permanent health. You have a recharging shield and health that can only be refilled if you find a health pack. So it gave you this extra buffer that you could be more reckless, you could survive more shots, you could take more damage, and it made the gameplay much better because of it. This video has gone on long enough. I had a whole section talking about Halo coming to PlayStation and what that means, but let's jump straight to the conclusion. I know I was rather negative in this video, but like I said, this is a time to give constructive feedback and criticism on one of the greatest video games of all time, a remake of it. It has to live up to that, otherwise
I'm gonna be a sad panda.
In conclusion, there are definitely some warning signs, some potentially lethal red flags, sprint, sound effects, hate to admit it, the art style, the AI. There's a lot of work to do on this remake, in my opinion. Some of the broad strokes are there, and I see the tapestry and all the beauty that could be filled in. I just hope they make it there. And if I'm going to be honest, if the game continues in the direction that it's going, I will be supremely disappointed if they are not able to course correct some of these decisions. Ultimately, the original vision of Halo CE and those that created it, that needs to be respected and understood at all costs. Otherwise, all of the dominoes around this thing are going to topple over, and then we'll just be right back to thinking this is 343 Industries not understanding Halo for the 5th time, right? We don't need to go back there. We don't need to be making mistakes and bringing back bad habits that we left in the past. This is supposed to be a fresh start for Halo. You rebranded the studios. Let's treat it like that. This is meant to come out in 2026. That could be a full year from now. Personally, I think they need to take their time, get this one right. I said that about Infinite, but if you need to give this the Sonic the Hedgehog rework treatment in order to get the aesthetics right and to get the feel right, I say do it. I have very little faith in Microsoft as they manage their Xbox products, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. So there's room for a bit of healthy skepticism, but also anticipation. My timelines have been filled with people talking about Halo for better or for worse, but in all honesty, it's nice to see Halo in the spotlight being talked about, because that means Halo still matters to people, and it still matters to me. I mean, who knows if this YouTube thing would have taken off had it not been for Halo 5. Maybe I'd still be washing dishes. And Halo fans, speak up in the comments down below. Let me know your thoughts on a remake. What's your favorite thing about it? What's your least favorite thing about it? Did you get a chance to play it at HCS? Did you meet me there? Let me know if you did. And I hope that the next time we see more of the CE remake, it's a lot more positive. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
They let me pick. Did I ever tell you that? Choose whichever Spartan I wanted. You know me. I did my research, watched as you became the soldier we needed you to be. Like the others, you are strong and swift and brave. A natural leader. But you had something they didn't. Something no one saw but me. Can you guess? Luck.
This is you, Ennis!
Was I wrong?
This place will become your home. This place will become your tomb.
There are those who said this day would never come. What are they to say now?
I was both nervous and excited for Infinite because it's hard to live up to the hype and legacy of a franchise you hold in such high regard. Hoo-yah! Ironically, the biggest hurdle to Halo's success since 343 took over from Bungie has been overcoming its own legacy. These games revolutionized the FPS genre, and with each one, people expect a revolutionary title. And the longer you keep people waiting and wondering, the greater expectations become. The more hype you generate, the worse fan
unhinged criminal cases I've ever read or watched. And it's honestly made me disappointed in all of you for not making me aware of this situation sooner. Shame on you in particular for hoarding this filth to yourself and not letting me into the lunch table to learn about it with you. I'm talking about the wild case of Nicholas Alaverdian, otherwise known as Nicholas Rossi, aka Arthur Knight. This man's got more names than a phone book. He goes by many different gamer tags. I wouldn't be surprised if more aliases come to light and there's shit like Dark Ruler 52XX or something. And his story in this whole situation is an unbelievable, true story of absolute lunacy. Dateline recently ran a piece on the Nicholas Alaverdian situation, trying to untangle all of the wild web of mysteries that have been woven here. It is just vile, evil shit. Nicholas is a degenerate worm of a person, but he's also a goofball goober who came up with the dumbest idea ever when he was confronted with the reality of his crimes that he is accused of committing. He is accused of extremely serious charges. He is accused of raping multiple women in Utah. And he came up with this galaxy brain scheme in order to escape the repercussions. He faked his own death. He must have been inspired by Dino Spumoni from Hey Arnold, when Dino Spumoni faked his own death to increase record sales or whatever. But in this case, it was a lot darker than that. He faked his own death to get away from rape charges, and then he fled the United States. He was recently put back on the radar after he checked himself into a hospital for COVID-related symptoms. Eventually, pieces of this puzzle started falling into place, and authorities were able to connect the dots that, this guy claiming to be Arthur Knight may actually be this wanted fugitive that the US really wants to have extradited. And that's led to about a year-long battle with Nicholas Alaverdian or Arthur Knight or Nicholas Rossi in order to have him face justice for his actions. I'm going to go ahead and play you a quick clip from 5 months ago when a different news organization was covering the basics of the story, just to give you a more concise breakdown than what I just provided.
It was breaking news on 12 News this morning. A Scottish court has ruled that a man who goes by the name Arthur Knight is actually a Rhode Island man who faked his own death and is wanted on rape charges.
Kate, Nicholas Alaverdian, also known as Nicholas Rossi, claimed to have been the victim of mistaken identity and insisted his name was Arthur Knight. A court in Scotland ruled that evidence showed that was not the truth.
The person appearing before me is Nicholas Rossi, the person whose extradition is requested by the United States.
35-year-old Nicholas Alaverdian was arrested last year after checking himself into a Scotland hospital with COVID-19 symptoms.
So it's been this ongoing battle where he is claiming that it's a case of mistaken identity. He is not that guy wanted for rape charges. This is a huge misunderstanding. Everything's all cattywampus. You got it all wrong. That's an innocent man right there. Unironically pulling the old cartoon gag of wearing like glasses and a fake mustache and pretending that you're not the person of interest. Like the ultimate disguise.
In July, Knight was arrested again, and prosecutors matched his fingerprints to Alaverdian's. Friday, prosecutors of the Scottish court revealed they were able to tell he was Alaverdian after matching the tattoos on his arm.
I am ultimately satisfied on the balance of probabilities.
Alaverdian is accused of raping 2 women in Utah and sexually assaulting another in 2008.
I wanted to include that section from the broadcast because I didn't want to leave any wiggle room for some pseudo-intellectuals on Twitter to try and make some brain-dead argument about how the authorities got it wrong. They did do their due diligence in gathering evidence to try and confirm that these are the same person, that Arthur Knight is not real. That is not an innocent man. It is the same man who was wanted for those rape crimes. Like, it is not a case of, well, maybe they just didn't do enough. It's not like they just had one investigator, pounding cheeseburgers and wiping the grease on like some papers of Nicholas Alaverdian, and then he saw that after looking at a picture of Arthur Knight and he's like, Eureka, it's the same person, they look similar. That wasn't the case. They have the fingerprint evidence, they also match tattoos, they do have a good bit on their side to lend validity to the claim that this is the same person. But if you're still not sold on that, maybe the interview will be enough to get you on the right side of history here, because they have an interview with Arthur Knight, and it is one of the wackiest clips I've ever seen in a criminal case in all my days. It is gold. It is absolutely fucking extravagant. This is like some thespian A-tier acting.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. But I can't, because I can't breathe, I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly, exactly.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian?
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nicholas Alaverdian. I do not know how to make this clear.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act.
Oh, Andrea, no, that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
If this man isn't up for an Oscar this year, then the entire industry is dead and corrupt. Absolute unreal. That is a passionate performance. He is literally performing for his life right now. Like, this is high stakes. This clip is how I found the story, by the way. I thought what I was watching is James Corden's only entertaining piece of content ever. I thought it was James Corden playing a character. And I was like, wow, James Corden actually did a decent job. Like, this made me giggle a little bit. And I was like, holy shit, wait, this is real. Like, that whole segment where he's like, oh, you think it's fake that I can't breathe and can't walk? Well, then what do you say to this? As he, like, miraculously rises. He's like, well, watch this. Whoa! This whole thing really feels like a sketch from Whitest Kids You Know. The whole interview is unintentional brilliance. Also, hats off to his supporting actress here. She also does an amazing job. So, like, when he's going to stand up, she's like, oh god, no, don't do it, you're gonna die! You're just gonna kill him! Like he's about to explode from standing up. She's like, no! As he, like, slowly begins his ascent out of the chair to prove a point. Explain this then, science! It's so good.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian?
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nicholas Alaverdian. I do not know how to make this clear.
This segment is also fantastic, very reminiscent of SpongeBob Rock Bottom. I can't understand your accent, except here it's gasps for air. Which of course is all part of the act, but I really appreciate that he's not afraid to draw clear inspiration from other art, such as SpongeBob. So I appreciate that. Also, the wambulance pulls up and he starts trying to get some tears out. He's not doing a good job of selling the crying. So if I was to critique his performance here, I would say he needs to work on getting tears out because his eyes are very dry. He doesn't actually get any moisture in there. He doesn't get any of his tear ducts firing, so that falls a little flat with the fake tears, but imagine if he was able to pull that off. This would have been a true combo of acting expertise, and it would have been one of the finest performances we've ever seen.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act.
Oh, Andrea, no, that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
What a dynamic duo here. A power couple. The chemistry between them, the synergy, is immaculate. So the interviewer asks, what do you say to people that are saying these are just crocodile tears and you're putting on a show? Without missing a beat, the woman there is like, oh, geez, come on. Have some class. Can't you see this is a broken man we're dealing with? Oh, jeepers, zoinks, come on now. Where's the professionalism? Really? You're gonna hurt his feelings, and this is the cue to Nicholas to immediately, go fucking hog wild into the fake crying, which he's not great at, but it's complemented by the woman sitting opposite of him to kind of like egg him on and try and be there as like this shoulder to not cry on. So really just a fucking fantastic team they make. What a great pair. Now, unsurprisingly, the great acting here wasn't enough to get him an official pardon or anything, so it's still not looking great for Nicholas Alverdian at the moment, and here's hoping he will finally face justice for his crimes that he is accused of. This is just an incredibly wacky fucking story, and one that's been, like, many years in the making. Like, I'm shocked I've never heard anything about it, because this really feels like a pretty high-profile case, but maybe I've just been oblivious to it, or it just never really got the mainstream attention, which is just surprising, because it is really weird. The whole thing is very weird. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit after finding the clip and kind of going down the rabbit hole. That's really about it. So yeah. I've got a wild and wacky ride to take you on today, class. So hop in my magic school bus and kiss me on the lips. I'm Miss Frizzle, baby, and I hope you're ready to buckle your seatbelts, because we're coming in hot. This is the story of how a Twitch streamer and GTA RPer named SavX faked his own death in order to distance himself from the GTA RP community. So, SavX was a GTA RP streamer on the NoPixel server. It's the server that I often frequented for my RPing. NoPixel, I love the community, absolutely fucking fantastic content, and SavX was a well-respected member of it. He built up a sizable audience on Twitch and had himself his own big community. I believe at the time of his faked death Chris Angel stunt, he had right around 1,500 subs on Twitch, which he just fucking wiped his ass with this. Just threw it all away for this fake death thing, which is like right out of Hey Arnold with that Dino Spumoni character who faked his own death to increase record sales, except this is 10 times as stupid. Fucking Dino Spudummy. I don't know what... okay, I'm getting a little sidetracked already because it's getting me a little heated. Sav played the Johnny Castle character on the server and was eventually banned for cheating because he was aimbotting in GTA. I don't know how much more sad you can be to fucking aimbot in an RP server in GTA. But they fucking busted him, they threw him in the slammer, and they permabanned him. Now, just real quick, permabans don't usually mean like forever, you can never come back, because they do believe in second chances in most cases. So he was banned for the cheating, but I'm sure he could have come back to the community at some point if he wanted to. A couple friends of his decided to check in a couple months later, and they posted these messages.
Conclusion that this is not Sav writing this. Sav passed away Christmas afternoon. This message is being written and sent out now through my brother's email after obtaining access to his PC. He's gotten numerous emails, messages since November with individuals worried about him from a gaming community, from what I've come to gather. Although the nature of the emails all seem different, we'd like this, the individuals who have reached out to know he's in a better place now, and we thank you all for keeping him in your minds.
There was also this Twitlonger posted by somebody else in the community that was close to Sav, which confirmed that Sav had passed away. The news of Sav's passing was extremely sad, and the NoPixel community really felt the loss. There's this tribute video that was made to Sav. His fans were absolutely inconsolable, really mourning his death. His close friends in the server were mourning his death. They had an in-game memorial for Sav in order to honor his memory, and overall people were just really feeling the sadness over Sav's passing. There's also this memorial stone in the game that has the name of players who have passed away in order to immortalize them in the world and the community and honor their memory, and you can see SavX is on there. So you can imagine lying about something like this and causing this kind of emotional ripple effect would make you the most extreme piece of shit possible. Like a piece of shit that took a shit, then got puked on and hit by a garbage truck. That would be the piece of shit you'd be to lie about something like this, right? That's exactly what Sav is. He is that putrid pile of dog shit, because he lied about all of it, and the server owner, Coil, started to have his suspicions and piece things together and eventually confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that SavX is alive and completely lied about the entire thing. So I'm going to take you through some of the clips where Coil starts going over things that don't make sense until he ultimately reaches the conclusion where he hires a professional to confirm it.
I don't know if you guys know whose this Twitter is. Okay, it's Sav's. All right. Joined January 2021. Okay, so I don't know if you guys knew the date of when he had passed, but this is after he'd passed away. So you go to his Twitter, which is linked to his Twitch page, and it also says this. We did some searching with his name to try and find obituaries and stuff. I know, like I said, this is weird. Everything says to me that he's not actually dead. But there's also this weird shit that ran me to DeLong. Now, we had this for a while, and this was literally 2 weeks ago, right?
So let's go through these Discord screenshots for just a moment. Rami was one of Sav's closest friends in the community, and then eventually just tells him that he faked it all, even hitting him with a pog, oh, I faked it all, as if all of it is just so entertaining to watch people genuinely mourn him. So he says that he knows people actually think he's dead, and then he just says, but you know I'm toxic as fuck. Let me just hop in here for a quick PSA. If you're one of those insufferable douchebags who self-identifies as toxic or I'm an asshole, whoa, can't do anything about it, sorry, just me being me, I'm just an asshole, I can promise you whatever friends you think you have are not your real friends. They probably don't like you very much and will not actually defend you ever. And that is exactly the case with Sav. Nobody likes the guy who's proud of being an asshole. Nobody. Not even like-minded assholes, because then your assholes collide into like this human centipede formation and you just don't get along well. It's like the same polarity on magnets, you just repel each other. Nobody likes that, and I promise you, you don't have friends if you are one of these people. You just don't. You can tell Rami is upset here. He pushes, saying you could have just wrote out your ban, but Sav says he needed to do this. He wanted to be done with the community and shit, and then says, but dog, pog oh, because he finds this whole thing to be a joke, like genuine mourning from people he finds to be some kind of joke. So this dude's just fucking sick. He defends it by saying he just wanted to be done with the whole community and all of that, and he just wanted to move on from it. But Sav, I think you're probably one of the dumbest streamers to ever stream on Twitch, because you weren't just done with the No Pixel community, you killed an entire career. 1,500 subs? That's more money than most people working real jobs will ever see in a month. 1,500 subs a month, not even counting donations. That puts you in the $3,000 to $6,000 range a month. And you fucking put it in your butthole to kegel it as a regret for the rest of your life because you got upset at the No Pixel community for banning you. And you had a little fucking temper tantrum and cried a little bit. And you wanted your revenge. Oh, I'm gonna fake my own death to make them all feel bad for banning me. Yeah, they'll miss me now. And you just threw away an entire career. Even getting banned, you could have just transitioned to another game. And like Rami said, just write out your ban. Because permabans aren't forever. You can come back from them. Fucking XQC's been permabanned like 30 times. And I'm sure he'll be back again soon. Because people grow. They get better. They learn from mistakes. XQC, every time he gets banned, he comes back and he does incredible RP, does great work. And I'm sure it probably would have been the same for you if you could learn to stop cheating, I suppose. But to do this is so fucking psychopathic and just downright stupid, I can't believe it. You threw away a career for nothing. Like, you have streaming GTA RP. That's like a dream job for 99% of the world, and you threw it away because you got upset that you were banned. So stupid. Now, I would like to address what some people will likely speculate, that maybe he was hacked and he actually did pass away. Maybe his Discord, his Twitter, and his Twitch were all hacked at the same time, and they sent that message to Rami. I think the likelihood of that is extremely small, and especially considering that Coil himself put the whole thing to rest with a complete conclusion, hiring a professional to find him in the real world and confirm that he is truly alive.
we got someone to investigate some shit, like hired a guy or people, and it's 100% confirmed that he's alive, by the way. There's literally zero doubt. Actual evidence, okay? So we got all this information, but obviously I can't release it because that's pretty much doxing. But we know everything about him, like names, addresses, and all that shit. And, you know...
So that's where this story is at so far. I trust Coyle when he says that he confirmed it. This guy is an extremely thorough man. He does everything to the best possible ability that can be done to. So if Coyle says that there is no doubt whatsoever that Sav faked the whole thing, then I truly do believe that. And that is so sad that someone could be so pathetic to fake their own death because they were upset about a ban in a game. How dumb can you fucking be? It's crazy. But yeah, so this was quite a wild ride. I was following this story as it developed, and from only a week ago he was only speculating based off of these weird things with the Twitter account and all of that, to now being completely confirmed. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's about it though. See ya. Okay. Let's start with the Island Boys. The only thing that I know about the Island Boys outside of course, their chart topper is they used to do cameos for the US military where they try and recruit people. So people would pay them from the US military to like shout them out and try and get kids to join the military. And then there was Sergeant Vasquez who paid the Island Boys to appeal to his upper management about not kicking him out. So that was pretty cool.
The Island Boys were instantly judged as two talentless bozos who had covered themselves in tattoos.
True.
And as a result, people began to follow them for their stupidity as opposed to their talent.
And I think they're entertaining, and I follow them because they're entertaining. I love to see the stupid shit that they say.
Now, the difference between the Island Boys and someone like 6ix9ine is that while 6ix9ine also got famous in part by his over-the-top ridiculous appearance, he actually has a decent portfolio of music.
His music usually did really well on the charts.
Only in the beginning. He then becomes well known, people check out his music, and then some...
A bit curious, has there been an example of someone who started as like a punching bag and then got famous for it and never fell off? Because think of all of your most popular memes and most popular like lol cows. It only works for like maybe a couple months. It never lasts forever. Oh, actually that was a really bad baby. Yeah, that started as Dr. Phil, people making fun of her. And she's had an extremely successful career as a result. You're right. Anyone else though? I don't know why people keep saying Justin Bieber. His career was music. Shitty music for the most part, sure. But people like the music. Nobody ever liked the Island Boys music. They only ever made fun of them. So that doesn't really count. People that literally only existed to be made fun of and then had a successful career as people to just keep making fun of. That's what the Island Boys were. It's not like they had... Like, a lot of people got their start as a joke, but also contributed something that people might actually like music or whatever. They haven't done that. Joji. What are you talking about? Joji was an extremely popular YouTuber. I think the only actual example is actually going to be Bad Baby.
Think about a hater. A hater is watching you sometimes more than a person that loves you. Yeah, and if they're hating on me, it's just because they really love me. Because I see the haters check up on me more.
Didn't they also like lose their mind here and get upset?
It's people kind of hold against you as a grudge. Is that like, your
medical
image is crazy and you're sort of famous, but maybe the music isn't necessarily the reason why you guys are so known.
Right.
One of the Island Boys would go on to state that the other reason they had so many haters was because of jealousy.
Just hating on me or whatever.
That's always the one.
Jealousy, either that because I'm not really doing nothing.
Which is just another.
Everyone always says that. Like when someone's getting a ton of like backlash, the immediate thing they fall back on is jealousy. It reminds me of shit people or parents would tell their kids in middle school if they were just getting bullied. It's like, yeah, they're jealous. I was like, nah, maybe your kid's a loser. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, it's just, I guess growing up, you just get told if someone's being mean, it's because they're jealous or whatever.
I worked my ass off. It's not even just the Island Boys. It's the fact that we went through so many obstacles, it was just bound to happen.
Now, it'd be a cheap shot to say that there was no hard work. I'm sure the Island Boys had to have...
No, you can say that with confidence.
In that mega viral video.
There was no hard work.
In the singing.
And this is one of the...
In the singing?
Only ones that are talented in the singing.
And this is one of the strangest parts about...
Is that what he said? In the singing? Oh, in the scene. Oh, in the scene. Okay. Now, have they, I guess I'll look it up real quick. Do they actually make music? Because, again, all I know them for now is they just do recruitment for the U.S. Army through Cameo. Island Boys get booed on stage. That sounds about right.
So basically, when I was locked up, I was probably one of the only people in the dorm that knew how to rap, that knew how to freestyle, but didn't care. I think me as a rapper, my music is underestimated though. Yeah, for sure.
What music? Do you make music?
Whatever.
Going back to the Impulsive podcast, the Island Boys seemed pretty proud that they had paved their own path after Mike would ask them about which rappers they had been inspired.
So another thing though, and it didn't help, they were also harbinging or giving, what the fuck was the charge? They had a murderer stay with them, right? A guy had just killed someone and the Island Boys said, yeah, you can just stay here for a while to lay low. What was the charge? Was it aiding and abetting? So it's not just that they're unlikable, which they are, and untalented, which they are. It's that they also make the dumbest fucking decisions of all time. He killed a child? Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember the story, but yeah, apparently an 8-year-old girl was the victim. It was a drive-by shooting.
Is that why you guys have such a unique sound?
Yeah. We don't listen to
That's so nice to call it a unique sound.
I used to listen.
I agree with you guys to an extent of not like being swayed.
Dude,
by,
they're just fucking with them.
People,
yeah.
But also at the same time, like the current winners in the culture act as like guardrails and guidelines for what you do with your craft.
Mike is 100% correct here.
I think if God forbid it doesn't go in your guys' direction, for real, I think you guys take all of your jewelry assets and invest it in something. So you guys will never ever.
Oh yeah, have you heard of NFTs?
Their emotional response to what George had to say is also a pretty good indication that the Island Boys are probably pretty unwise and insecure when it comes to their financial situation.
So what are they doing on TikTok now? I haven't checked in a long time actually. Let's see. They're the Island Boys on... No, they're not. What are they? They're Kodiak something, actually. Oh, Fly Soldier. Oh, boy. Their views are not doing well. Oh, boy. All right, what's this one? This is... Y'all got room for one more.
Y'all got room for one more. Well, to become an Island Boy, you gotta be special. You gotta have talent. You also have to look a certain way. You gotta be cleaned up at all times. And then you also have to, entertain us. Because the Island Boys, me and him, like to be entertained by people. And so, you gotta really have the
What is that, like a court jester then?
Criteria. And criteria...
I can't believe they're not doing well. That sounds fucking amazing. Oh my god, they did recruit a third Island Boy. Yeah, it looks like they recruited a third Island Boy. Welcome to the family, man. Yeah, they're struggling though. Sonny is not wrong. They're not breaking 100K on all their videos anymore.
Be sustained, or if that could be translated into a successful career long term.
Before going on to...
Again, people keep saying music artists they don't like. People unironically listen to someone like Lil Pump. No one unironically listens to the Island Boys. That's the difference. Lil Pump was a joke. People made fun of him, but then he kept making music that some people liked. Now, do I agree with them? No, I think they are objectively wrong with their opinion. If you like Lil Pump, you just know that you are wrong. And you make me sick. But people do like it. Nobody listens to the Island Boys. That's the difference. They don't even make music, from what it seems like. It seems like they just sit in a jacuzzi and ask people to join the Island Boys.
Possible. I doubt he's making any new money like how Island Boys are. We are successful and happy in life.
Which would be followed.
Also, a little heads up. I don't think the Island Boys have much money to begin with. Just as a quick peruse through their TikTok, it seems like the only money they make is when the U.S. Army hires them to do a cameo for recruitment. And you can't really monetize TikTok. The Creator Fund, I think, pays out, what is it, $1,000 per like 20 million views or something? It's something absurd. And they're not getting 20 million views a month. So I don't think that they're pulling that kind of money. I could be wrong, though. It's been a long time since I looked up the TikTok Creator Fund. All I know is that it's not very good. It's a little better than the YouTube Shorts Creator Fund, but not by much. Charlie, you're wrong. Bro, I have a channel that has shorts on it. You know how much money that makes a month on just shorts? Less than $100 sometimes. And that's off of like 30 million views on the shorts a month. And the TikTok Creator Fund is just a little bit better than that. So I can extrapolate to a certain degree.
It's short-term hustling. And we've seen this exact same quote-unquote business model, I guess you could call it, being done, but this doesn't last.
Nice. And it didn't. It does not seem like it lasts. But they gave it their best. God damn it. That jacuzzi wasn't gonna get satin in itself. Yeah, we'll watch this one. I don't know anything about the 1,000 Pound Sisters because I think it's just a really sad thing. But I am very curious to see about this scam.
Yesterday, Tammy went into the hospital. She has pneumonia and she can't breathe. I set up a GoFundMe account if y'all can donate a penny.
The Slayton sisters would turn their entire audience against them through controversy after controversy, peaking with one of the most ambitious scandals in YouTube history, a GoFundMe for Tammy Slayton's funeral, who hadn't...
That is bold.
However,
that is very bold.
Known more about these two sisters prior to the beginning of their channel, each of these controversies could have been easily predicted. So when they first began their channel, they were liked. The sisters built an audience through their strong family bond, positive attitude, and ability to laugh at their own shortcomings.
We need to lose weight to become skinny.
We don't care if you don't like us, we're fat and we love it.
They weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the
I've
show.
never heard them speak. They sound like the Kanker sisters.
Hey, I'm fat.
And the fact that they were kind of doing YouTube for themselves. It didn't seem like they were trying to impress anyone. Love when a girl isn't afraid to be herself. I applaud you.
Thanks,
Finally, a
Gamer
real
Clown.
person doing a review. Love it. Keep them coming. However, when examining the video's thumbnail and dislike ratio, it was pretty obvious that it had gone viral as a result of people watching to laugh at their physical appearances.
So does mine. It's cool.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I think is really sad about the whole situation, and especially the TLC show. It's literally just so people can point and laugh at them. Like, and that enables them to keep killing themselves. I don't know, I just find that whole thing to be sad. That's why I don't ever really watch it or try and learn about it. I just think the whole situation's really morbid.
Proposal. The audience sends a bit of money through, the sisters get a new laptop, and in return the audience gets a higher average video quality.
That's that shit you see sometimes, like, if everyone that follows me gives me $1, just $1, we'll be good.
The whole MacBook thing was not my idea, it was a friend of mine's idea. I didn't even edit the
Clara, damn it.
Is down.
However, while Amy did receive a bit of hate, the operation will prove to be successful after raising over $833, showing the Slayton sisters that it was not only possible...
What? How expensive is a MacBook Pro? They were asking for $10K? Bro, what does that shit go for? What?
The other problem the Slayton sisters encountered after growing an audience was that they could now be held accountable for the stories that they shared throughout their videos. About a situation in which she had adopted a German Shepherd rescue dog before leaving it in a camper van on a hot summer's day. Now, Amy would state that
the camper has AC in it, and we only put him in there for like 30 minutes. And who are y'all to judge me?
However, when Amy would then reveal that the dog had gone crazy inside and smashed the air conditioning unit just to get out, her audience assumed that maybe the AC wasn't on and that the dog was
probably wasn't on.
It had been overheating inside. This theory would be supported further after Amy revealed that the dog had bit. However, with the bite mark being so severe and Amy taking the dog to the pound, whilst using the wording that the dog was no longer with her, the audience assumed that Amy had taken the dog to the pound to have it put down, resulting in the popular opinion.
Well, fuck her.
Abuser. I can't
Jesus
imagine this
Christ.
owning a German Shepherd. Shepherds need tons of activity both physically and mentally. She couldn't even take care of herself, let alone...
I see why a lot of people do not like them.
The sentiment will become even worse when, at a later date,
Well,
Tammy
now
would
I feel
upload a
absolutely
video
no
talking
sympathy
about
for
the
her.
celebration of her birthday at a gaming arcade, mentioning in passing that she felt sorry for their other dog, Little Bit, who had been left in the hot car whilst they were inside playing games.
Oh my
I feel bad for a little bit because she sat outside in the hot car while we were having fun. But I did, while we were at getting something to eat, I did get a little bit some ice water. So I thought about her, at least. Amy said I was going to get her some water.
Wow.
What a selfish, disgusting bunch of people these three are. Poor
What an absolute piece of shit.
But still, Amy would find herself in yet another controversy after going on a date with a 19-year-old autistic kid at a local McDonald's.
Y'all know that I had the worst night ever Friday, and it was a horrible night. It started off good. We met each other. Well, it wasn't the first time we met. Don't think that. I'm not that type of person.
As mentioned, in the beginning the date seemed to have been going well,
What
to the
the
extent that Amy and her date decided
for. So I was giving him a hickey, and he was like, quit biting me, and I'm like, I'm not biting you.
Oh, this is worse than Amy Schumer talking about her vagina. Oh my god. Oh. Oh wow. Hold on. I need a break. I'm gonna splash like holy water in my fucking face or something. Just give me a second. I'll be right back.
During the intimate moment, he would take to Facebook, posting a status written in an ancient hillbilly dialect, which will receive a response from Amy about the size of his penis.
Wait, I want to read this. Damn, sounds like it wasn't like trying to give him a hickey. She was trying to like Dracula this man. Good lord.
I hope y'all guys are happy. David just broke up with me.
Nice.
Because everybody was harassing. Now y'all see why I don't tell people who I'm dating. Because y'all bully and harassing. And
many doses.
And while this would mark the end of Amy and Tammy's reputational-based scandals, it would ironically mark the beginning of what would be many financial controversies, beginning when their audience discovered the merch site was suspicious from the very beginning and read as follows. If you purchase Tammy's merch, you'll be added to a private group chat with Tammy. To purchase, head over to the donate section, and they're definitely scamming the tax system and sliding money to Tammy. So she can sell from what it seems.
Wait,
So
what?
A good side hustle.
What? Bro, that's kind of big brain for Tammy. That's very interesting. That is not her idea. Someone must have actually like told her about that shit. That's kind of smart. Because it doesn't count as income at that point.
This feels like a way to scam the IRS somehow. I didn't sell anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It got worse when fans would come to realize that the sisters hadn't been paying the artists who had completed the designs for the merch. However, this still doesn't make it the most notorious controversy in the Slayton sisters' history, bringing us to the infamous funeral scam.
This is what we got the cliff notes on earlier.
The heavier of the two sisters fell over in the bathroom before waking up the following day without the ability to breathe.
Told me I had pneumonia and I was gonna have to stay in the hospital.
Whilst in the hospital, Tammy's condition would worsen, leading her to pass out for 3.5 weeks whilst on life support, during which Amy would begin the GoFundMe.
And this was all
to
fake?
Amy's credit, it probably was pretty scary having your overweight, unhealthy sister.
Oh, so all of that happened. She just didn't die.
However, to begin planning,
Her coffin is gonna cost them more because they have to triple the size of the coffin.
whilst mentioning that Tammy was on a medical card, however, the amount of money it provided would not be enough.
Is that a real thing? I mean, I guess it has to be, right? I'm guessing they would have to like supersize that.
Please find it in your heart to donate.
The GoFundMe itself, which would raise a total of $818.
Wow, wait, what? They asked less for this super quadruple freight container coffin than they did for the MacBook. They had $10K for a MacBook and $1,500 for a super coffin.
Clarify that. Or I'm going to take it up to the funeral home where it can build interest. I probably will take it to the funeral home and let it build interest. So if something does happen...
All right, someone more knowledgeable than me. Can you do that? You can just put money into a funeral home like a bank and it'll gain interest? What? I'm investing in the funeral stock. So that's not a real thing. I can't believe it. You telling me I can't invest in funeral homes?
So when it was confirmed that there was no funeral, a new question had been created. Where had the money gone?
I gave it to my mother, who paid bills.
However, when her audience would ask her to prove it, she'd state that it was her mother's responsibility to provide the receipts.
My mom is trying to find the receipts. I know I've been wrong. I should not throw receipts away. But in my head, I wasn't thinking, well, these receipts may come to bite me in the ass. You know, I wasn't thinking that. It was a simple mistake.
However, if the GoFundMe had been done online, then surely she was using internet banking. Why couldn't she provide a screenshot of the bank transfer to her mother? Medical bill receipts.
Yeah, these two are like just actual pieces of shit.
Away. Most interesting part about the whole ordeal is that while most disgraced YouTubers simply fade into obscurity as the years go by, the Slayton sisters have managed to remain relevant after rolling their public image into a TLC show titled 1,000 Pound Sisters, on which Amy has since lost over 100 pounds, has gotten married, had a baby, and is looking healthy compared to her early days on YouTube.
Wow.
Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Tammy, whose continual weight gain underpins much of the show's entertainment factor. The show just had its third season with well over 1 million viewers per episode.
Wow. Whoa. I didn't expect that ending. That kind of caught me off guard. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, I don't feel as bad for them now after learning about them, like, killing dogs, basically. Neglecting them, putting them in hot cars. So it's hard to find sympathy for where they're at right now. And the scamming, of course. But the dog thing in particular made me very sad. I'm Jay Station, the shittiest YouTuber on the website, the shittiest person on the website. You either know him from the videos I made last year talking about some of his fucked up shit, or you just know him from the absolutely horrible content that he produces. He's the guy that does only those 3 a.m. things where he exploits a celebrity's death for money, calling Mac Miller at 3 a.m., calling Etika at 3 a.m., calling XX Tentacion at 3 a.m. He said my dick was massive and said to subscribe. Terrible, terrible garbage. He looks like if a hemorrhoid was brought to life, and he sounds like if someone was shoving nails in your ears. He says the word guys 1,000,000 times per video to the point where it makes it seem like that word has no meaning anymore. He's just this fucking YouTuber pinworm, and I know you watch these videos, Jason, and I know you're too fucking stupid to spell pinworm to Google what that is yourself, so I'll tell you. The pinworms are the parasites that live in your asshole, usually when you're a baby and they make it super itchy. That's what you are, a shit-eating parasite. But what he's done this time has just gone way too far. He's faked his girlfriend's death for views and sympathy, and he uses it just to promote a second channel. And it's not like he makes it a skit or lets the audience know it's fake. He tries to convince them that the girl they liked in his videos is dead, just fucking brutalized by a drunk driver, rotting 6 feet in the ground now because of it, and all she wanted was 1 million subscribers on a second channel, and that's all it's used for, to promote the second channel and make people, you know, feel like they have to support her memory. He keeps saying all she wants is 1 million subscribers on this second channel. It's all she wanted, and then he links the channel. It's fucking disgusting, really. And it's not like this is the only fucked up thing he's done recently. For example, he made this video here, buying a slave off the dark web. Jason, are you fucking kidding me? Also, I didn't know this until today, but a YouTuber named Mimi made this video here, and in it she talks about when Jason flew from Canada to Texas to hang out with a minor and spend the night alone with her. And Mimi conducted an interview with that girl, and she said she stayed awake all night just because she was paranoid about what Jason might try. That's your fucking legacy, Jason. You fly thousands of miles to hang out with a minor who is afraid of you and feels like you're such a weirdo you might try something when you're alone. But anyway, before we get too sidetracked with his track record of terrible, awful, deplorable shit, let's show you his recent one. Here's a video where he announces his girlfriend's death.
What's up, guys? I never wanted to make a video like this, ever. Last night around 11 p.m., I got a call from her parents telling me what happened. As you guys probably know, we had a channel together called Dream Team. We just hit 300,000 subscribers. Her dream was just to get 1 million subscribers, and we were so close to doing that, guys. After talking with her parents, we both agreed that I should post the remainder videos that we filmed for that channel on that channel. It was her dream to get 1 million subscribers, so out of respect for her, because I know that's what she would want, I'm gonna post those videos there.
Ah yes, nothing sounds more genuine when announcing someone's death, quite like constantly promoting a fucking YouTube channel. And of course, like all loving and good parents, less than 24 hours after their child's death, they want their YouTube channel to pop the fuck off, baby. Let's get some clout on that YouTube channel. Their child is dead. Can we get 1 million subscribers? Oh, of course, that sounds just like what a parent would do in their mourning. Yeah, while they're grieving, I'm sure they gave this limp-dick loser permission to start posting videos on that channel. In fact, they probably just encouraged it. I'm honestly surprised Jason doesn't have video filming their parents crying. Of course, this is all fake, but in the event that it was real, I'd be surprised if Jason didn't try and film the shit out of it to exploit that. This shit is incredibly fake. I was half expecting her to pop out of that fucking Egyptian sarcophagus behind him, but that didn't happen because he's trying to play it off as something real to try and grow that channel through sympathy like this. Now, I didn't want to talk about this until it was 100% confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt to be faked, which it has. But I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the girl did really quit and leave Jason behind, because he's apparently so insufferable and creepy. By the way, Jason, when I made those 2 videos about you last year, your former friends and some of the people you still work with reached out to me on Instagram to shit on you and try and expose you. But I just didn't care enough about you as a person to read through everything they sent, but it looks like not even your friends like you. But you are apparently a big piece of shit in the real world, so I do think she probably quit and he came up with this narrative to spin this, to gain subscribers on that channel and just get some quick views out of it. And now, when I said it's been confirmed beyond a shadow of doubt to be faked, I'll go into detail on what I mean. A YouTuber named Muda from Some Ordinary Gamers did extensive research on the subject because he felt genuinely bad for Jason in this situation because he believed it. But he wanted to confirm it because there was not a lot to go on, so he did a ton of research. In a follow-up video that I'm JStation posted, he visited the exact spot that she allegedly perished in the car accident. Muda and a bunch of other internet detectives were able to find exactly what road that was, and there was nothing in the reports that indicate that any fatal drunk driving accident had occurred during the time period. And to go even a step further, Muda contacted the fucking police department of the area to just do this all-encompassing, once and for all, is it real, is it fake? He calls the police department and he films the conversation with the officer's consent, and the officer confirms once and for all that no one by the name of Alexia had perished in a drunk driving accident or in general. There was only one case with anyone named Alexia, and it wasn't fatal or anything like that, or even remotely associated with a drunk driving accident. So I think it's safe to say that it is a faked stunt for views and subscribers. Also, I don't like saying Jason faked his girlfriend's death, because that implies he put effort into the ruse, which he absolutely did not. He made a crying video that was just super shitty. He also didn't know where tears come from, because he kept wiping his eyebrows as if his fucking eyebrows were leaking. It was terrible, and he put no effort into it. When you say faked your girlfriend's death, I was expecting some Looney Tunes shit, like Jason tricked her into going into a house to get like $5,000 from the counter, but then Jason on the outside had like this fucking cartoon plunger, and he pushes it and the house blows up. That would be faking her death. What he did was just lie about her dying. That's significantly less effort and also shittier. It's so fucking terrible, and the whole thing is pathetic. Somehow Jason is constantly able to find new ways of being pitiful, and even to a certain extent I kind of feel bad for him, because he is so infected by his own ego that he will stoop to low levels that we've never seen before on this platform. Just such a sad, sad man, really. That's about it. See ya. There's a lot of bad news in the world, so allow me to cleanse your palate with some good news. A very tasty treat for you today. 8 months ago, I made a video covering the story of a Rhode Island criminal named Nicholas Alaverdian. Nincompoop Nicholas here tried to avoid punishment for his crime, and he fled the country after faking his own death. It wasn't an elaborate fake death ruse, it wasn't a galaxy brain scheme. He didn't exactly call up best quality vacuum from Breaking Bad and order a Hoover Max or anything. But he was successful in leaving the United States and evading authorities, and he started a new life with a new alias, Arthur Knight, which was only one of many names that he went by. He was changing his name more frequently than kids used to on Club Penguin. But Arthur Knight was by far his most used alias. Now, it's important that I tell you what charges he was trying to run away from. Rape charges. You see, Nicholas Alaverdian, Nicholas Rossi, Arthur Knight, all one and the same. A rapist. He faked his death in 2020 by feeding media outlets a bunch of baloney and horseradish about how he's about to die, he's about to meet his demise, but the reality was, he was just trying to get out of the country while the authorities were investigating the rape allegations. So he did get out of the country, and he tried very hard to bury his past, but in 2021, he had to check himself into the hospital for COVID-related symptoms, and that's when the authorities were able to identify that this patient is actually the wanted U.S. fugitive Nicholas Alaverdian. And while parading around as Arthur Knight, he tried desperately to convince people that this was all a complete misunderstanding, or that he had been framed, claiming that it was all part of a grand conspiracy to connect him, the innocent Arthur Knight, to this rapist, Nicholas Alaverdian. He kept trying to insist that it's a miscarriage of justice what's happening to him, it's wrong, it's outrageous. But it's not like they just gave it the old eyeball test or the smell test to connect him. They had every piece of hard evidence possibly required to say beyond a shadow of a doubt that these are the same person. They had DNA evidence. He had identifiable tattoos that they were easily able to connect to Nicholas Alaverdian. Like, they had everything, fingerprints, all of it, the whole kit and caboodle. And the judge even said as much as well.
In July, Knight was arrested again, and prosecutors matched his fingerprints to Alaverdian's. Friday, prosecutors of the Scottish court revealed they were able to tell he was Alaverdian after matching the tattoos on his arm.
I am ultimately satisfied on the balance of probabilities.
And even in the face of overwhelming evidence against him, he kept trying. Like the world's worst anime character refusing to give up, Nicholas Alaverdian kept desperately trying to convince even a single soul on this planet that it was all just a misunderstanding. He's Arthur Knight, damn it, not Nicholas. So he now has this infamous interview he did where he tried to prove it.
To the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. But I can't, because I can't breathe, I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try.
No, don't do it. Oh my God.
Exactly.
We almost lost him.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian?
I am not, Andrea. I am not Nicholas Alaverdi, and I do not know how to make this clear.
What do you say?
He's got that
say
rock
these are
bottom
crocodile
intonation
tears
going on.
he's
I'm
putting on
not
a show.
Nicholas.
This is all an act.
Oh, you could.
Oh.
Andrea,
No,
that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
That really was a low blow to say that it's all just putting on a show and an act. It's more than that. He's out here with a fucking performance that would make every thespian troupe in America jealous. This is Oscar-worthy material that we're working with here. To suggest that it's just a show or an act, it's disrespectful, honestly. This is one of the finest, most convincing pieces of anything I've ever seen in my fucking life. But as you might imagine, this didn't work super well. Nobody believed this. Actually, nobody on the fucking planet believed this. However, he does travel with his supporting actress here for this interview, where she sits next to him and she's like trying to calm him down, like, no, don't do that. Not that death-defying stunt where you stand up. Oh, you're gonna hurt yourself, dear. Please, no. No! Like panicking when he stands up and starts, wacky inflatable tube manning his arms around, like he's getting hit with an earthquake or something. So he does have her traveling with him, I guess, to try and make it seem more credible, I guess. Clearly, it doesn't work. So anyway, what is the good news here? Well, the good news is Nicholas Alaverdian is being extradited to the U.S. He is finally going to face the punishment that he has eluded for so long now. U.S. fugitive accused of faking his death to avoid rape charges, extradited from Scotland. In case you don't know who this is, let me pull up his infamous interview where he tried to prove that he is not the rapist. So that little song and dance he tried to put on for the thespian troupe, it's coming from a very bad man. It's not exactly like, some minor offense or anything that he's trying to weasel his way out of with that. The man known in the U.S. as Nicholas Rossi, whose legal name is Nicholas Alaverdian, is charged with sexually assaulting a former girlfriend in Utah in 2008. He also faces multiple complaints against him in Rhode Island for alleged domestic violence. Rossi was 36. Rossi, 36, was Utah bound on Friday and will stand trial in Utah County for felony rape charges. The man said he was framed by authorities who took his fingerprints while he was in a coma so they could connect him to Rossi. He repeatedly appeared in court in a wheelchair using an oxygen mask and speaking in less than convincing British accent. I'm glad they didn't just let it go. I'm glad that they did fight to get him back so that he could finally face punishment. I can't believe Arthur Knight could be slandered like this. I know, I'm as shocked as you are. Now, even amidst all of this, he still has the gall to continue to state that it's a case of mistaken identity and that he is an Irish orphan named Arthur Knight. That's his story, and he's sticking to it. Even though he is dead to rights with the overwhelming amount of concrete proof that he is Nicholas Alaverdian, he still keeps wiggling his finger saying, nope, that's not me. You got the case all wrong, Buster. I'm Arthur Knight. It is actually that scene out of SpongeBob with Man Ray and Patrick when he drops his wallet. I also just have to include this because it is so unbelievably outrageous. So again, he is sticking to his story that he is Arthur Knight. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is all just a big misunderstanding. A case of mistaken identity. And as I've stated, they have concrete proof that he is indeed Nicholas Alaverdian, one of them being his arm tattoos and fingerprints. So, Alaverdian, when confronted with this, talking about his distinctive arm tattoos and fingerprints that left no doubt about his real identity, he claimed that he testified that somebody inked those tattoos on his body while he was in a coma, hospitalized in Glasgow with COVID-19, and that a hospital staffer had taken his fingerprints and sent them to Utah. And as the article states, his testimony left the courtroom observers with mouths agape. It leaves my jaw on the floor, too, that he would even try to say something like that. That is the most nonsensical story ever told. Let's just go ahead and play with that idea for a moment. Why would a hospital staffer take your fingerprints and send them to Utah, of all places? Again, he is not in the United States. Why would they send his fingerprints internationally to Utah to just frame a random guy? What kind of fucking conspiracy would that be? And then also, who the fuck would tattoo a man in a coma at a hospital just to connect him to the guy in Utah again? This Arthur Knight academic Irish orphan. Like, what is, like, I don't know why he thought anybody in the world would believe this. Not even the most delusional individual would hear this and think there is an iota of truth to it. Yet he continues to stick with that story. It's fucking wild. But again, he has been extradited to the US now, so he will finally be facing punishment that is long overdue. So that's good news, and I just had to give you the update to this. That's really about it. So yeah. So this story is one that I've covered on stream a couple times. I find this whole saga very, very interesting. I wonder how many like OG Twitch viewers we have in the chat right now, because this is vintage. This is like a fine wine of internet cringe and drama. This was like the first big Twitch drama story. This man right here, Zillion OP. He used to stream League of Legends in a wheelchair. I believe he talked about disabilities, as well as even did like charitable things for disabilities, if memory serves me correctly. And then eventually during a stream, he inexplicably stands up and walks to the bathroom after being in the chair for his entire streaming career. It was one of the most miraculous moments ever captured on film. That guy must have bought Peter Popoff's holy water or something, because in that moment he could walk yet again and everything was fine. And then once he was caught with his pants down, I think he's tried to defend himself, saying, I never explicitly said I was disabled forever. So he said it was like only a temporary wheelchair, and that he didn't actually mislead people. I'm a little foggy on the details, but the story is a wild one. So I'm glad Sunny V2 is covering it.
Incident, he'd go on to create a Twitch account before
he was
gaining
very
a reputation
popular
for his personality, gaming skills, and finally his physical disability as a wheelchair streamer. For some reason, Zillion wasn't actually disabled. That would be until January 2013, approximately 6 months after beginning his
I thought it was a lot longer.
When Zillion OP's promotional Facebook page would be hacked, creating initial suspicions that his apparent disability was nothing more than one giant hoax. I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's a chip-in button for a charity. Let me steal your money, maybe. We're not like you, sir. We wouldn't mess with your PayPal.
What the fuck is this?
We're above stealing money from those in need. Hey guys, I'm sick. Donate to me to pay my hospital bills. I'm giving away a keyboard that was given to me by another fool who doesn't care that I scam my viewers for money. Hi guys, who wants to raise money for some kids? For example, on the 10th of January 2013, just 10 days before his Facebook was hacked, he'd be banned on Diablo 3 as a result of beginning his stream whilst having a botting script active. The incident will be shared to Reddit over 700 upvotes, with a post also explaining that Zillion lied to his audience about the ban, stating that it was for account sharing as opposed to the reality for botting. Although,
man, that is some classic Reddit. I have a disappoint. Does the narwhal bacon at midnight, brothers? I didn't know he had like a history of scamming. I actually thought it was just that one event. I thought he had a really positive reputation up until he fucking stood up like the Undertaker getting up from a bad fall. Just raising from the wheelchair and going to get a snack or whatever.
4 months later, on the 5th of April 2013, something would happen while Zillion was streaming, proving this Reddit comment correct, whilst ending Zillion's entire career in the process.
Watch, check it out. Get on your mount and follow me.
Maybe I don't want to follow you.
God, this clip is classic.
Our dog, oh my god, we took our dog like to the fish shop today because the dog loves just.
I can't believe it! Oh my god! Anything is possible!
If you believe that actions speak louder than
and then a poltergeist
Zillion turning his camera
tilts the camera
to hide his empty wheelchair was basically
we
the
weren't meant to
same as
see
him
that.
saying, I've just exposed myself doing something that I definitely shouldn't have been doing. However, the chat would continue to discuss what they had just seen, and seemingly in a state of panic, Zillion joined the discussion by both gaslighting and lying to his audience about what had just.
So how do you even come back from that? Like, okay, everyone knows Twitch chat has some of the dumbest fucking people of all time. That's just the internet in general. And of course people were going to defend him, but how? Like, I can't even wrap my head around how you would possibly explain away the fact that this guy who has led you to believe that he is in a wheelchair, all of a sudden just stood up and then tilted his camera down and ended stream. What the fuck? Did Zill just stand? No, I fell. I pushed off my chair and ate it. That was the most controlled fall of all time. Yeah, I was gonna say that I figured you were holding yourself up with your arms. The delusion is always crazy. Oh my god. This is bad. Even blaming the dog. That's real low. That's real low. And this just makes me lose any amount of faith in, like, common sense here. They all just watched him stand up. He didn't fall. And the dog pouring water on his wires wouldn't all of a sudden knock his webcam straight down. People just believe fucking anything.
Zillion deleting any comments calling him out instantly suggested that he was guilty. His story didn't
No, he was just embarrassed
If he
of
had
falling.
really fallen out of his seat, how was he able to get up and move the camera so that it was no longer facing the empty wheelchair? Additionally, after the VOD was clipped, viewers noticed that Zillion walked away without...
Do you remember a bit ago when we watched a recent interview about this situation? Yeah, I can't remember what he said though. It was like an hour and a half long and I can't remember a fucking word that he said about it. Do you remember? Because I don't. I'm sure it'll be in this video, but let's just get a little, you know, deep into the manga here. Because he had some kind of, like, outrageous excuse or something. The earthquake was so intense that it wobbled him to steady feet the entire time. Like gyroscopic.
So, what a day. I wake up
True,
to
it might have
be
been
informed
Clara.
of what has happened. I read all the articles, all I can say is karma. You deserve everything you have coming to you, Zillion. I do hope you put those legs to use and get a real job. You owe a lot of people money now. What I find funniest about this is your terrible cover-up of it all. The streaming business is a much better place without creeps like you in it. Oh, and by the way, this isn't James. It's Matt in brackets Hypno, you fool, with Hypno being an old friend that Zillion used to stream with from around 1 year prior.
I called it. I knew it'd be a friend.
So, hack
It is reprehensible.
His actions are a huge slap in the face to Twitch community members with real disabilities such as Aaron and groups such as Able Gamers who have helped spread a message of inclusiveness and positivity to not only the Twitch
This is a really good
community,
statement
but
from
gaming
Twitch.
as a whole.
Twitch should do shit like this now. Like, if there's a really bad actor and they do take a stance against it, this is a good statement. Like, this is actually a good PR piece. But this is 2013 Twitch. Maybe they don't have this same group here.
There's Zillion. He has legs. We got Zillion. It should be.
Nice.
It's live. They're gonna go nuts. They're gonna be like, "What, Zillion?" Because no one's seen you since it went.
Knows what I look like at this point.
He has no beard. Look at this. No beard. Look at how much he lifts.
Oh, he upgraded.
Shaved his 20. However, this would change once again when the internet would discover a channel that looks suspiciously familiar, going by the name of It's Bluish. The streamer running this suspicious page was clearly Zillion, and it would hilariously be the person who originally hacked his Facebook page in 2013 who would once again expose him.
Damn, this guy's like the Batman.
Subreddit in a post.
Zillion's his Joker.
Me at concerts, me out traveling, me out doing everything. This was just like I was in a wheelchair. I did get better, and I am obviously no longer in a wheelchair.
Unless for some reason Zillion had lived a year of his life in a wheelchair for the sole purpose of looking disabled prior to beginning his streaming journey, it was basically confirmed that Zillion was most certainly disabled, or at least had been temporarily. Throughout the interview, it feels as though Zillion is speaking in a way that's truthful. It doesn't feel like he's trying to hide anything. So under the assumption that this whole discussion wasn't yet another lie, here's what they discovered. Firstly, Zillion wasn't lying about either the car accident or needing to be in a wheelchair.
I was in a wheelchair for 2 years. I was in a car accident, which put me in a wheelchair for more than a year prior to streaming.
And therefore, the disability was never
when you are integrating your disability so much in stream that it may have put off a certain image that you were wheelchair bound when you weren't. Are you willing to admit that perhaps?
The big thing is, I remember now when we watched this, he still tried to cover it up by saying he fell out of the chair because he didn't want to admit he didn't need the wheelchair anymore. So it's still entirely his fault for misleading everyone. Like, even to the bitter end of that channel, he was still lying when he stood up, and it was accidental. He didn't want people to know. If that didn't happen, he may very well have done that for forever, years down the line, until he fucked up. So it's, again, it's not like it was just, it was an accident. I didn't want people to, it wasn't like I was trying to hide this. I guess I just was a victim of my own hubris for trying to battle these things in private, and I should have shared more. Well, no, he blatantly lied. Like, he did blatantly lie when he stood up. He tried to say he fell, the dog spilled water and ate his homework, which is why the webcam tilted down. So, I still think that it is entirely scummy.
However, it did seem like Twitch was in the process of unbanning his OG Zillion account, so perhaps he'll have another opportunity to do his stream the right way in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really address the lying about it at the end when he was revealed to be no longer wheelchair bound. But yeah, that is a wild story. I do remember that one as it unfolded. It's always nice to get a refresher on exactly what that was. There's an expression called misery loves company, and today I realized that that's kind of like the philosophy of how I live my life. Whenever I see something that makes me upset, I share it with all of you. If I see something that's embarrassing or gross and yucky, I make sure all of you have to see it and experience it as well. If I have to be traumatized by turbo cringe, so does everybody else. I go full scorched earth, I salt the soil, making sure everyone also has to feel my agony. And I even do that in real life with my friends too. Like if I eat a piece of food that I'm a little concerned might not be fully cooked, like a little raw, and I get concerned about like a foodborne illness, I'll see if any of my friends will eat it too, so that way we can share in the sickness together, so I'm not alone. It's always met with a resounding no, and go fuck yourself, but I at least still do give the attempt. Point is, today I realized that I do that a lot, and I'm about to do it again. There is a trend of streamers that I've talked about quite a few times over the last few years that always make me infuriated. It is the distracted drivers streamers. I'm sure you've seen a lot of streams that take place in a car where a streamer is literally reading chat while driving. It is unbelievably dangerous, irresponsible, and just an absolute terrible thing to do. And I'm always surprised that there's not more huge accidents that occur as a result of it. It of course not only endangers their life, but the lives of all of the innocent people on the road around them, simply because the streamer can't fight the urge to look at chat to read Omega lol and look at ASCII art of some big tits. It's fucking stupid. Now it is bannable on Twitch. I'm not saying that they're flying under the radar and Twitch is doing nothing about it. When Twitch is made aware of a streamer that is clearly reading chat while driving, they do take action. Now that's not to say that all driving streams are prohibited, because they are still allowed as long as a passenger is the one that's reading chat, not the driver, so that way it's a little bit safer. But unfortunately, about once a month, there's some little worms that pop out from the shadow that decide to do a driving stream because they're the main character of life, they're the fucking protagonist, and everyone else on the road is just their props, so they'll hop in their car and just be reading chat the whole time from their phone, putting everyone around them at risk. And that brings us to my least favorite streamer on Twitch. I'm not going to say her name, but 3 days ago, she was streaming while driving, reading chat on her phone, and she ran over someone's dog. And I'm clearly not going to show you the actual running over the dog because it's very hard to watch and extremely hard to listen to because the animal is wailing in pain for like 45 seconds before the clip cuts off. It's fucking awful.
Stukło przed chwilą. Nie wiesz jak wtedy... Jezus, ile tu psów! Pewnie jakaś macieczkę.
It's at that moment she runs over somebody's pet because she was too busy reading chat on her phone. She even mentioned that there were a lot of dogs around, and then still made the decision to constantly be reading fucking chat. And it's not like they were saying anything insightful. Like, you can see the chat right there on the screen. There's nothing that is urgent that she needs to be looking down for. It's not like some kind of fucking speed situation where she needs to be reading chat every X amount of seconds or the car's gonna blow up. She could have just not done that, and the person's pet would have probably not been hit. So this fucking clown here that's dressed like Curious George couldn't help but be reading her fucking chat and then ran over a dog. Clearly this made me very upset, so I wanted to share it with all of you so you'd also be upset. Good news is she did get banned for this, but I also think she should be facing criminal charges. Distracted driving, texting while driving, all of that. It's not a joke. Like, at all. And this is a step above texting and driving, I would argue. Because if you go back and watch her clips, she is staring at that phone for like fucking 5-10 seconds at a time. It's not even like she's just like doing one of these. Not that that's any better. But like she was like reading it as if she was like trying to get through a goddamn like Magic Treehouse book on her phone. You know, you would have thought that she was going over important legal documents with the amount of time she spent fucking reading her phone in the car while driving. Obviously, this situation gets me heated. I'm like a microwave with tinfoil in it right now. It is extremely upsetting to see this happen, and this is far from the only case of it. It's just the most recent. There's been plenty of car accidents from streamers reading chat, but usually it just involves them getting into single car accidents like this goofball here, who crashed into a parking barrier while reading chat. I also remember seeing one on YouTube where a guy was arguing with someone in chat and then ran a stop sign and got T-boned by a fucking semi-truck. It looked like something out of a Final Destination movie. And to make it worse, he clearly lost the argument because he got hit by a fucking car while arguing. That's an instant L on that entire confrontation, so the chatter even walked away with the dub. It's not uncommon, it's not that rare. Somehow there's always these pathetic little worms, smooth-brained, stupid-head idiots that'll pop on a live stream and then just start reading chat while driving, and it leads to situations like this. And among all of these champions of Darwinism is my least favorite streamer, that lady I just showed you. She was a Polish streamer before she got banned for this, and hopefully she faces criminal charges for it as well. I definitely think that's appropriate, or at the very least, losing her license. I've always been very open and honest about my stance of drunk drivers and how there's absolutely no sympathy I feel for anyone drunk driving. I think the laws should absolutely slap the fuck out of them. Drunk driving has no excuse, and I feel the same about distracted driving when it's as blatant as this. It's been translated what she was saying, and she said, according to this, "Jesus, how many dogs are here?" And then after saying that, goes right back to looking at her phone. So she recognized that there were dogs around the area, and then still decided to read chat because she had got a little notification. That's like actual baby brain shit. It makes me question if she ever developed object permanence. She took notice of dogs around the area, and then assumed they vanished when she looked at her phone or something, like, oh, I can't see them anymore, they must have just fucking phased out of existence, and then she hits one. Like, that is some shit like out of a video game, when you critique, like, bad AI in a game. Like, when a guard sees you, he's like, oh, who is that? I see you over there. But then you, like, go into a tall bush, and he's like, must have been the wind. Like, that's her brain. Like, that must be, like, how her mind works. The second she can't see something, it ceases to exist. It's clearly very frustrating to me. And I just wanted to vent about this after seeing it today. I just wanted to share it with all of you so you could also be upset about it. And I just wanted to show you who my least favorite Twitch streamer is now. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. There's a Kick streamer whose name I've treated like Voldemort over the last year or so. I've never bothered talking about her because that's the only thing she cares about is her name leaving people's lips, no matter how negative it is. She exists for one sole purpose, to make everyone around her angry at her. It's in her delusional mind, the brain parasites tell her that that's a good thing. So I've just never bothered insulting her or making fun of her because that's like having sex with a cuck's wife. It's exactly what they want. But today she did something particularly heinous.
Right? No.
No. All right. You know why I wasn't going to? Because my feet were getting
You should
hot.
just jump in right now.
But I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready? Oh! Wait, what the fuck?
I love how she's somehow surprised that the lady jumped in after she spent the better part of 15 minutes trying to convince her to jump in, and even tried to bribe her with $20 to do so. And now all of a sudden she's fucking soy-facing, shocked that the lady actually did it. So I went back and I watched most of the stream, which was... I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. Now, she's gone viral in the past for other degenerate activity, such as wearing painted-on pants at a gym, or doing a kidnapping children prank and faking a ton of shit around all of her other work to try and cause as much controversy as possible to farm clout off of it. But this one is a little bit different. So, the lady she had jump in is someone who apparently cannot swim. She said that she can only float and can't swim. And I initially thought that this was just more staged, phony baloney, garbage. But from a couple of the articles I read, they're reporting that the fire department in the area really did pull a woman out of that lake on this day. So it does seem like it's real.
Yeah, do you want to have a play date?
You want to jump in with me?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll do it with you.
I'd rather go skinny dipping with you if I'm being honest.
Yeah, let's do it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'll do
Chad,
it.
they're all saying you're sexy and shit.
Really?
Yeah, they're all saying W woman, she's thick as fuck. You should jump in the water to find it for me.
Well, why don't you jump in with me?
I'll give you $20.
$20?
Yeah, that's a W.
No,
that's a good deal.
Come with me.
$20.
Hot.
Yeah, so you go in.
No, you gotta go in.
You go in. You try to find the scanner.
You're gonna jump in with me?
I'll jump in after you.
We're jumping together.
The Kick streamer is on a scavenger hunt trying to locate the final Dragon Ball so she can finally make a wish to be something other than the failure that she is, and she encounters this woman who's on the dock, and she tries to convince that woman to jump in the water to look for the tracker that she's trying to hunt. So she's putting on a fucking Shark Tank pitch here, saying that she'll give the lady $20 to jump in, and that, oh, she'll follow once she jumps in, this and that, and then basically he's just trying to farm her for content so that way the stream can laugh at this lady jumping in the water when the streamer never had any plans of doing so. And their interaction lasts like 10-ish minutes before the lady jumps in the water, and it seems as though she's quite vulnerable. So it's extremely fucking sad to see her being exploited by this Kick degenerate here and put into a position that's life-threatening because allegedly she can't swim, which is why the fire department eventually got called, which you do see on stream a bit later.
Did you see her ass? What? Oh,
You said it was okay.
You said you wanted to swim.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
Yes, you did.
Just,
You said you were gonna
thank you guys. We're gonna have you guys get off the stop.
Wait, who is that? What the fuck is going on? I don't even...
I can't swim. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
No, stop. Seriously, don't stop. Please, you're actually freaking me out. No, please.
You can really see the concern wash over each of their smiling faces as they're confronted with the very real possibility that that woman might drown and die because of the streamer's actions. I really wish this streamer had stuck with her OnlyFans as opposed to trying to pivot her career into just being an absolute insufferable piece of shit. I know her OnlyFans was flopping harder than Morbius, but by God, I mean, it might save lives if she had just stuck with it. The butterfly effect you can never fully comprehend until it's too late. So anyway, the woman that she has prodded into jumping in the water is now saying that she can't swim, and they're laughing about it because she might die, and to them that's hilarious. They can't stop giggling like someone's over there tickling their armpits. It's craziness. Like, the dude comes over and he's like, she might die. Fucking the camera goober over here is so excited. Like, he's like zooming in, trying to get like the last moments of like the air that she'll get from the surface before she goes under, praying that maybe this is the moment that he's able to bond close enough to the streamer where she might give him a peck on the cheek and thank him for his service. Like, she is surrounded by these henchmen that orbit her, just swarm her like mosquitoes on a pile of dog shit. And this is something that was prevalent throughout the entire stream. They're literally just there to try and have sex with her, is what it seems like. No one enjoys being around her. They don't like her company, from what I can tell.
Yeah, we have like phones and stuff, so that would friggin' suck.
Would you be able to hold this for 1 minute? No. Is it because you're afraid of getting called a simp?
Yeah, 'cause I don't like it.
They're saying you're alpha male. You're not a simp.
Not.
Yes, they are. They're saying alpha.
Absolutely.
Everybody's saying alpha male, alpha male.
Okay.
Sorry to say, brother, but I've got to diagnose you with a very severe case of simp. You might not like it, but it's a tough pill to swallow. That is literally what you are. Textbook definition. All of the insects that are around her fall into that category. When I went through and watched the stream, all of them seemed like perpetually annoyed by her, but were trying their best to hide it. And they're used as punching bags by her and her community to laugh at them and insult them. Like, how could, like, it's so pathetic. It's not just her that's pathetic. It's the people that surround her, too.
Please, God. No, she's floating.
She's drowning.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. She says she's drowning.
Oh, this is bad.
Sorry, I didn't know. We leave.
Oh, this is bad.
Invaluable assistance provided by her and her team of dweebs. They just read chat messages and laughed at it, which obviously is helping her get to safety. She's out there drowning, but luckily all of the chat messages that the streamer and her team were reading were helping lift her to the surface and carry her to shore. They just fucking left. They recognized what was going on. They recognized the very real possibility that this woman might die, and they just said, all right, I'm out, ski. Time to bounce. We're gonna scram now. Good luck. And they just leave her there. That's fucking insanity. And they laugh about it because people like her don't treat the other human beings around them as if they're real people. To her, everyone else is just an NPC, a prop that she can use for content and nothing else. That's the extent of their presence in her world. And once they've outlived their usefulness, she doesn't care about them, which is why she clearly doesn't give a fuck that that woman might drown out there, because she doesn't even view them as a person. That was just a piece of content for her, so she has no qualms about just leaving.
She said she's drowning. She said she's drowning.
I think you literally just murdered a lady.
No, I didn't. I swear.
I think you
No, I didn't. Let's go. Dude, she's drowning in the lake.
God, there's a fire truck. Nah, this is bad.
Like I said, I was initially skeptical when I saw this clip blowing up on Twitter because she has a history of faking shit. So I thought this might be another scripted thing just to get some, like, rage clicks to her stream, which I always think is a dumb fucking business decision. But when I went back and watched all of this happen as it unfolded on the stream, this does seem very real, because that fire truck does show up at like a very quick time from the second that she gets in the water and other people are, you know, catching on to what just happened to them telling the streamer and her friends to leave. The fire truck pulls up only a matter of minutes later, so I'm guessing they must have called 911. They sent out the emergency response team to save this lady who can't swim. So it all does seem real. This doesn't seem like it's all just a bunch of fucking smoke and mirrors here as some kind of, you know, ingenious supervillain play from this kick streamer to try and get a couple extra viewers. She is just a piece of shit. She actually would have killed that woman if there weren't others around to call 911. That's unfathomable to me. Not only did she not do anything to help, but the dudes that are with her did nothing to help. All they did was laugh at the situation where someone's life was actually in danger. That's so fucked up.
I did not know she was mentally ill. I thought she was just trying to have fun. I thought she was drunk or something. I don't know what you guys are talking about. What? Wait, why is she just here though? If she's like mentally ill, does she just like roam around the like area? Of course this happens like what? 30 minutes of my stream? Like I spent time convincing someone to jump. See, now she's just floating in the water. I think she's on drugs.
I just had to toss this little turd nugget in here as a little bonus clip. This is after she convinces the woman to jump in the water and she leaves the dock. She tries to like play the victim here where she's like, ugh, of course this happens 30 minutes into my stream. This selfish, mentally ill woman comes up to me and, well, I have to try and exploit her for content, so I convince her to jump in the water, and it turns out she's mentally ill. What's she doing here? You know, getting me in potential trouble 30 minutes into my stream. Oh my goodness gracious. Playing the victim is her bread and butter, by the way. That's her signature anime finishing move. She always defaults to playing the victim in every situation that she causes. If I had to give her like one compliment, I'd say that she's talented at being a professional victim. She always does shit like this. So even in this situation where she even knows she is 100% in the wrong, she goes on Twitter after this all blew up and said, "The lady wanted to swim. They told me to leave and stop filming. That's why we left. And she got the help she needed and is fine. Stop dragging me. Allah." What she did is indefensible, and she knows that. I watched the stream. She mentioned it and wrestled with it in her fucking empty little noodle multiple times about how she might have killed that lady. And she just doesn't care that much about that. All she cares about is whether or not it's going to lead to a viral clip and maybe a couple of extra viewers. That's it. And then she goes on Twitter and is like, oh, actually, everything was totally fine. We couldn't help because they told us to leave. They told you to leave because you weren't helping. You caused the problem and then did nothing to actively try and help in any way. So obviously they would want you out of there. You could have still done something to help. You could have called 911. Them telling you to leave doesn't just fucking, you know, launch an EMP that disables all your electronics where you can't dial 911. You could have called for help if you didn't want to actually get in the water and try and help her yourself. Like, it's so stupid. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible excuse. Like, it's not something you can ever possibly make an excuse for, but she still tries to get a couple, like, wah French cries in here, trying to drum up some sympathy for herself, even though she is just a piece of shit. Plain and simple. All she cares about is making people mad, so that way maybe people find her fucking awful streams. That's it. So I bet she is smiling right now. And in fact, I know she is, because I was watching her stream as I was making this video. She's live again. She doesn't care. This is a good thing for her. I think she's seeing more viewers than she was previously, so I bet she thinks this whole thing was absolutely fucking worth it, because she's not going to face any repercussions for this. It doesn't seem like anything's going to come from it, like on a legal side or criminal side or anything like that. So to her, this was just a smart play. Almost killing a woman on Kick for some extra viewers. So yeah, this lady super sucks. I think she is fucking terrible. That's really about it. So yeah. It's not your birthday, or if it is, I wasn't invited to your party, but I brought you a surprise anyway. A trashy streamer who hit a pedestrian whilst driving distracted and most likely high out of her mind. And she's not a Kick streamer. I know, right? Kick right now is probably just wiping sweat from their brow like, whew, finally. A crime that was streamed that wasn't on our platform, pumping their fist in the office, shaking each other's hands like they won the Super Bowl. She is a YouTube streamer, so let the celebrations commence at Kick. The Gatorade showers are probably in full effect over there. She streams on YouTube, and from what I can tell, and I've only gone through like 3 of her streams, her entire streams revolve around how degenerate she is. She's usually very fucking high. According to the community that watches her, she does meth pretty often before driving. She's always on her phone while driving. It's where all of her content takes place, so she's always looking at chat, getting donations, very distracted driving. And she also had an incident where she was doing Spark deliveries and giving groceries to a customer, and her dog is in the back seat with all of these groceries and ends up peeing on the chips and taking a shit on the other groceries with an entire worm that pops out of its ass like it's a scene out of Ozzy and Drix. And how does she respond to that? She wipes the worm off of the groceries and then still delivers them to the customer who had no idea. I'm going to show you both of these clips here. I'm going to start with where she hit a pedestrian yesterday.
Well, he does hear those voices. They're not fake, but I wonder some... Oh my god, are you okay? No. What the fuck did you do? I didn't see her. Why are you not looking? I was looking. I didn't see you. What the fuck? I'm telling you, I did not see you. Okay, Ann? What the fuck? Just tell me how I can help. Well, I don't know. Okay. Oh my god, you guys. I don't know what just happened, but it wasn't good.
What do you mean you don't know what just happened? Are your eyes lagging? Is this a latency problem, like the ping's too bad so your eyes haven't caught up with what's going on here? Is your brain stuck in Narnia? You just hit a human being because you're too fucking busy talking to your stream. You're not paying attention to the road. What's actually surprising here is this is one of the few times in all the clips I've seen where she actually is looking forward as opposed to like looking elsewhere and looking at her phone, and yet somehow she still doesn't see that there's people in front of her and she hits one and then I guess still can't make heads or tails of what just happened. It's craziness. You are distracted and driving. It's a recipe for disaster. Luckily she didn't kill this person, I don't think. Now she has been arrested in the past, but this I don't think she's faced anything from yet, because she still is streaming, like even after this incident, and she has changed nothing about her stream.
I plan on it. Can I park? Alright guys, here's your content for the day.
Ah yes, the content of hitting a pedestrian. Top shelf shit. Thanks for delivering that. She's a menace. She is a danger to everyone around her. She should not be allowed to drive. Period. Full stop. From everything I've seen, she is not safe to be on the road. And she is certainly not safe to be doing fucking grocery deliveries.
No, get off of it, dude.
The worm that came out of the dog's ass has nothing on the worms that infest this lady's brain. A normal person would have seen what happened here, and it's not like she didn't know what happened. She literally cleaned off a fucking worm from the groceries, and they would have canceled the order. because there's a level of decency with people where they wouldn't want to just fucking poison a stranger here, I don't think. At least I'd like to believe that. But she's built a little different. She's constructed in an unorthodox manner. After wiping the worm from the groceries, she believed that everything was A-OK and primed for delivery. No mention at all to the customer about all the piss and shit on the groceries. Like, at the very least, you could say, like, hey, so my dog's in the car, and he kind of had, like, a field day with his bowels on your food, also his bladder. Just want to give you a fair warning in case you don't want to consume dog piss and shit. Just thought you should be aware of it. But no, she's like, hey, here's your groceries. Hey, have a good day. Bye-bye. Make sure to leave 5 stars. Appreciated. And then goes right back into her car to continue the stream. That is so foul and filthy, and it's criminal. Like, you can't contaminate people's food and not, like, at least warn them about the potential outbreak. Like, we could be dealing with, like, the goddamn T-virus that spawns from this when the lady eats the piss and shit-covered groceries. Like, it's so gross. It's so disgusting. Even the dog looks out the window and is probably just revolted, like, oh, jeez. Yoo-hoo, pardon. Oh, goodness, she's not going to deliver those groceries. I just shat on them. That would be so foul. Oh, my God, she's doing it. No, oh, please, Jinkies. Jiminy Christmas, my God. My owner's a fucking Neanderthal. She's a goddamn idiot. Like, even the dog is looking out the window concerned. And to be honest, I'm concerned for the dog. The dog doesn't seem to be in great health if it's pooping worms in the car. Like, I'm worried for that dog now.
Abby always wins sent $2. Can we talk about how Abby dropped the deuce on their groceries? She peed on chips. Is she okay? I think she needs to go out. Poop, 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 poop. Dog, 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 dog.
The chatters are also concerned about the dog after seeing that, and yet there's no mention at all about the customer who is going to unknowingly consume the dump doomsday that was just produced on top of their food. But luckily this streamer does have an answer to go ahead and calm everyone's fears about the food being ruined. I mean, it's just piss and shit. That doesn't ruin food, which she helps us understand.
So Abigail went out like 3 times today and she hasn't pooped, she's peed. Once at the vet, once before that, and then the nighttime, like chewing bag. It was not on anything else I checked. I removed it. All is well. That's what bags are for, right? To protect.
Hey, pal, you just blow into Stupid Town? You can't really wipe piss away unless you have sponge hands, which I don't think you do. And also dog shit and worms on top of the grocery bags that the food is in. Like, there's no telling what made it through, especially since it sat there for a little bit before you came in there and apparently scraped it off. That's not exactly the optimal sanitization protocol. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit you with the cold water. You didn't get all of it. I promise you that much. But she clearly doesn't view it as a big deal, probably because she's smoking dog piss every day and then going live on YouTube here, which is just a danger to everyone around her. My heart breaks for anyone that gets a delivery done by this lady. That shit is probably rancid. Like, I bet everyone who... Like, you could probably, as an epidemiologist, track foodborne illness outbreaks relative to how many deliveries she's made in the area. And you'd find a pretty crazy correlation, would be my guess. Now, she has been arrested before in the past. I did a bit of a dive on her history. She is a very interesting specimen, to say the very least. But as of right now, I don't believe she's facing any legal repercussions from the delivering contaminated food to a customer or the hitting of a pedestrian. I don't see any updates on that, but those are still relatively new. So I guess we'll see, but man, what an absolute trash bag of a person. This is some awful garbage here. So yeah, I had to talk about this a little bit. I was stunned when I saw these clips. That's it. So yeah. I just had a couple of friends send me a clip where Jack Doherty just crashed his McLaren on stream while reading chat or maybe texting on his phone. and I just cannot fight the urge to make fun of this goober again. Insulting Jack Doherty is a God-given right, and I would be a fool to deny that. I can't resist. It's like trying to hold in a sneeze. I just have to let it out. I have to clown on Jack Dorky. The most punchable face on the planet here belongs to our protagonist, Jack. He is right now driving his McLaren, and his cameraman is doing a great job for the insurance company here, showcasing that he is not doing his due diligence of being a safe driver. So, the clip starts with him staring at his phone, staring a fucking hole through it. I'm pretty sure he's reading the chat, though it is possible he's reading texts or replying to texts. Either way, though, he is distracted driving, and it's about to be a disaster.
Oh, fuck. No, watch out, watch out. Oh, fuck, open the door, open your door. We're locked in here. Holy shit.
This is clearly a case of Jack Doherty not paying any attention, leading to his car hydroplaning. Now, I know hydroplaning can happen to even the best drivers, which Jack Doherty is not. He is looking at his phone numerous times. We have the cameraman who's filming this like Cloverfield, and actually did a really good job of like showing us the monster. Every time we see him, it's like he's been hypnotized by his phone. He's like in a trance. He's a zombie behind the wheel. He was never paying attention to the road, even though it's raining out. And then he had the chutzpah to step on the gas. You can like hear him accelerate. And he's barely even lucid right now because he's too distracted by his phone, and that leads to it hydroplaning.
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh, Michael. Are you okay? Yeah. Holy fuck. Oh my god, bro. There's no fucking... Michael, here. Michael, do you have film on that phone too?
His friend is clearly injured, bleeding from his head. He is fucking leaking. And Jack Doherty doesn't give a shit. He hands him the phone to keep filming for stream and then tells him to film on an additional phone as well to get multiple angles, I guess. He was trying to make like a 360-degree video out of it. I have no clue. Michael, shake it off for a second. Look, I know you might have a concussion. I know you're bleeding all over the place, but you have to remember, we're in the middle of content right now. So I'm gonna need you to get your act together, rub some dirt in it, and double fist these phones and film me, okay? I'm the superstar here, and I'm gonna put on a little bit of a show here for the content, okay? And if you're not alright with it, you're fired. You can take a hike. You can scram, Buster. Get out of town, okay? Like, if this is me, if I was Michael, that would show loud and clear, Jack doesn't give a fuck about me. This little vermin is not a friend at all. He's a little content ghoul, a little goblin. I knew Jack Doherty was pathetic, but I had no idea he was this pitiful that this is considered content to him. Like, how can you possibly have so little shame? You just totaled your car with video evidence of you staring at your phone for most of your driving. And this car, like, fucking exploded like Humpty Dumpty here. The way, you'll see his car fully in a moment, it looks like when you drive backwards in a NASCAR game in the early 2000s. Like, he did a number on it, completely totaled it. It is a miracle that neither one of them are in a coffin right now. And instead of doing the sensible thing of stopping the stream and getting medical care to your friend who clearly needs it, he instead doubles down and wants even more footage of it, even though he looks like the biggest fucking idiot on the planet for this. An unlovable, unlikable, irredeemable loser.
No. Oh my god. My car is totaled, bro. Oh my god, this is cooked.
I don't even think he cares. I think this guy is so far gone. He's such a sociopath disconnected from reality. I actually think he's viewing this in his head as a positive thing. Like, oh, this is gonna be a lot of views. This is actually gonna be like really good for the brand. Like, it honestly seems like he's putting on a CW level acting performance. Oh, bro, this is cooked. No, it's busted. Once again, not even really asking his friend if he's okay at all. He asked him one question asking if he was good, and that was it. Immediately handed him the phone to keep filming, and then asked him to film additional content as well with the other one. Like, this guy, I don't believe has a soul left in his fucking body. And also, I would argue that this McLaren was totaled even before this accident because that paint job is a crime. That looks atrocious. It's like your grandma's polka dot wallpaper from the 70s. I don't know what that's even supposed to be. It looks like it was taken to a paintball tournament and used as cover. Maybe it was. Maybe that was the whole thing. But either way, that McLaren was living a sad life looking like that. And honestly, it might be for the best that it was put out of its misery, because Jesus Christ, that is an awful, awful paint job on that vehicle. Definitely worth mentioning that he got banned for this. Kick actually banned him. I don't know if it's a permanent ban or not, but as of right now, his account is gone.
What's your name? My name is Jack. Something happened? I was driving and then my tire just slipped and I lost control and then landed here. I was all the way on the left side and I just went there and then one time over there. I don't know what happened. I just lost control. The next thing you know, I'm just going here. And I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no shit you don't know what happened because you weren't looking. You were buried on your phone, brother. This is probably the most honest thing I've ever heard pop out of this douchebag's mouth, and it's entirely accidental. Like, he is being honest. He doesn't know what happened. He didn't have his eyes on the fucking road at all. Though I do think it would be very important information to share with this officer, the video footage. I think they'd really like to take a peek at that, Jack. You love to promote your streams and everything. Why not let the officer take a peek at what happened right before the accident? I'm sure that would be really interesting in helping them figure out how this mysterious crash could have possibly taken place. This whole time, he still hasn't really checked on his friend at all, who is still bleeding profusely. And it's not until more authorities get there, as well as, like, medical personnel, that he even pretends to care, like, comes over and gives him a hug. But outside of that, he doesn't really care about Michael. And if that was me, I would 100% be suing Jack for that. He's made it clear as the fucking patches on my face where my beard doesn't grow that he does not care that I am injured and it's his fault. All he cares about is me filming him. So, fuck him. I would 100% be opening a case against Jack. There is video evidence of him texting and driving or reading chat while driving, just being distracted and causing this crash that has now injured me. So, I'd be coming for a little piece of that pie, because he is a piece of shit. I don't think Michael will do that, and I don't even know if it would be like a slam dunk case if he tried, but this would absolutely be where the friendship would stop if that was me in this case. That shit is just so foul.
They want me to be back. They don't want me to be here.
For some reason that not even science can explain, Jack Doherty takes this as an opportunity to bust out the pepperonis here and get his shirt off. I don't understand why he likes to be shirtless so much when he has a body that's built like a bag of milk. I thought for like a split second maybe the medical personnel asked him to do that so they could check him for like abrasions or anything like that. But I don't think they did, because he did that like in the middle of a conversation with the authorities. And he does get into like the back of an ambulance to get examined, but from what I can hear and what I can tell, they never asked him to take his shirt off. Plus, they probably would have done that in the ambulance as opposed to just on the road. But I don't know for sure. Most of the time, Jack Doherty does have his shirt off for some reason, and not even totaling his McLaren and splitting his friend's face open is enough to stop him from doing that. That shirt's coming off, come hell or high water, it doesn't matter. And man, we are all the worse off for it. Like, Jesus Christ. Overall, though, it is very lucky that everyone else on the road was safe from Jack Doherty's negligent wrath here behind the wheel of the McLaren. He didn't hit any other vehicles from what I can see, and it's also very lucky that neither him nor his friend died from this. So, all things considered, he got very lucky with this crash, because it could have been a lot worse. Maybe this will be a wake-up call for him. I doubt it. I don't think he has the capability of actually learning and growing and evolving, but we'll see. That's about it. See ya. Yesterday, a streamer set her kitchen on fire, and it was dangerously close to just becoming like a crematorium. It got out of control quickly and was handled in the worst possible ways by 2 people there. But luckily, nobody was hurt except for the kitchen. That that took a beating. The kitchen got walloped.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, for sure. Alright.
It starts so innocent, simply cooking in your lingerie on stream, a pastime we can all relate to. I can't even remember the last time I went into my kitchen and tried to whip up some fucking spaghetti without my bare butt cheeks hanging out. Now you might be asking yourself, what mystery cuisine is she in the process of preparing here? When I was first watching this clip, because the clip that went viral is about a minute long, but I wanted the whole kit and caboodle, so I went to like most of this segment here, and I really thought that she was just playing with condoms and milk. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was some kind of weird science experiment. Turns out they're pickles. So she was going to fry some pickles and everything went south quick.
I haven't played better than that.
I don't like pickles, but I've never had them fried before.
Oh, it's gonna be lost.
Oh, turn the fan on. Genius.
Lost. 25.
Should I turn the oil down? I don't know anything about this. I've never done this before. I've never fried them before.
Holy shit.
I think the oil might be ready though.
Yeah, I just...
Oh, I hate the smell of burning. I actually hate the smell of deep fryers.
Are you burning something?
Only a little bit.
Bro, what the fuck is that?
The cracks are already starting to show, and I'm not just talking about her ass. So the dude over there is like, is something burning? What's going on over there? Holy shit, did we get invaded by a smoke demon? Why is this happening? What in tarnation? And you can see she's over there with a giant puff of smoke like a ninja vanishing with a smoke bomb. And it's only going to get worse. So she's talking about how she's never fried anything before, so she doesn't really know what she's doing. She's kind of winging it. And I recognize I'm no culinary expert myself. We can all agree on that. But I would say, why not just look up a quick tutorial on, like, the steps to take? You know, just glance at WikiHow. So that way you might be able to prevent dying in a fiery doom. Like, we have technology.
Wait!
That shit is smoking so much.
It's so... Oh my god, Tanner's on fire! It's on fire!
Bro.
What do I do?
Turn it off! Turn it... What the fuck?
What do I do?
Bro, turn
what
it
do
off!
I do?
Turn it off!
Tanner, hurry up! Tanner,
Turn it
Tanner.
off!
Tanner! Turn off!
I don't know what to do!
Honestly, just another great example of how detrimental panicking in a situation is. When you let fear take the wheel, your goose is already cooked. So she just starts yelling about how she doesn't know what to do, so she's frozen. She's out of the game, basically. She is on the bench now and is a spectator. She is no longer participating in trying to solve this issue that has been created. You know, as she's sitting there saying she doesn't know what to do, the fire is getting stronger. The Fire Nation is building up power. And now it's up to Tanner here to take control, but he's also panicking. So he's also just sitting there watching it. Now, Fire Marshal Charles here, what they should have done, the optimal solution here, would be just to put a lid on it. That would have been checkmate right then and there. But let's say there was no lid for this pan. The previous night a burglar broke in and stole it. You can use salt. It takes a lot of salt, but you can use like a few handfuls of salt on a small grease fire like this, and it will extinguish the flame.
Grab the...
Grab it! Tanner!
What
Oh my god, Tanner!
What is it?
Tanner!
Is it?
Oh my god, Tanner! Tanner!
I don't know what it is!
It grabbed the extinguisher! Tanner!
An interesting decision that ended up working out. So he ran in there and slapped the pan down like he was casting a fireball, and it basically shotgun blasted all the grease and fire across the kitchen, and it burnt everything that it touched, but the fire didn't spread, so it didn't burn the whole building down, luckily. But when you're panicking, you're not thinking rationally. You're really not thinking at all. You just start working off instinct, but that's not, I don't even think it's accurate to say instinct, because you start to go like stupid brain. Like your brain smooths out in moments of crisis, and you start making the worst decisions ever. So I actually was in a kitchen fire scenario. It was never like out of control, but it was starting to get to that point. And for some reason, my little tiny reptile noodle up here thought, oh, okay, I'll just put this underwater because it was small enough I could move it to the sink and pour water on it. That's actually the dumbest thing you can do. So when it comes to a grease fire, you can't put water on it. That's going to make it worse. And luckily, I caught myself before I did that because I actually probably would have burnt my whole house down. So it's one of those things where once you lose your composure, once you stop being calm, you start making horrible choices. Like here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Keep doing that, please. Hold on, guys. I might... Oh, shit.
Now, I've seen a lot of people calling bullshit on this, saying that it's all staged, it's a load of horseradish, you know, it's not real, they did this for views. And I definitely do think we live in a time where someone would do that, but in their case, I don't think so. She gains nothing from it, except having everyone shooting spitballs at her, making fun of her, and I'm pretty sure I heard them say that they're in an apartment and that they were about to lose the security deposit because of this, because they just caused so much damage to the unit here. So I feel like there's really nothing to gain from it, unless she just has some kind of humiliation fetish and just wanted everyone to make fun of her. It'd be a really weird thing to stage. I think it's far more likely that this was a genuine instance of someone not knowing how to fry something and not knowing how to handle a grease fire. Interestingly enough, it's not the first time this has actually happened on stream.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Shit. Help. 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 Help! I don't know what to do, you guys! Guys, I don't know what to do! Help! Help!
Once again, panicking almost led to a much worse situation when she ran it underwater, spread the fire more, started throwing the fire around like she was tossing out candy on Halloween, but with fire here in the kitchen, and then she's shouting for help. Like, what do you want me to do, lady? Jump through the computer and put it out myself or something? Like, come on. Point is, I don't think it was staged. If it was a really stupid idea because the kitchen does get really fucked up from it. Like, it's not fake. They definitely didn't CGI this on some kind of advanced soundstage. Like, they're not in the studio where they filmed The Mandalorian or anything. It'd be a really dumb thing to stage because I don't think she stands to gain very much from it regardless. But maybe there's a good lesson to be learned here for anyone that didn't know how to handle a grease fire prior to this. Just don't do anything you saw them do. What you do, you fucking put a lid on it if you can find one. That should be like your go-to strat. I think that is the tried and true method. It's just the optimal strategy, really. In my opinion. There's a couple different tactics, but I think that one's just the simplest. And of course, remain as calm as possible. I know it's easier said than done. You know, there's definitely some times where I'll be in like an emergency situation and doing nothing productive. I'll just sit there going, like actually accomplishing nothing. Like, I get it, but that's the worst thing you can do. Just do your best to stay as composed as you can, so that way you don't end up just making worse choices for the situation there. That's really about it. So yeah. What is the most tragic thing you've ever seen happen during a Twitch stream? Is it watching your favorite streamer lose a tournament they've trained for a long time? Is it watching your favorite Twitch streamer lose $1 million on a slot machine? Maybe it's you donating $100 to your favorite hot tub streamer and she forgets to write your name on her body. Or maybe you were watching my stream last night where I went 7-1 in my placements for Overwatch 2 and got placed in Bronze 5, the literal lowest division in the game. Point is, there's been a lot of very sad moments broadcast on Twitch, but what I want to talk to you about today is by far one of the saddest. This is the story of a streamer named Gimpy God. Gimpy God is a quadriplegic streamer who suffers from a rare form of muscular dystrophy, and he's a man that I've come to know over the last 6 or so months. And last year, during one of his streams, his house caught fire. Luckily, him and his family and pets all got out safely in time, but it still cost them everything else.
Oh no.
in the middle of Lance Carr's Saturday afternoon gaming.
Our garage is on fire.
His whole life, along with his family's, who he depends on 100% for mobility,
May I have my head up, pal?
Yeah. changed.
What happened? Grant, do I gotta go?
Yeah. This live stream on a website, Twitch, catching the moments his nephew Trenton came into the room and helped him escape.
This is difficult to watch because he's having a really good time and joking and, keeping everybody enthused. And then, 20 minutes from now, his house is going to burn down.
The house was unlivable, garage completely burnt to the ground, and insurance, of course, helps, but it's been a battle between them and the insurance company to get as much covered as possible. Unfortunately, this hasn't included any of the adaptable equipment that was outfitted in the home, and it also doesn't include the handicap accessible van that they had. The van is a really peculiar situation, so it was parked in the driveway, but the fire was so intense that it still engulfed that van and the other vehicle in flames and completely charred them, fucking torched them. It was like Amaterasu out of Naruto. It just wouldn't stop until the vehicles were destroyed. And insurance has made the big, bold statement that they won't be reimbursing the van or helping out there because it was in the driveway and not in the garage. So Lance Carr, Gimpy God, said that they would have been better off if one of his relatives had just fucking slammed on the accelerator of the van and crashed it into the garage, so that way it would burn inside as opposed to the driveway. Then they would have had a better chance of getting assistance with the van, which just sounds so cartoonishly evil to make a big hubbub of 3 feet between where the van burnt and where the garage was. So you're telling me if that van was just 3 feet forward, like at least touching the garage door, it would have been okay and insurance would have helped. It's so fucked up. It's super frustrating. And over the last year now, the entire Carr family has been staying at like hotels, and Lance himself has had some medical issues that have come up recently, and it's just been a very hard time for the entire family. I want to quickly show you the clip from Gimpy God's stream where the house caught on fire.
Now I need a helmet and we'll be in good shape. I put absolute crap on her, so that was no fair.
I'm not sure it is now. I mean, the room is full of smoke. He's out, everything's totally fine, but it's one of those days for people.
The video is sped up a bit, but you can see the room filling with smoke, and shortly after, the stream goes out. Now, Lance games using a special piece of adaptive equipment that allows his eyes to work like his mouse so he can play games. Unfortunately, all of that was lost in the fire. Pretty much everything in the house was lost to it. Just an extremely sad and horrifying situation. There's at least a little good news though, since it's been about a year now. They're finally getting close to moving back into a home, so that way things can potentially start going back to normal. But that doesn't include any adaptive equipment, which is very expensive. So I'm doing a bit of a charity stream fundraiser to help Gimpy God and his family so they can hopefully afford the adaptive equipment again and improve Lance's quality of life. Over the last year, they've been in and out of hotels and hospitals, so Lance hasn't actually even been able to have a proper bath. He's only been able to get sponge baths in that entire time. At the house, they had this track system which would lift Lance and be able to put him in a bathtub so he could be properly washed. But since that equipment all burnt, they've been unable to do that for almost a year now. So I just want to try and help out. So right now at twitch.tv/moistcritical, we're getting real wacky and goofy and wild, doing a big stream to help raise funds for the family. So please feel free to stop in, but don't feel obligated or pressured into donating. Just stopping by and watching to support is amazing as well. And of course, as always, per usual, I'll have a link to the stream in the description of the video. So yeah, I just wanted to share a bit of Lance's story here. He's a great guy, and his family and him have fallen on hard times, but things are looking up, and I'd just like to do whatever I can to help improve Lance's quality of life, as well as just help the family out as much as possible. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, another day, another kick degenerate streaming themselves committing crimes. I swear, there's more crime on Kick than there ever was in Gotham. And today's Kick crime comes from a familiar face that only a mother could love, and I guess OnlyFans girls that are using him for his money, Neon. He recently got released from jail to everyone's dismay, and he is already back on the grind producing content for the weirdos that no one really likes. Yesterday, he came up with a banger idea for his content where he actually linked up with a criminal who is somehow a bigger loser than Neon, if you can believe that. His name is Squeeze, and he's considered the most dangerous driver in New York. He rents supercars and then films himself driving recklessly on public roads, endangering the lives of all the innocent people around him so he can attempt to goad the police into chasing him so that he can flee. Jiminy Christmas, how cool is that? This clout-obsessed turbo douchebag is somehow more lame than Neon, which I didn't think was possible. I didn't know a specimen like that could exist in this realm. So the two of them together, that was a match made in heaven. If they weren't streaming, they probably would have been fucking each other. Two ultimate losers coming together to commit crimes. So they streamed on Kick, of course, driving recklessly, and then it ends up with them in a hit and run.
Okay. Alright, we're good. Calm. Oh my god! Oh my fuck! Oh! What the fuck? Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh shit, bro. Everything's good. Oh shit! Everything is 100% good. Drop me off. We're good.
Neon begs to be let out of the car, and his wish was granted. They let him out, and then he starts running away, saying that he needs to get inside and off the street. He starts treating it like he's trying to lose stars in Grand Theft Auto here. So he is clearly freaked out by all of this. He also just got out of jail, and now he could be looking at some more problems. Now, granted, he wasn't the one driving, so I don't think he'd face any serious repercussions, though I imagine maybe they could come after him for setting this up, because this was clearly the idea behind the stream, is get together with the most dangerous driver and do some dangerous driving for Neon's stream to entertain his audience. So it'd be like premeditated crimes pretty much for the sake of Kick streams. Now, Neon has been banned for this, and I know it's not going to be permanent, because nothing on Kick ever is. They are a platform that is impossible to take seriously, because it is pretty much used by a lot of people as a place to just broadcast actual illegal activity, and Kick still does really nothing about it, except give them a 72-hour ban at most. Which always makes me laugh, because a lot of Kick streamers, as well as Kick themselves, would talk about how Twitch is so inconsistent with their rules, which they are, don't get me wrong. So like a girl spreading her butthole live on camera, or even having full-blown sex on cam on Twitch only resulted in a 3-day ban. Meanwhile, Kick still does the same kind of shit for similar content like that, as well as actual crimes that are being broadcast there. They are still guilty of doing exactly the same shit of terrible enforcement of their rules, and it blows my mind that they don't see that. Like, for some reason, it's different when Kick only gives a 72-hour ban for someone having sex on stream, or not even ban them for having sex on stream most of the time, and also only gives like a 72-hour ban for fucking criminal activity. It's laughable. But anyway, after the hit and run and the adrenaline started to wear off, Neon did a bit of reflecting in a very somber mood about how everything went awry.
I was there to do a Q&A, sit in his car. We agreed and handshaked only 10 over the speed limit, and this retard just went crazy, and I can't do shit. I'm sitting in the car. What the fuck am I supposed to do, bro? I can't just jump out when it's going 100 miles per hour, bro. So, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is, bro. Don't tell me to shut up, bro. Don't tell me to shut up, bro.
Shut up. I like how even his own chat is bullying him here. Like I've always said, if he wasn't a streamer, he would probably be a professional swirly victim. Like, his face would know the inside of a toilet bowl better than anyone else on the planet. This guy is so unlikable and insufferable. So he's trying to say that this whole thing was just supposed to be a Q&A where he sits in his car and Squeeze only goes 10 over the speed limit. I highly doubt that's what was agreed upon. Squeeze is addicted to attention, so he has done an interview before, and even in that interview, he does something similar to what he did with Neon here. Granted, to a lesser degree with the other interviewer, because obviously the other guy is taken more seriously than someone as pathetic as Neon, but still, there's no way Neon went into this not expecting to get into high-speed, illegal shenanigans. That must have been the entire point of doing this. Why would you just interview him again after he was just interviewed by somebody else? Like, it wouldn't make any sense, and Neon is not an interviewer. He's not in anything. Neon is the human nothing burger. So the only thing that he could have possibly concocted here for his stream is to excite them with Squeeze driving recklessly as Neon screams like a bitch in the passenger seat. That had to be the entire purpose behind it, not some kind of fucking Q&A with Neon at the helm. That sounds like the biggest snooze fest of all time, and he knows that. He knows that he is uninteresting. So he would have absolutely said to Squeeze, let's just go on one of your stupid joyrides for the stream. That's what I think, and this is Neon trying to cover his own ass since he was literally involved in a hit and run. So he was probably afraid of some repercussions from this, especially since it was streamed on his channel, and it seems like he organized this whole event here. I highly doubt it was ever just supposed to be a very calm Q&A with the most dangerous driver in New York. Neon sucks. Like, he would not broadcast him doing some kind of Q&A format. That is so boring. I would rather listen to a 2-hour audiobook lecture on the Krebs cycle than ever listen to Neon interview someone. And I know his fans feel the same way. Like, his view bots, they don't really care. They're gonna be there regardless because Neon's paying for them. But the ones that actually watch him are like the perpetual jingling keys addicted children, and they are not going to just watch a dumb Q&A with Neon. So he would have absolutely said, just go crazy and I'll stream it. That's what I think.
Squeeze! Squeeze! Please! Please, 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 bro! Please, bro! Squeeze! Enough! Enough! Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Please, dude. Please, dude. Please, dude. No. The cop's right there. The cop's right there. Oh my God, you almost crashed. Oh, chill. Stop. Stop. You're tripping. Squeeze. That's a cop. Squeeze. That's a cop. That's a cop. You're tripping.
Even before the hit and run, this just seems unwatchable. Who wants to listen to him peek the mic through squealing the entire time? Plus, I just find this entire activity of driving recklessly on the interstate super fucking cringe. I can always appreciate talented driving, but that's not this. This trend of douchebags just driving extremely fast on the interstate and weaving between cars cutting up is not impressive. Like, I don't think there's anything impressive about that at all. My fucking grandmother used to do that when I was a kid, and I hated it then too. She used to cruise around on the interstate taking me to Perkins in her 1978 Chevrolet ass tutor or whatever, and she'd do this, and there was nothing cool about it. My grandmother used to do this, and it wasn't cool then either, but now all of a sudden there's a lot of people that think it is, I guess, because it's becoming somewhat popular. It shit sucks. All you're doing is putting your life and everyone else's life at risk for nothing, literally nothing. I did do a bit of a deep dive on Squeeze in particular though. He does seem to be a pretty talented driver, especially when it comes to drifting, but all he uses it for is this illegal criminal shit and putting people's lives on the line for nothing. Why not actually do something cool with that ability? Why use it for this garbage? It's fucking frustrating. It's infuriating. And the best case scenario is when Squeeze inevitably does crash doing some of this content, he doesn't take anyone else with him. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. Another classic kick crime. That's it. See ya. Today I learned that superheroes are real. If only Stan Lee were still alive to see this, he would be absolutely giddy with excitement. Today on Twitch, there was a streamer that proved to the world and defied science by showing everyone that she can queef on command.
Do the queefing thing, it's amazing. You like the queefs? Yeah, I can literally queef on command. You guys want to hear this shit? Y'all want to hear this shit? Hold up. Let me just put the microphone right here. Did you guys hear it going into my vagina? Now let me push the air out.
This was the queef heard around the world. It went viral on Twitter, and for some reason a lot of people emailed me and tagged me saying, Charlie, look at this shit. Can you believe what Twitch is allowing on their platform? This is outrageous. Thinking that I would be upset about this, when really I was just fucking stunned. I was beyond impressed. I didn't know it was possible to queef on command. I thought that was just like a myth, like a unicorn. But she proved that it was real. Or did she? you know, it's possible she actually just shit her pants. You know, there's no way to confirm 100% that it was a queef. It could have just been straight ripped asshole that she was playing off as a queef. I'm not trying to get the tinfoil condom on and go full Alex Jones conspiracy theory on you, but there is the potential that it was faked. But let's just work under the assumption that it was not faked, was authentic, and she's able to queef on command. This caused such a big stir on Twitter for some reason. I saw a bunch of streamers, like partnered streamers, and then like streamer journalists, people that only report on live stream fails clips, also talking about this, saying, this is so fucking disgusting that Twitch would allow this kind of absolutely deplorable content on their site. Did you see her queef? This is fucking crazy. How is she not banned? And then she did get banned. I couldn't believe it. I don't understand why this would be grounds for a ban. It's no different than when XQC juices a fucking fart on stream. Or me, for instance. When I fart, my farts are pretty pathetic. It just sounds like an empty bottle of hair shampoo that you puff the last tired little bit of air out of. But regardless, when I'm about to fart, I usually give fair warning, like, brace yourself, chat, here comes a fart, and then I rip some ass. You know, it's no different than just ripping ass on stream. XQC will like fucking aim his butthole at his mic as though it's picked up in fucking surround sound high definition quality, and she did the same thing by bringing her mic closer to the vaginal gamma burst that she was about to unleash on stream, right where the labia would start fucking flapping under the pressure of the queef and vibrating. Like, it's no different. The only difference is instead of the air being pushed out of an asshole, it's pushed out of a vagina. That seems to be the only difference here, and that was enough to make people outraged. I'm going to show a couple tweets from some angry streamers that had a real issue with this. I'm not going to show who the accounts are, because, like always, I never encourage anyone to go harass someone in their shit. So, let's just read a few of the statements here. Guys, we need to do something, man. Let's use our platforms and make a change. This shit is just purely unacceptable. People grind so hard on Twitch, and this just spits in our faces. We must speak out. Yes, gamers, it is time we rise and stop women from queefing. We can't let them use Twitch as a platform for queef. Only we are allowed to queef out of our ass. I tell you right now, if dudes could fart out of their cock, we would be doing that shit all the time. I know on stream, I'd be juicing farts out of my dick. I'd be darting on stream all the time, dick farting. I'd go hard on that because it'd be great. Like, it's not like her whole content is queefing. This is a single, 40-second clip from one of her streams. I don't think every stream she does is her throwing her legs over her head and queefing on command for the chat. This isn't spitting in your face. She's not stealing your viewers. And even in the next couple tweets, he goes on to brag about how he gets more viewers than her anyway. So, I mean, I really don't even know what point he's trying to make. I don't know what about it is not okay. She was clearly making a joke out of a talent she has for queefing on command. No different than when XQC or myself or pretty much every streamer on the platform makes a joke out of when they rip ass. Like, it's not that deep. It's not that different. Forzen was banned a month for showing horse dick, but I'm glad this is allowed. Now, first of all, let's go ahead and set this up early. Forzen should have never been banned for that. It is still the most unjust ban in the history of Twitch that I've ever seen on that platform. For those that don't know Forzen, big streamer accidentally showed horse penis on stream. By complete accident, someone had sent like a picture that turned out to be a GIF. It changed to a horse dick for a split second and he took it off screen. He was banned for a month. Absolute bullshit dog shit there. But to compare that to clothed queefing is a bit of a stretch. As opposed to a penis from a horse, you get what just sounds like a fart. If your eyes were closed, you would think someone just farted on stream. But the fact that it's a queef is for some reason different. And I don't really get why. I mean, again, I have seen so much farting on Twitch. Are we going to start going after that next? Like, I don't get the big difference. And it's not like she was making it something sexual, like, yeah, for 5 gift subs, I'll fucking queef for you. And then she just breathed in her vagina, and then fucking queefed it out for more gift subs. She was clearly making a joke about it. Someone in chat brought it up, so she did it. The same people making a big hoopla about this, like, we need her banned, Twitch, please ban her, are the same people that turn around and whine immediately when Twitch bans someone they like for something simple and silly. You are literally doing the same shit you hate to see. It's very hypocritical. This is not worthy of a ban, in my opinion. It was under no sexual connotation or anything. It was a joke fart sound. The only difference is where the fart was blasted through. Instead of it being through the colon railgun, she blasted it through the fucking birth canal pussy railgun. But it's the same general effect. Like, there is no big difference. Just because it came out of a vagina doesn't mean all of a sudden now it should be bannable. That's fucking silly. I don't know how long she's banned for, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that whole thing was about how sexy queefs are, which is what brought it up. And maybe that changes the whole thing. I couldn't tell you. The whole VOD is deleted, and I haven't seen, like, a repost or anything. So I don't know what the fuck was going on that led to the queef superpower reveal. It was like Tony Stark revealing to the world he's Iron Man. So from everything I've seen, it doesn't seem like it was done sexually, just more as a joke. I'm unfamiliar with the streamer, but if it's just for a queef, I think that's a really fucking dumb ban, and I don't know why people are so outraged for the queef itself instead of the ban. I think you should be more worried if Twitch sets a precedent where farting as a joke is bannable. I think that'd be a lot scarier than just having a girl who can queef sometimes on stream. At least that's just my opinion. Again, could be wrong. Maybe the whole thing was a very sexual stream and she was actually banned for something where she was flashing the stream at some point. Couldn't tell you. The whole VOD's deleted. This is the only thing that's left, and she said it's for the queefing, so that's all I have to go on. That's about it. So yeah. YouTube recently banned a large community of VTubers over a trend they started on stream. And now I bet you're expecting me to follow this up by saying that it was unjust, makes no sense, is a bunch of dog shit and baloney, and demand that we go out into the streets to riot and protest. But that's not the case. This ban wave makes complete sense and is the most obvious outcome to this trend that they started. It's a trend that I'm sure none of you are familiar with because it was only big in Japan and only big in the VTuber community. It's the Splatoon 3 adult video trend. And as advertised with a title like that, it involved porn. Basically, a VTuber group called Shinsegumi got together and hatched the novel idea of playing porn in Splatoon 3 by changing their ink transparency so that way it could work like a green screen. So during stream they could play porn over the green screened ink. And the whole competition or challenge idea was whoever could last the longest on stream without getting banned wins. So they went into this knowing full well they would be banned for it, and they got exactly what they ordered. Their entree came out piping hot because they all got banned. And the Shinsegumi official Twitter account had to come out and make a statement. All the individuals that participated so far have apologized, except for like one or two. But most importantly, it brought the boogeyman out of his shadow. Nintendo came forward and made a statement about this, about how seriously they're taking this because it's such a violation of their policies. They even loosely threatened legal action against them, from what I understood. Maybe it was a translation error with their message, but they came out with a series of tweets letting everyone know how fucked up it was. And that's a big deal when Nintendo comes out and starts slinging meat, because they are brutal. Nintendo shows no mercy. They would absolutely imprison a 4-year-old if they were using the Mario license for their birthday party without official expressed consent from the Nintendo company. Like, they enforce their policy and their copyright and everything around Nintendo property with an iron fist. Nintendo would burn a hospital to the ground if they found an unauthorized third-party Princess Peach plushie in one of the patient's rooms. They are not a company to fuck with. And I feel like this could be a pretty bad deal for the Shinsegumi team here if this wasn't a translation error and they actually do pursue legal action. Because Nintendo will stop at nothing. They will pursue to the ends of the earth. Now, I'm in no place to say whether or not this was worth it here. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, I don't know. But this is certainly one way of going out with a bang. This is quite the statement. Like, if all of them were just tired of being a VTuber or something, this was a great way of just voiding their contract on the spot. Apparently, the porn they were broadcasting starred one of the VTubers in it. So I'm assuming it was just like some hentai that they were putting on stream in Splatoon 3. It's an interesting idea. It's something I wouldn't have thought of, using the ink in Splatoon as a green screen. That's pretty genius. Like, you could do some really fucking banger watch parties with that, I guess. Porn is a little aggressive, but hey, you know, who am I to judge? As of right now, that's as far as this story goes, but I'll keep my finger on the pulse of it to see exactly how it all unfolds. But there is one more thing I want to bring up, and this one's not goofy or silly or anything. This one actually has a lot of meaning to me because I was so personally attached to the property. The creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently passed away. I'm sure you've all heard about it. Kazuki Takahashi drowned recently this year, but today new information came to light on exactly how it happened. And it turns out the man was just a fucking saint, an actual hero. He drowned trying to save people that were caught in a dangerous riptide at the cost of his own life. An army officer came out to tell exactly what happened during this situation, so there's investigation going on for the last couple of months about like what exactly unfolded here. So it turns out what happened is 3 swimmers got caught in a dangerous riptide, and a nearby army officer named Major Robert Bourgeau, I already know I'm fucking the name up, and I'm sorry about that, went in to try and rescue them, and Kazuki Takahashi also jumped in to try and help save them. And they were able to save all of the swimmers, but unfortunately, Takahashi drowned in the process. So he gave his life to try and save others, and I just wanted to recognize him for the hero that he was. You don't have to look very hard to figure out that Yu-Gi-Oh! Played a big part in my childhood. I mean, I have cards on my wall over here, cards over there. I watched the anime every single week that it broadcast. I was a huge Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan and still am to this day. He created one of my favorite franchises ever, and he was also just a great man, clearly. So I wanted to at least put this out here so that way everyone knew that Kazuki Takahashi was a fucking legend. And also, of course, huge hats off to Major Robert here for his heroics as well. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. One of the largest streamers on the planet just caught a permaban from Twitch. Aiden Ross, I'm sure this is a name you've heard of by now. He's absolutely blown up over the last couple years, and last night he got banned again. This is far from his first rodeo. He's actually a veteran in this field. He's gluttonous when it comes to Twitch bans. He's eaten those puppies like muffins out of the oven. This is his 8th ban, and by far his most severe. As of right now, it seems like this is a permanent ban from the platform, and just like the mystery of why I'm so short, the reason for it is unknown as of this moment. However, a lot of people, including myself, have been speculating as to what the cause could have been. Recently, there's been this unholy floodgate, like a dam that's broken in the mind of Aiden Ross's brain, that's led to him making the worst decisions imaginable over the last couple months. So you might not be familiar with Aiden Ross Twitch streams, but you've probably heard his name because this goofy goober streamed the Super Bowl on Kick. He just streamed the entire Super Bowl watching it without permission from the NFL. It's not like he had some kind of like back alley handshake deal with Fox or the NFL to rebroadcast it. I'm pretty sure Aiden Ross can't even spell the word license, so he didn't have the rights to restream that shit, but he just still fucking went hog wild with it. Now, nothing has come from it yet. I don't know if anything will. As I understand it, in cases like this, the lawsuits take a couple months before they start to actually form. So if they do decide to pursue action, it probably wouldn't have happened now anyway. It'd still be a couple months out. That's if they even decide to. Then there's no telling if they will. But clearly it's a huge no-no to freely rebroadcast without the rights the biggest American broadcast. You can't do that. It's illegal. Now, let's say you haven't heard of that fumble that Aiden Ross recently did with the Super Bowl thing. Maybe you've heard of him over the last week or so because he also just freely streamed porn on Kick. While streaming, Aiden Ross decided to go to Pornhub, I guess to make a point about how you can do anything on the site, and he just he showed porn to his audience. And keep in mind, a lot of his audience is very young. They're minors. They're actual children. Now, he's not going to face like a felony charge from this that I've seen a lot of people say he might, because in the stream title, I believe he had 18 plus there, which I guess is a legal safety net for him to fall back on. But everyone knows Aiden Ross viewers are skewed very, very young. So it's still a very fucking creepy and weird thing to do, especially with that audience and on stream. Now, what makes this really interesting is how hypocritical it is, because Aiden Ross has recently come out very hard against porn. He's taken up the Master Shield and he's blocking anything sexual. He's made these very huge statements about how porn will ruin your life and addiction to porn is gonna send you straight to hell and it's gonna make everything in your life miserable. And he's not wrong. Addiction in any form is life-ruining. Porn addiction is a super insidious one that absolutely does ruin lives. But he's taken this stance of porn is the devil. It's the ultimate evil. And then he turns around and watches porn on stream. He just hasn't been making smart choices. It's just been one bad decision after another from him recently. And also, it didn't help that a few clips from his previous streams started going viral on Twitter, and people were calling him racist for those clips. Now, I haven't seen all of them, I've only watched one of them, and to me, it seemed more like a shitty joke that was poorly done, as opposed to evidence of him being a legitimate racist. But I haven't seen all of them, so I don't really know for sure or anything like that. But the only reason I'm even mentioning those clips is because this is another thing people are pointing to as a potential reason for his Twitch ban. But anyway, after his ban on Twitch, he did go live on Kick like an hour or so later in order to talk about the whole situation. And my god, that devolved into complete unhinged lunacy. Holy shit. That went wacko mode off rip. It was brutal. He went from like talking about the general situation immediately into trying to bring on actual Nazis. And I don't use that fucking word lightly. I hate that the word Nazi has become so meaningless and watered down. Literally everyone gets called a Nazi now if it's even a slight disagreement on even a trivial opinion. When I say Nazi, I mean an actual neo-Nazi, a self-proclaimed Nazi. Aiden Ross wanted to bring on to stream to learn from, I guess, or interview. A super weird idea. He was on some goofy shit. He even asked Trainwrecks if men can get raped, and then made it seem like he doesn't think that's possible. Like, that whole concept of a man can also be the victim of rape. Like, that was lost on him. Like, it didn't compute in his mind.
So just keep your eye there. You know what I'm
Train,
saying? Keep your eye on
I
everything.
have a question. Can guys get raped?
Yes.
Guys can get raped?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
It works the exact same way. It just, right? Like, we can talk about it later, and you can ask me and we can clarify things. But yes, men can get raped too, yes.
Okay. Thanks, Train.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Train.
It's baffling that that even needed an explanation for him. And the fact that he even got combative about it, like, give me an example, is super concerning. You can hear Train is also surprised and stunned, like, what? Like, you can't be serious. But this is, again, just only another small piece of how off the rails this stream went. So it devolved into absolute wild madness, much to the chagrin of Trainwrecks, Trainwrecks being one of the owners of Kick. Train was literally in a call with him trying to like talk him down from these terrible ideas and literally advising him not to do half the shit that he wanted to because of how bad it made the entire site look and what that opened the site up to and the reputational risk associated with all of it. So it was just a complete disaster from top to bottom, but he did say something that shed light on his ban.
Did they tell you why you got banned, or like not them specifically, but like in the email?
Yo, Blood, thanks for the host, bro. Okay, so yes. I got banned for basically, I actually, I don't know if I should say that publicly. My legal team is advising me not to, but
don't say it, yeah.
But Train, what I will say is this though. What I got banned for makes no sense because I have it said all I can say is it occurred on stream or on VOD. It wasn't occurred like somewhere else. It basically was occurred on my stream or on my VOD. So it makes no sense. Does that make sense?
A little confusing here, but as I understand it, Twitch is claiming that something Aiden Ross did happened on their service, whether on stream or on one of the Twitch VODs, and it seems Aiden disagrees with that, thinking that whatever they're talking about happened elsewhere. I believe is the situation. It's a little hard to follow since he and his team aren't revealing what exactly the reason is, but it seems they were given a reason, which is more than a lot of people get. Usually with a Twitch ban, they don't ever tell you what the fuck you got banned for, you just have to guess yourself, which is always such a fucking headache. And I also think this highlights a problem with Twitch and the way they handle bans. I don't understand why they don't just publicize the reason themselves. That would make every situation significantly more transparent for everyone, the streamer, the community, literally everyone. Unless it's like an actual legal matter, I don't see why they don't just reveal the violation that the streamer made. But I'm getting a little sidetracked. Aiden Ross did get banned on Twitch. They did give him a reason. They haven't revealed it. Him and his team have not revealed what it is yet. I don't know if they will or if they're planning to anytime soon, but they do have a reason, and it seems Aiden thinks it's nonsense, and it seems like whatever they're pointing out as the cause, they're arguing happened on their platform, while Aiden seems to disagree with that. But yeah, that's where this whole situation's at. This happened while I was streaming last night, so I saw most of it unfold in real time. I'll go ahead and play you some clips where I started making other speculative guesses, some potential game theories on what Twitch may have slapped him for. I don't think any of them are good reasons. If any of these are accurate, I don't think they are, but I'll still show you these anyway, just in case one of these does turn out to be one of the actual reasons. I'll look like a fucking genius for getting it right, I suppose. Though again, I don't necessarily think any of these are good reasons. This must have actually just happened, like, during this stream right now. Because there is nothing on Twitter about it. Here, let's check LSF. Usually they're hot on the case of everything. Nothing on LSF. Oh, no, wait, here. It's in the Rising from 10 minutes ago. Yep, Aiden Ross just got banned. Did he do anything recently on Twitch? I know he showed the porn on Kick and all that, but did he do anything on Twitch? Oh, true, he did make that statement about moving the Kick. I don't know if that's a violation of Twitch's terms or something. They didn't ban Ninja when he moved to Mixer. He went live on Twitch saying he's live on Kick. Is he live right now on Kick talking about it? Well, immediately got porn. I just wanted to see if he was live, and it's just immediately porn. But yeah, I don't know if that's true with what Chatter said there. If you go to the streamer bans, it says the ban was 12 minutes ago. Yeah, this is fresh. This is right off the press. This shit still got steam coming out of it. Well, it looks like he's gonna have to really jump in with both feet on Kick now since he's no longer got Twitch. Hope you already signed that contract, because if not, oh boy. I hope for Aiden's sake he already signed that Kick deal, because otherwise Kick is going to negotiate the fuck out of him to bring it way down. They made him a seriously high offer. It wasn't 150 mil, but they gave him a bag. Like, offered him a bag to move to Kick, but that was under the assumption that he'd have Twitch. Like, they had to get him off of Twitch, because he's already got a huge audience on Twitch. But if that's gone, they no longer need that bag because he has really not many other options. YouTube's not going to pay him to go to YouTube, I doubt. So Kick is going to really negotiate hardball on him, I think. So hopefully he already signed that contract. Otherwise, he just missed out on a lot. God damn. They must have accidentally CC'd Twitch reps on those contract negotiation emails and they wanted to fuck him up. He can still go to Facebook Gaming. True. There's always Facebook Gaming, I guess. No, I don't think they banned him because of his whole Kick stuff. Because, I mean, Train literally owns Kick, or at least a part of Kick, and he still actively streams on Twitch. He's not banned. So I don't think that was their reasoning for it. Something must have happened, or, maybe they actually did take the off-platform porn broadcast into consideration. I really couldn't tell you. Why was his Kick stream bannable on Twitch? I don't know if it was or not. I'm only speculating on potential reasoning, because I don't think he was live over the last couple days. I'm just taking spitballs, just like everyone else. Is the kill yourself thing bannable? Again, I don't know if Twitch actually enforces the off-platform behavior rules. I think that was just meant as like a scare tactic, like a little boogeyman thing to keep in mind. The whole kill yourself thing was the message he sent to Jake, who reported on him streaming porn on Kick. He sent him a message saying, keep yourself safe, KYS, and then like a little smiley face at the end. I don't think that would have been why Twitch banned him. I have no clue. Just one short week ago, everything we thought we knew changed forever. It was like when Albert Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. It's all been shaken now. I still remember the glory days before August 29th, 2022, living in an ignorant bliss, naive to how corrupt Twitch had become with their enforcement of their own rules. That's right, August 29th is a date that will go down in infamy as the day that Twitch showed its true face and brought with it a catastrophe, a devastating Coombs Day, when a streamer got fucked live on Twitch and Twitch responded with the lightest ban of all time. I already talked about this in a video, but I wanted to follow up because they've decided to stick with their initial decision of a 7-day ban. So a week ago now, a streamer by the name of Kimika had sex live on Twitch while an entire marching band clapped and cheered her on in the chat. It was about 100 concurrent viewers at the time. I don't know if the coitus actually reached its climax. I couldn't tell you because she got banned before anyone finished, except for some of the people in the chat, I'm sure. But overall, a very successful stream because normally she averages like 20 viewers, and this one, it was triple digits. So she got paid a visit by old Saint Nicholas, and it was broadcast live on Twitch, and she paid the iron price. She got banned. And you would expect that Twitch would crack down pretty hard on it, since this is their #1 golden rule that you can't bend and you cannot break. Streamers have been banned for months if they wore clothing that was too revealing. So having full-blown, cheek-clapping, ham-steaming sex on Twitch, you would expect there to be some pretty big consequences, a permanent ban. But that wasn't the case. Twitch decided to not even give like a slap on the wrist. They gave just a playful little tap on the tuchus. They gave her a 7-day ban. And now she's back to streaming, and her return stream has been her biggest stream ever, clocking in at 800 viewers at one point, blowing her previous numbers out of the water, and skyrocketing her follower count from 30 to right around 2K right now, 2 to 4K. For some reason, I'm getting mixed data. On Twitch, it shows 2K, but on some of the Twitch tracking sites, it shows 4K. But regardless, she's had a massively positive gain from this whole thing. Alright, thanks to Caleb and I doing some super sleuthing, we've cracked the case. The reason why there's a big follower discrepancy as well as peak viewership discrepancy is because she had 2 accounts. On one of her accounts, she broadcast the gland-to-gland combat, and this is the account that gained 4,000 followers. The account with 4K followers, she closed, but she did a comeback stream on there, and there is still some clip evidence of it. So here you can see her most viewed clips are from September 4th, the comeback stream, 27,000 views, which is significantly more than she was getting before the penis meets vagina incident. And she gained a lot from it. Not only on Twitch, but one of her socials gained 100,000 followers on there. So just an absolutely genius marketing strategy to just fuck on Twitch and just profit. And she closed this account, like I said, she threw it away like a crusty cum towel. However, she does have another account that's still active, and I'm imagining is the one she's going to be using going forward, and that's the account that's gained 2,000 followers, and it's also an affiliate because you can subscribe to it. I don't know if it was an affiliate pre-coitus or post-coitus, I'm really not sure. I can't imagine Twitch banned her and then rewarded her for having sex with an affiliate deal, but who knows? Twitch seems so mismanaged when it comes to their rules, it's baffling. But what I want to talk about is what this means going forward. Twitch has set a precedent with this. And it's not just this, there's been plenty of other examples, but this is by far their biggest because it was just blatantly having sex live on Twitch, which so far hasn't been done before outside of just rebroadcasting porn. This was a streamer having sex live, and Twitch's response was a very light ban. So what does this mean? This means that any streamer going forward might honestly consider this as an actual tactic for growth. This was only her 8th stream ever, I think. I was going through all of her previous broadcasts, and I'm pretty sure this was her 8th stream. She had only streamed, I think, 24 hours in total across her entire streaming career until she fucked. And once she did that, that's when she had all of this massive growth from it. Prior to this incident, she would get between 20 and 50 viewers per stream. After this incident, so far she's only had 1 stream, but she never dropped under like 150. So it was extremely successful. It really does feel like a viable strategy for Twitch, since it seems like they don't care that much about it. So if I was writing a WikiHow guide on gaining followers on Twitch, this would be on the list of best practices. Just full-blown fuck. Get your back blown out on Twitch and take a 7-day vacation, come back to more viewers, more money, more followers. It's like an actual life hack. Want to get Twitch famous, become a big live streamer? Just have sex on cam. You'll be shocked at how well it works. Doctors don't want you to know this one simple trick. It's really just pretty sad. There are people that have been banned for so long for such little things. Again, Gideon is still permanently banned for 1 instance of bad behavior on rating another streamer with mean words, and yet somehow the biggest possible sin you can commit on Twitch is only a 7-day ban and is nothing but rewarding for the streamer that did it. It's just crazy. Their priorities are so out of whack, none of it makes any sense whatsoever. I would love for them to explain how this constituted only a 7-day ban. And I do genuinely wonder if this will become a more popular trend after people see how successful this was for Kimika. So yeah, I mean, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I was absolutely blown away. I was expecting Twitch to not unban her, just quietly make it a permaban instead of making a big song and dance out of it, but no, it seems like they're pretty adamant that having sex on their service is not that big of an issue. So, oh well, that's really about it. See ya. If you've been on Twitter within the last 12 hours, you've already heard the massive news. Leafy is here, is banned from YouTube. If Jesus Christ resurrected today, that would only be a side story, second place behind Leafy is here's termination. The response to the news has been split. There's a lot of people celebrating it as if their favorite football team just won the Super Bowl, and then there's people absolutely in fucking ruins, burning down their local high schools, refusing to eat, hunger strikes. I'm sure someone's gonna set themselves on fire like that monk a long time ago in protest. Shit has been absolutely wild. So let's peel apart these ass cheeks here and really dive in. So, in a nutshell, he was banned for bullying and targeted harassment. I think that's what they got him with. I think that's what they slapped him around with. I'm not entirely sure, but from everything I've read, that's what the charges against him were in the court of YouTube. So first of all, I don't think any content creators should be celebrating Leafy's channel termination. Even if you absolutely hate Leafy, hate everything about him, have wet dreams where he's being sent away to jail for life in an isolation chamber, you still shouldn't be happy that he got banned this way, because to my understanding, he had 0 strikes on his count before it was completely just fucking eradicated from existence. And if it can happen to a 5 million subscriber channel, it can happen to any channel. Happened overnight, like the fucking Tooth Fairy came in out of nowhere and just snatched his soul, his YouTube soul away, and had no priors. That should be scary to anyone that makes content on the internet, I would say. But I do disagree that this sets a precedent. I would argue this precedent got set a year ago, with Go Kanaru's video on H3H3 getting taken down for the same reason Leafy just lost his channel: targeted harassment, bullying, threats. And then it happened again with Ian's content cop on Leafy, targeted harassment, bullying, threats, taken down. Neither of those got reinstated. Those stayed down. I would say that's when the precedent was set. YouTube showed that it's kind of Weenie Hut Jr. when it comes to anything it views as a potential targeted harassment campaign or threat against a creator. Now, to be fair, I understand this is a bit of a special case with Leafy in particular, because he made 12 fucking videos milking Pokimane. I don't mean like actually like grabbing on her nipples and like milking her, lactating. I mean, he milked this fucking controversy that he started on Pokimane. He had 12 videos insulting Pokimane in the title, laughing at her in the title, using degrading thumbnails to insult her. And I understand the content of all 12 of those videos wasn't solely focused on Pokimane. They were mainly like financial rants and shit like that. But still, having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube. And to be fair, that's literally textbook harassment. Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Only 3 videos that I can remember, I can't double check, but I think I remember it was only 3 videos in 2 months weren't talking shit on Pokimane in the title and thumbnail. So I think it's pretty obvious why YouTube viewed that as a harassment campaign. But what's surprising to me, and probably everyone else, is the fact that they didn't issue just 1 strike for this whole ordeal, the whole Pokimane thing. They issued individual strikes for each offense. And even if they only used half of his Pokimane videos, that's still 6 strikes all at once. If they used a third, that's 4 strikes. If they used a fourth, that's 3 strikes. All of them terminate his account. And that's pretty fucking wild. He went so far above and beyond the norm when it comes to milking internet drama that he made it impossible for himself to survive this new harassment policy they implemented. Now, do I think he's going to get his YouTube account back? I really have no idea. It's impossible to know for sure, but one thing I can say for sure is a lot of these commentary channels and just general audience are pretty fucking stupid. There's a lot of people accusing Pokimane and Ethan of getting Leafy's channel taken down. Ethan because he had a recent animation in one of Leafy's videos where Ethan's wife kills herself by jumping off a cliff or something, which again falls into that category of the threats thing that YouTube doesn't like, that they got Go Kanaru for. But I can tell you right now, Pokimane and Ethan had absolutely no fucking hand in that whatsoever. Now, I'm not their lawyer or anything, I'm not going to be like their Saul Goodman or anything, but I can say with a high level of certainty that there is not a single YouTube creator, not T-Series, not PewDiePie, that can go to YouTube and tell them how to enforce rules on their platform. They don't take any of that seriously. There is nobody that can go to YouTube and say, I want action taken against this and that, and YouTube would listen. That just doesn't happen. And I can say that with confidence because with our company, Human Media Group, we actually have a direct line to YouTube now. And, you know, like my boy George, I've been curious, I've been inquisitive, I've been asking, like, some actual shit that I've wanted to know for a long time to unravel the mystery of YouTube. And one thing I've learned is they don't give a fuck what a creator says to them. They want to stay as hands off of things on their platform as possible. So, if Ethan or Pokimane really did have a problem with all of Leafy's content, they would have to go through proper legal channels through a lawyer to have any action taken on YouTube's part, where it'd have to be an official document, lawyer, from court, everything that tells them it has to be taken down or the channel has to go online. YouTube would not do that on their own because of a legal nightmare. And I totally believe that because YouTube's a pretty soulless corporation. They're not going to really give a fuck who's coming at them asking them to take down or, you know, be the hall monitor for YouTube drama. They don't give a fuck about that. They want to stay everything as hands-off as possible and as automated as possible. So I'm pretty confident when I say no YouTube content creator has ever had a role to play in a channel being taken down like Leafy's here, unless it was through proper legal means and like a lawsuit, which I don't think happened overnight. You might as well just start accusing the boogeyman of being the one that took down Leafy or Slenderman or something. It'd make about as much sense as saying Ethan or Pokimane had that power. Now, just to kind of circle back on why I think content creators are dumb to celebrate Leafy's termination, well, it's because, yeah, while Leafy's was a pretty extreme case where there was so many videos targeting one person, the fact that YouTube took action this quickly without warning is a scary thing to see going forward, because maybe the definition of harassment starts to get a little more vague and a little more blurred, and you don't really know what starts to classify as harassment or targeted threats or bullying or whatever, and that's when it becomes very muddy. There needs to be very clear rules and clear action taken with transparency, so that way you can avoid something like Leafy's ban being possibly the gateway to banning a whole lot of other shit that's a lot more innocent and not as on the nose as, you know, fucking more than 10 videos on something, you know what I mean? Now, do I think his channel needed to be taken down? No, I don't think so. I never support censorship in any of its forms. I think you guys know that about me. I think that's just a super fucking slippery slope. Once you start censoring things, it's stupid to think that it's only going to be used against things you don't like. Everything can be subject to the same treatment, even the innocent shit. It's just a very bad thing going forward. So I don't think his channel needed to be taken down. I'm not a big fan of Leafy's content either. I'm not looking for fucking financial advice or to see the same drama stretched out over 2 months. So I'm not a huge fan of his content, but I don't like to see a channel banned like that. Now, I do understand YouTube has a rule on harassment, and you can argue he broke that rule. So that should have been a strike. But I don't think it should have been a strike for each instance of the potential rule break. It should have been one strike for that entire thing, and maybe give him a warning like, look, this is harassment, don't do it again going forward, you know? Hit the brakes a little bit, but that didn't happen. You see, you could extend this harassment here to pretty much every late night TV host. A reoccurring theme in late night hosts is insulting Donald Trump. Couldn't you make that same argument that they target Donald Trump just the same way Leafy did for Pokimane? And they've done a lot more than just 12 segments shitting on him. That could realistically apply to the harassment rule, right? But you wouldn't want to see the late night shit taken down for that reason. You might want to see it taken down because the hosts are really fucking boring these days and the content of the late night shows is terrible, but you wouldn't want to see it taken down because they make a bunch of jokes about somebody. That's just a dangerous thing. That's a very dangerous thing. I just don't understand how content creators of all people can't see why that's dangerous for them as a fucking content creator, because it's so vague. You don't know how it's going to be enforced going forward. You don't know where it's going to lead. And I just think it's very silly to celebrate something like that, even if you fucking hate Leafy. So yeah, really, that's just about it. Just wanted to answer all these questions because I've already been getting a ton of them, and I figured might as well just talk about it as soon as possible before I just get flooded by more questions to talk about it. So that's about it. So yeah. Defining art's been extremely difficult for our species for many years, and I'm not going to sit here and try and define it because I really just don't give a shit about it. But on Vimeo, the line between what's art and what's bullshit is blurred. There's a fine line between creativity, art, and just plain fucking lunacy, and Vimeo tap dances on it and shuns anything that it believes doesn't quite meet that criteria of being art. And I'm banned on that site, and I never really talked about why. I got asked about it on stream last night at twitch.tv/moistcritical, and I figured I'd elaborate. On Vimeo, anything pretty much passes as art. I saw a fucking series of videos on there of an old woman in a morph suit that had the vagina cut out of it, and she had a bodyguard pick her up like he was giving her like a fucking Heimlich maneuver or going for a German suplex, pick her up, and she urinated in a circle as he carried her. He carried her in a circle, and she just urinated in a circle. And it was a pretty impressive stream because it was a circle that took about 30 seconds to complete, so I can applaud her for her stamina with urinating and peeing everywhere. But that's art. That was the whole piece. She pissed in this circle, the bodyguard mopped it up, and then, everyone gave a little golf clap to him, and that was the end of the performance. And it was a 3-part performance. It wasn't always a circle she was peeing in and shit, but it was called, like, the Fountain of Youth or something, some really pretentious name. And that's on Vimeo, and that's promoted on there. So how the fuck was I banned from Vimeo when their threshold for what's art is this low, where I could go on stage, fart into a jar, huff it, put it on Vimeo, and get fucking 2 million views and the pseudo-intellectuals applauding me for my art piece, my modern art? How the fuck did I get banned? That's what I'm here to talk about. In 2016, I made what I still believe is a very fine piece of art that I called Turbo Hotness. It's a modern take on the human figure. What it is I took a video from Twisty of a porn star fingering herself. The porn star's name was Euphrat, the actress, and she was fingering herself. And I looked at this and I thought, there's something I can do here. There's potential to expand upon this piece. It's a great piece as is, don't get me wrong. Like on its own, it stands still. It's a good piece, but I thought as a art connoisseur that I could bring it to the next level and really just take the whole modern art world by storm. So I took her fingering herself, that video footage, and I synced it to Dragon Force's Through the Fire and Flames. I meticulously synced the performance. So as she was fingering her clitoris, you were hearing the... It was really good. I'm really proud of the work I put into it. And honestly, I have to give credit where credit's due, because at the time when I made that, I was actually inspired myself by an artist on Snapchat. Back when I used Snapchat, I haven't touched that shit in years now because they fucking ruined it, but I got sent to Snapchat by someone, and he was watching porn, and Through the Fire and the Flames was in the background, and I was like, wait a minute, this visionary is onto something here. And then I thought, what if I combined both mediums and I took music with fingering? And thus, Turbo Hotness was born. And by all definitions, it was a masterpiece. It truly was. But Vimeo didn't see it that way. Perhaps Turbo Hotness was too much for Vimeo, and they got rid of it and banned me. But I honestly think it's pretty fucked up that you'll allow all these weird pseudo art piece pretentious bullshit things where you hang like a blank canvas on a wall and call it art, but you won't allow me to sync fingering with Through the Fire and Flames. And I put a lot of work into that. I was like a skilled surgeon behind the editing program there, watching the fingering in slow motion, frame by frame, mapping it to the Through the Fire and the Flames melody. It really was outstanding work. For instance, during the song, I'm sure most of you are familiar with it by now from Guitar Hero and other types of shit, but you know in the beginning where it goes dun 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 and then well, at that dun dun dun, I heard that and I was like, wait a minute, check this out. So I had her regularly fingering herself, and then when the first dun clipped, bang, I flipped it around, so now she's fingering herself on the ceiling. Next dun, bang, flipped it back on the ground, bang, back on the ceiling. It was beautifully synced, a lot of work went into it and a lot of thought. And yeah, on the surface, maybe it seems a bit juvenile to sync something like fingering, something so sacred, to Through the Fire and the Flames. But you have to, Vimeo, you have to dig deeper, you have to look in there with your artistic eyes. Like, what I was saying, it's a commentary on the modern human figure and the societal pressure to pleasure yourself as fast as possible so that way you can go right back into the working world, like what the society's telling you to do, that you have to be constantly working and being productive, that you can't take a moment to satisfy yourself and really take your time with it. Thus, the chaotic nature of Through the Fire and the Flames represents society's pressure to just finish yourself off quickly so you can get right back to work into the real world. And that's what I was really saying with the piece, Vimeo, and I think if you had just taken a bit more time and really analyzed Turbo Hotness, you would have seen that. I think you really would have. You were too quick to ban me for just some nonsense. It's a wrongful ban, and I truly think there needs to be justice for Turbo Hotness, like a fucking hashtag why, Vimeo. It's just baffling to me, and I thought you all deserved an explanation. Not that I'm getting, fucking people emailing me every day wondering where Turbo Hotness has gone. It's not exactly, like the holy grail people are trying to find again, but it is gone. It's not on the internet anymore because I couldn't upload it to Pornhub at the time, which is why I used Vimeo, because Pornhub's uploader was being really shitty, so I went to Vimeo, and it didn't last very long on Vimeo. It was only up there for a week, and then after that, bang, poof, gone. So you can't find Turbo Hotness anywhere, and that's a goddamn shame. I think maybe the higher-ups at Vimeo are keeping it to themselves. Perhaps it was so beautiful they didn't want to share it with the rest of the world, like some pirate's treasure that they're now hoarding. Either way, banning my shit for that, just downright wrong. I have to say, Vimeo, I'm very disappointed. And now you all know why I'm banned on Vimeo. So yeah. I've talked about this a couple times in the past, but Twitch can be an extremely scary platform to be on. I'm not talking about because the people on it, like weirdos in the chat, constantly demanding feet pics or telling a female streamer that they have a butt-fuckable pussy or whatever dumb shit they want to say in chat. I'm talking about because of Twitch itself and their zero tolerance policy for accidents. There have been countless examples of streamers who have made an innocent mistake where they're playing or watching something, then all of a sudden, bang, surprise titty on screen for half a second, then they're banned the next day for it because context doesn't seem to really matter and they just don't give a fuck if it was on purpose or not. Also, you can get banned for really small things like a queef on stream, so it gets wild out there. But I've unintentionally laid booby traps on YouTube for streamers who do reaction-based content. And a couple days ago, one of my Macaulay Culkin Home Alone style traps was sprung by a huge streamer named Mizkif. And I'm just going to go ahead and show you the clip, and then there's a lot I'd like to talk about here.
As someone who knows none of the parties involved and I watched both videos, hey, Dream cheated. I personally would have went with the someone else messed with my mod folder defense, a less verifiable, tried and true classic. God damn it, Critical, you idiot.
The Council of Cock has decided your fate. You're a pussy. It's just Moby Hughes' Get Over It. It's life, and it's beautiful. Now, Miz is a friend of mine. I can assure you that he's probably going to be fine. I don't fucking work for Twitch. I don't know, maybe he will get banned. Maybe we get fucking perma-banned. Those dicks were too big and violated the Geneva Convention or whatever. I have no fucking idea. But this isn't the first time it's happened either. But I want to say, this wasn't done intentionally. And it's still, to date, probably the best thumbnail I've ever had for any video ever. It's from the Belle Delphine Will Not Beat Me video. And it has been just a true beauty, like a Renaissance painting. Real quick, if you're watching this on stream right now, Miz, I bet your heart is racing and you're starting to panic again. Fucking shaking your fist in the air. Damn you, Charlie and your Moby Hughes. Fucking haunted by the Council of Cock. Nowhere is safe, Miz. Sleep with one eye open. You never know when the Council of Cock might sneak into your nightmares. But trust me, Miz, it's probably fine. If you're watching this on stream and didn't skip the Moby Hughes pictures, I wouldn't worry too much. But anyway, I've seen it around Twitter quite a bit, and a couple of other Twitch streamers have also encountered it in the wild like a legendary Pokemon and had to delete the VOD and delete all the evidence. I don't blame Mizkif for panicking because it's Twitch and you never really know what they're going to ban for and when. So it's not like I think he's a weak man or a coward for deleting the VOD. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the Council of Cock, baby. Like, you know, it's not going to be offended by it. I completely understand. I know Mizkif can appreciate the art. I'm sure he's a fan, but it's just a little too risky for Twitch. I wouldn't be surprised if Mizkif eventually prints off this thumbnail, puts it on like a fucking Magic the Gathering card, and gets it a PSA graded to put on his wall. This is also not the first time Mizkif has fallen victim to this exact same thumbnail. Actually happened the day I released the video, too.
Yeah, true. Island, you taught me, Pokemon cards. I taught you how to steal content.
Is that how it works?
Dude, what is with that thumbnail?
When Belle Delphine said to the world that she would be I'm straight up speedrunning Mizkif's permaban. His VODs are going, dropping like fucking flies at the face of the Council of Cock. They just can't stand the overwhelming masculinity. Yeah, this is like the new Rickroll for Mizkif. For some reason, he keeps encountering the Council of Cock. I don't know how it keeps happening, but my god is it joyous every time. I would like to address his community, though. I actually think Mizkif has a really, really fucking great community. And when this happened, they came to my stream that night, and they're like, Charlie, I think you just got Mizkif banned. Please help. What do we do? We're losing our savior. You fucked him in the ass, Charlie. What is going on? So I'll just play the clip real quick. Where I talk about it, and let me just go ahead and put those fears to rest right now. I'm pretty sure Mizkif isn't going to get banned. This has happened to a couple of other streamers that have actually reached out to me. Miz isn't the only one that keeps coming across like the big Moby Huge thumbnails or anything. Another streamer named Kaylee also said like, what the fuck is going on? Do I need to worry because I saw your Moby Huge thumbnail on YouTube? And I was like, no, it's probably fine. I don't think they're going to do anything about it. But anyway, let me show you this clip and then we'll talk a bit more. Thanks to resub R-Boss. Mizkif was scrolling through Twitter. He was reading Clint Stevens' prophecy where he predicted the dream thing as a joke. And in the replies, one of the top replies was the thumbnail of the video I made with the competition with Belle Delphine, where I was sitting between two Moby Huges, kind of just going over the competition and the collection of dildos. And it said, the Council of Cock will choose your fate. And Mizkif just must be so acclimated to seeing dick on the regular. He just left it on screen while he was reading Clint Stevens' message very slowly, so it just sat there lingering with the Council of Cock and these two Moby Huges. and then he eventually notices, and he slaps his head like a fucking cartoon character, and he's like, Charlie, you idiot, and then deletes the VOD instantly. He is not going to get banned, but if he does, that would be an incredible way of going out. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this briefly. Obviously, I didn't do it on purpose with the thumbnails as a way of pranking streamers, though it has kind of turned into like a superpower. I have like the internet death note. I can just write a streamer's name in there and they'll come across the Council of Cock photo or other Moby Huge thumbnails or something, and it'll get him in some trouble, perhaps. But yeah, it's not, again, wasn't like some kind of evil scheme where I was rubbing my hands together trying to sabotage people on Twitch. Just some incredible thumbnails that Twitch maybe might not approve of. And I don't think any streamers have anything to worry about. If they have come across any of the Moby Huge thumbnails, I'm sure it'll be alright. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. There's no shortage of degenerates that stream on Kick. It's like if Arkham Asylum had their own streaming platform. It's this 24/7 Big Brother broadcast of just unhinged lunacy at this point. And somehow that always ruffles people's feathers. Like, no, it's not everyone, you can't say that about Kick. And of course, it's not everyone on Kick is a weirdo, obviously. But you've got to hop off the idiot potion here, snap back to reality, get out of the delusion if you think that Kick's public perception is anything other than entirely negative. There is so much crime that just gets broadcast on there. It's incredible how the FBI hasn't used it as a resource to bust some complete awful people. Like just recently, Something About Chickens made that video exposing the Kick Predator, and it's not like that's an isolated incident. There's quite a bit of that going on Kick, because the platform is attracting some putrid worms to it like this festering dumpster that's surrounded by mosquitoes. I'll always take every opportunity I can to mention this absolute ghoul. His name is Suspendus. Now, I know his hairstyle may be confusing you because it looks like a 2006 emo boy haircut, but make no mistake, this is a grown 40-year-old man who has become notorious for having sex with prostitutes on stream, and at one point even had sex with someone while there was a child in the room. That's a felony. He streamed himself fucking someone with a kid present. That should be a go straight to jail moment. He should be thrown in the fucking slammer. But not only is he not in jail, he's not even banned on Kick. He is still a Kick partner and one of their bigger streamers, mind you. Now, him and his unpaid pathetic janitors have done all they can to keep that clip off the internet. They've scrubbed it from most of the original uploads, but I'm sure you can probably still find it somewhere archived. But it's not like an allegation. He streamed it himself. And if you were on the internet during the Kick rise, you probably saw that floating around because this is one of their first big streamers that was native to their platform before making all of their massive multi-million-dollar signings. This is one of their, founding fathers, basically. So you can't make a good argument that Kick isn't a platform that attracts tons of degenerates. And Kick doesn't give a shit. They just seem to sit back and be like, fuck it, that's alright, who cares? I understand they want to be more hands-off and allow more freedom on Kick, but not to be the Poindexter putting my glasses up and telling on the teacher here, but perhaps it would be sensible to start drawing the line in the sand at broadcasting crimes on your platform. Maybe that's when you should step in and put the kibosh on it and actually start issuing bans. And that brings me to what I want to discuss and why I'm even talking about this in the first place. When Kick does ban someone, it's extraordinarily rare, and when it happens, it shocks the internet, more so than if aliens had invaded the planet. And every single time, people are under this impression that it's some kind of permaban. Look, Kick finally did something about this dumb asshole. And every single time, I have to explain that it's just going to be a temporary ban, 24 hours, 72 hours, something like that. Kick does not permanently ban anyone. There's only 2 streamers I can think of that were permanently banned, and one of them was the Kick Predator, but that was only after he himself took himself off of social media. He vanished. That man ordered a Hoover Max from the Breaking Bad universe and has never been seen again. So Kick got an easy PR win there by just saying, no, he's gone for good. He's not welcome back type of thing. And then the other one was someone who exposed how viewbotting is so easy on Kick. I think they're still permanently banned. Outside of that, I don't know anyone else. Everyone else, like Jack Doherty and whoever else is broadcasting miscellaneous fights or having titties and pussy and ass thrown in the face of Kick streams, they usually only get banned for a day, maybe 3 days tops. And somehow every single time they get banned, like Jack Doherty, everyone just assumes it's a permaban. Look, Jack Doherty's gone, the end of Jack Doherty, Jack Doherty's been destroyed, the evil has been vanquished, all that kind of shit. When that is never the case and likely never will be with this platform. they only believe in these like really temporary suspensions where no one really learns a lesson. They just get like a tiny vacation for like a day or two. That's it. And it most recently happened with Neon. Neon was one of Kick's biggest streamers for like a month thanks to viewbotting out the wazoo. And 3 days ago, he got banned for shit-talking a child on a video call where he like threatened to dox and rape them. He went a little wacky with the Xbox Live bravado here and flew too close to the sun and caught a ban for it. Now, he's always been obnoxious, and now that he's not as popular as he once was, he is desperate to once again suckle from that bosom of success, so he's been doubling down on this shtick and being even more obnoxious than ever. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the clip that got him banned. I'm going to censor the child for obvious reasons, though.
Fuck? I tried to be nice to you, bro.
The fuck up. I'll beat the shit out of you and your fat girlfriend, bro.
What the fuck?
That fat slut. I'll smack her in her face too, bitch.
And on God, I'm about to dox your entire family. What's your name?
You're not doing shit. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick, bro. You a bitch.
What's your name? What's your name?
You fucking pussy.
All I need is your first name and you're done. I don't care. I'm an internet warrior. What's your name? What's your first name, bitch? What's your first name, bitch? Tell me your first name, pussy. I don't give a fuck if you're 10 years old. I will fuck you in the ass until you fucking bleed, bitch. I swear to God. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
I censored the kid's name because they said it. At least I think that was their name. I'm not sure, but regardless, I'll just play it safe. Anyway, you can see Neon blow a gasket there and have a conniption, so he goes into this, like, shit-talking mode against someone who's clearly trolling him. It's also clear that it is legitimately a toddler. That kid is probably not older than 10. I think Neon hit the nail on the head. That is probably an actual 10-year-old he is saying those things to. And he caught a ban, and everyone's like, it's the end of Neon! Neon's been wiped off the platform, thank goodness, the scourge, it's gone. And even other Kick streamers who don't like him, which is like every streamer in the world because no one really likes Neon, they were like, oh, thank goodness, he was such a bad look for the platform. And there were a handful of disgruntled Neon enthusiasts, because believe it or not, he does have some legitimate fans and supporters, and they asked for their parents' permission to use the crayons so they could write a letter to Kick to unban their favorite goober. But for some reason, people still haven't recognized that, just like Diamonds, Kick streamers are forever on that platform. He wasn't permanently banned, and I don't know why people thought he was. So he just got unbanned 15 minutes ago, as of making this video. As I said he would on stream, when people were just spamming me about like, wow, did you see Neon got banned? And as I said then, I said it's either going to be a 24-hour or 72-hour ban, and guess what? It was a 72-hour ban, just like everything else on that platform. So he's already back. It wasn't even 72 hours, really. This amounts to less than a slap on the wrist. This was like the lightest little pat on the keister here. I like to provide one little comical bonus nugget here, a little tidbit of lore. Neon is so incredibly annoying that even the CEO of Kick couldn't hide his dislike for this annoying douchebag.
Holy fuck, could someone ban the word neon? We don't give a fuck about neon right now. Listen, big shout out to all people who give, like, talk or, you know, do streaming on Kick, but, like, come on.
You can find the full clip floating around there where he gives more context about the Neon situation and how he's like not part of the band team or anything like that. But it doesn't matter because very clearly he gets so annoyed by the pestering buzzing from Neon and his fans that he just snaps from it. He's like, holy fuck, can we just ban this word from the chat at this point? And that just gave me a hearty belly laugh. Not even the CEO of the platform vibes with this guy or his community. He is so unbelievably unlikable that everyone in all corners, even on Kick, celebrated when he was gone for those 2 or 3 days. So yeah, he's back though. Again, no one stays banned on Kick. Very, very, very fucking rarely does that happen. So I just wanted to talk about this because Kick bans aren't real. They're just very slight suspensions, and I really wish we'd do away with the word ban when it comes to this. Just call it what it is. A little suspension. That's it. Nothing more. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Twitch is no stranger to controversy and bad decisions. In fact, when you think of Twitch, you often think of horrible choices they've made. They just go together like spaghetti and meatballs. But yesterday, all hell broke loose. Sin flooded the platform. An event occurred that was so big that it forced Twitch's hand to take action, and it led to yet another embarrassingly goofy display from the platform, and they're beginning to reach levels of silliness we only thought possible in fantasy movies. I'll break it down, though I'm sure you've already heard by now. Yesterday, it was just an innocent Thursday afternoon, you know, we're all doing our best to praise the Lord in our own special way, and then a streamer went live and had sex on Twitch. And that's not super unusual. If you scroll down far enough in the just chatting category, you can always find porn. So that's not exactly triggering the DEF CON alert system or anything, you know, just a pretty fucking ordinary day on Twitch. However, when Twitch banned the user, they only banned them for 7 days.
On TikTok. So I joined in her TikTok live. Then I asked her the $1 million question.
I know why, but like, how long are you banned for?
7 days.
What the? 7 days.
Now, why is this situation such a big deal? She broadcast her visit to Dr. Dick and Balls and got banned for it. The problem is how long she was banned for, 7 days. You see, Twitch is very inconsistent with its enforcement of the rules. Sometimes it'll ban a streamer for a month because of one really small issue, or even no issue at all, like a misunderstanding. Sometimes it'll permanently ban streamers over fucking nothing. They don't enforce their rules equally across the platform. Similar to what YouTube was just called out for by Corey Kinshin. Twitch, for a long time, has always been really inconsistent with its enforcement of their rules. And what you just saw there was a YouTuber named Gideon, massive YouTuber, and he used to be a Twitch streamer until he got banned 8 months ago. 8 months ago, Gideon was streaming and told his viewers to go to Pokemon's chat and spam L+ ratio, and he was permanently removed from the platform, calling it a hate brigade. And it's been 8 months now. Gideon's apologized. Him and Pokimane are on good terms, as I understand it, but he is still gone. Yet, this girl orders a hot dog extra wiener on stream and only receives a 7-day suspension. It's just makes no sense how the biggest possible rule could be broken, and yet they only receive a minimal suspension, whereas one singular case of bad behavior from Gideon doing the raid on Pokimane is apparently so heinous that it's worthy of a lifetime ban. It just, the punishments don't fit the crime. Clearly the rules are not being enforced the same way. And in Gideon's video, he brings up a lot of other examples of Twitch either playing favorites or just coming up with the most inexplicably stupid decisions for their bans. And one of them he brings up is one that I've talked about quite a bit. It's the infamous case of a streamer going live and then spreading her butthole and pussy at the camera. She goes live and then just puts her ass right at the camera and just fully goat-sees her chamber of secrets and has the pussy flaps all visible and everything. And just does that for like, what, 15, 20 seconds, something like that, and then goes offline. Claimed it was a mistake thinking she was on a different platform. She only received a 3-day ban. Hopefully you can understand why people are questioning these decisions and scratching their head wondering what the fuck is going on. And you can probably also understand why Gideon, as well as other streamers who have been banned in the past, are rightfully upset. Gideon broke a rule. You would have expected him to get a suspension of maybe like 7 days or something. You know, he harassed another streamer, that's a violation, so he gets a 7-day suspension, and that probably should have been the end of it. But instead he got permanently banned, and they've stood beside it for 8 months. So he's been banned forever because of being mean to another streamer. Meanwhile, this lady just broke the biggest possible rule on the platform and only received 7 days. Like, this doesn't add up. These aren't making sense.
I want to myself and shoot people at Twitch HQ, right? They extend her ban, obviously, to a perma. She wrote an apology letter to Twitch, and this is Twitch's response. After reviewing your case, we confirm that the correct enforcement was issued. However, given the details of your case, including the remorse expressed in your appeal, we have decided to reduce your suspension duration.
This is another strong example Gideon gives of the questionable policy enforcement from Twitch. This comes from a streamer named Narcissa Wright, and if you're familiar with that streamer, you know the whole story surrounding her and her mental health, and it's overall a very sad situation, but I think this case is a very important one to talk about in regards to Twitch and their policy enforcement. This streamer made a public threat to hurt themselves as well as shoot up the Twitch headquarters in response to a temporary ban they had received. After making that public threat, they received a permanent ban. And after making an apology to Twitch, she then got the duration reduced to 22 days. Well, why was her apology accepted and reducing her suspension time, whereas Gideon's apology didn't do shit, they just wiped their ass with it? Like, it's not making sense. Gideon's offense was much less severe than fucking on camera, getting your fucking back blown out, and also making terrorist threats about shooting up the goddamn company. Like, his is so trivial in comparison to all of those things, and yet his is the most severe punishment so far. And he's not alone. There's other streamers that have received permanent bans or extremely lengthy bans over small things. One that I've cited a lot is Forsen's ban a couple years ago, where Forsen accidentally flashed an inappropriate picture on stream and received a full month ban for a very genuine mistake, and only was there for like a single fucking pixel. It was like a second, but still. He received a much harsher sentence than someone actually having sex on stream. It's just ridiculous. There's no consistency to their rule enforcement, and the duration of their bans make absolutely no sense. I also don't understand the argument that a lot of you are going to make about how Twitch makes more money off a girl having sex than just like a normal streamer like Gideon. That's just blatantly wrong. She was not a big streamer. The girl that just recently got fucked on cam was not a big streamer by any means. I think she had like fucking 10 or 15 viewers at the time it happened. I don't even know who reported her, to be honest. I imagined at that point it's just friends and family watching, so I don't even know how the fuck it even became like a big enough deal that Twitch stepped in. A lot of this shit just flies under the radar on the site. But anyway, she wasn't a huge streamer. She wasn't making Twitch tons and tons of money or anything like that. And she's not like a big figure outside of Twitch either. You know, she has like 800 followers on Twitter. I don't know what she's got on TikTok or anything, but she is not like this huge money-making machine for Twitch. So then why are they doing everything to defend her, like stepping in front of the bullets and everything for her? A 7-day ban is nothing. That's not even a slap on the wrist. That's barely even a light tap on the bottom. You know, that's like a very like playful slap on the keister, if anything. Like, that's nothing. It's almost encouraging her to continue to do this because it helps inflate her like OnlyFans numbers or something. Why are they being so lenient on their rules for people that just exploit their platform? But then they'll feel totally fine to fuck people in the face like Gideon, Forsen, and a ton of other big streamers I can name. Those are like the people that are actually making Twitch money. They're big streamers, they have a big following, and yet they're the ones that are scrutinized the heaviest by the platform. Whereas the ones who are just having sex on it aren't even getting punished, really. Like, it doesn't make sense. It has nothing to do with money, clearly. Because if it did, then they'd be doing everything possible to protect the bigger streamers, and they'd be a lot stricter on people like this girl who had sex. But it's the opposite. They're doing everything possible to be lenient with the girl having sex while hurting the bigger streamers when they do even the slightest infraction. Very, very shitty situation all around. Just a totally fucked situation. I wanted to talk about it a little bit because I don't understand where Twitch is coming from here at all. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Everyone knows that public nuisance streamers that go around harassing strangers, causing a commotion, and just making everyone's lives around them more miserable suck. Like, that's not a hot take. Everyone knows that. They're just this miasma of cringe that cause everyone a massive headache. But, as I and many others have pointed out for years now, they do inspire an entire generation of young viewers to be losers like them, because they do find an audience, they do find success, they make money from it, so it becomes a career path and something that young kids want to do to try and emulate that behavior and be like them. It's fucking tragic, and now we're starting to see the results of all of this.
What the fuck? Put your hand in my food again, and I'm throwing all of your phones.
Hey, you're not touching our phone.
Don't put your hand in my food again. Do not do that. You don't do that.
This young whippersnapper can't be older than 11 years old, and he's already becoming a scourge. He's trying to do what all of the other public nuisance streamers do by just being a societal hemorrhoid. He still has his baby teeth. He hasn't even gotten his adult teeth yet, and he's already doing this shit. He just graduated from suckling milk out of his mother's bosom, and now he's trying to suckle milk out of Jack Doherty's titties here. He's just trying to get that clout through being a piece of shit. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, Charles, are you really going to be insulting an 11-year-old here? And the answer is a resounding absolutely. This needs to be squashed. You gotta put the kibosh on this immediately to learn that this is not acceptable at all. So absolutely, I will be insulting this kid and the entire goof troop that travels with him for these streams. Now, he has thankfully been banned for this, which is one of the very few times I've ever seen Kick ban someone. I imagine it's not a permaban, but it 100% should be. I guess we'll have to wait and see if it is. Yeah, though, this shit absolutely super sucks. So I'm doing a public service here by insulting them. Hopefully it discourages more people like this, and hopefully this kid grows and learns that it's awful. It's not even good content. People are watching you because you are a clown, and they're sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for you to get your ass beat. That is your entire audience. You are a fucking spittoon that they are spitting in. Why would you want that to be your whole brand? His whole stream is basically either arguing or fighting people, and this is him just taking food from a stranger's table. That lady then goes up to confront him, and I'll show you that clip in a moment. But in the same stream, he also gets in an actual fist fight with some other kids. His whole stream is just creating problems and instigating, hoping that someone will fight back, and he just yells and screams about it, or in this case, throws some wet noodle punches at them. So him and his goof troop fight this other group, and they know that they're not going to get their ass beat because they're too young. So the group that's taking these punches doesn't actually fire back. They push him away at one point, but they don't actually swing on him because they know they would be the ones that get in trouble because this is a toddler. So they're using their age as a shield because they know there's going to be no real repercussions.
Don't put your hand in my food again. Do not do that. You don't do that to people. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Stop filming me. You're a nobody.
It's a live stream. You can't stop it.
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Give me the phone.
Now you're not touching my fucking phone. Touch my phone, I'm gonna actually do something
Are you
about
gonna
it.
beat me up?
Back the fuck up. Back the fuck. I will. I want to know.
How old are you? 5?
Kids making threats to this woman, then he also has his friend, behind her just in case. It seems like he was contemplating sucker punching her. That's what it seemed like the synapses in his brain were about to fire and tell him to do there. This is his whole stream with him and his friends just wandering around, making problems with complete strangers for no reason. And I'm also using the term friends very loosey-goosey here because I have a hunch that they're not actually his friends. They probably can't stand to be around this annoying shit stain. They're just here because he has some viewers and they're trying to elevate themselves. That's typically how these stories go. I think it's also worth mentioning that he has clearly been heavily inspired by Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty is another public nuisance streamer who does this exact same style of content where he just travels around, makes problems, causes a ruckus, and he has a bodyguard with him so that when anyone tries to confront Jack, the bodyguard steps in and either attacks that person or scares them away and sizes them up, gets them out of there to protect Jack Doherty from the consequences of his actions while Jack peeks around the bodyguard still lobbing insults at him like a real tough guy. Also, Jack Doherty is probably about the same size as this 11-year-old. So, the reason I say that he's clearly inspired by him is because this kid also travels around with a bodyguard. That's who that dweeb with the TikTok broccoli hair was that's positioned behind the woman here. That's supposed to be this kid's muscle. Or backup, perhaps. Maybe sidekick. I believe it's supposed to be his bodyguard, though, like Jack Doherty has. But the clear difference between Jack Doherty's bodyguard and this kid's is Jack's is a full-grown adult man who is like a professional bodyguard. This kid's is another child who's still afraid of the dentist and probably still wearing Pampers and the head of the anime club. But he is still trying very hard to be like Jack Doherty. And the question needs to be asked, where are their parents? Where in the fucking world are these kids' parental figures?
Do you?
Alright, hold up.
Do you?
Don't do that again.
Hold up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Let's go.
I couldn't imagine anything more painful as a parent than seeing your son like this, or any of the kids in this group here. It'd be less shameful if they were just addicted to heroin. Now, I know a lot of people default to blaming the parents here because that's a really easy thing to point the finger at, especially with so many parents just sitting their kids in front of an iPad and letting them doom scroll the internet and letting the internet raise their kids. But in a case like this, I don't necessarily know if that's 100% how this happened. I think even if you're someone who's very active in their kids' lives, they can just stumble across something like a kick streamer like Jack Doherty and see him flexing his wealth and be, blown away by that, getting stars in their eyes and be like, I want to be like that. And no matter what the parent does, they can't really snap them out of it. That's just something the kid's going to have to learn through failure and learning that they're going to end up alone and a loser by trying to be like Jack Doherty. But I think there is a clear problem here that the parents aren't here. Like, they're just letting their 11-year-olds wander around IRL streaming. Under no circumstances should a child of this age be fucking IRL streaming on Kick. Kick is a platform that actually has child predators on it. There was a whole expose video about a big streamer who was legitimately a fucking predator. And their kids are now streaming IRL on that platform right now. And even on any platform, I don't think any kids should be doing any kind of streams like this. So I really am curious why the parents aren't more present in their life to allow them to stream for hours like this. That's just downright irresponsible, 100%. But I don't necessarily blame them for the kid trying to be a Jack Doherty clone, a bootleg Jack Doherty. That's something that even if the parents were monitoring their internet usage, he may have just stumbled across through TikTok or Twitter or something and then just got hooked on it. And that's a hard thing to stop as a parent. I do understand that part, but they definitely need to know that this is not acceptable behavior or normal behavior for kids to be doing. Fucking streaming, being an asshole. Come on. The parents definitely got to step up here and do something, I would say. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be the last time we see a kid start to do streams like this. I really do think that streamers like Jack Doherty, who I keep name dropping, but it's just so clear his influence on this kid's life, really do create further degenerates. They just continue this cycle of degeneracy by making more people like this. And it sucks. That shit is terrible. So hopefully I'm wrong and we won't see more cases like this, but man, it's still awful. Even with just one case, that one kid was inspired enough to start trying to do the same thing. It's sad to see. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Why do good girls like bad guys? Why do Twitch streamers like to take a shit and ruin their entire career in an instant? I don't have the answers to these questions. I'm not Socrates. All I know is a Twitch streamer yesterday by the name of Carl burned down his entire career in a matter of seconds. And I know hearing streaming and career in the same sentence is vomit-inducing to some, makes you want to just spit. Gross. I understand because as far as careers go, streaming's one of the easier ones, also one of the safest from coronavirus. Wouldn't be surprised if the WHO starts recommending everyone stops going outside and just streaming League of Legends. But anyway, I get why some people are a bit repulsed by the idea of streaming being a career, but it's time to get with reality it is. And to a lot of people, it's their entire lives, as it was for Carl. And yesterday, in just one brief split second, it all vanished, like the world's saddest magic trick. Let me show you the clip.
Bitch, say I ain't got money. Say I ain't got money. God damn. What the fuck?
This is what's commonly known as a negligent discharge of a firearm, or as we call it on the internet, a big fucking oopsie. Carl just executed a tub of G Fuel live on stream. I get not liking some of the flavors, but to just put it down like the fucking Punisher here is pretty hardcore. You're also probably wondering why he has his grandmother's slipper on his desk. It's because he was doing shoeies, so he was a bit drunk at the time. For anyone that doesn't know what a shoey is, you're too young to be around these parts, but I'll tell you anyway. It's when you pour the alcohol in a shoe and you drink it. It's pretty easy to comprehend, and it's pretty disgusting. It tastes like you're drinking beer out of a septic tank. It'd be better just to drink the beer out of your car's exhaust, at least then it wouldn't taste as fucking gross. But anyway, he was a bit inebriated, and he had his gun on standby just in case some rogue gamer assassins came to steal his V-Bucks, and unfortunately, the man prematurely ejaculated here and did a bit of a desk pop. It just absolutely blasted around through both his tub of G Fuel and a monitor, and luckily no one was hurt. It didn't go through the next room and take out anyone or anything like that, which is lucky, and he didn't kill himself with it, which is also lucky. So it definitely could have been a lot worse, but I do think this is a really good advertisement for whatever fucking microphone he's using, because that shit didn't even clip. It wasn't ear rapey. It was totally normalized. This man just blasted a gun in a very closed environment, and I could barely even hear it. It was barely even louder than his voice. That's shocking. Sometimes when I'm streaming at twitch.tv/moistcritical, I'll casually burp and it sounds like 3 frag grenades going off into the ears of anyone with headphones on. So I don't know what he's using, but this has actually convinced me that I probably need to pick that shit up. Another thing I'd like to point out is I think this actually serves as a really interesting case study into the mind of a Twitch streamer/YouTuber, because after this mistake he immediately gets into YouTube thumbnail position with the classic shock-faced Ali A style, some of these, and then bubble text over it, "This happened? How?" And then the circle with the arrow pointing at it, at the gun while it's shooting, fucking blasting his coffee can and G Fuel shit. So I think that's really impressive, that speed, to go from just ruin my career to, well, let's profit off that. Right into the thumbnail. So hats off to him for that quick turnaround time, but goddamn, it actually did cost him everything. I'm not exaggerating. He got banned on Twitch, as you'd expect, for, shooting a goddamn gun on it, and you can't even think about titties or ass on Twitch without getting banned, and this guy just fired a fucking gun live on stream, putting down a tub of G Fuel, which is a sin in and of itself. You knew he was getting banned there. He speed ran that. But he also got dropped from his professional gaming organization, Soar. Soar dropped him in a matter of hours. It was as if he shot that gun and it traveled through the wall and hit the CEO. Their response time to that was crazy. They dropped him like a fucking potato immediately. Potato sacked the poor guy. Now, in response to all this, he accepted all responsibility, made an apology video on Twitter, which I have nothing against. It seemed like he understood the repercussions and he believed he deserved them, and he's going to try to work on his firearm usage, I suppose. I don't know. Pretty much everything you could do wrong with a firearm, he did wrong. He did everything shy of pointing the gun at his own face to check if there was a bullet in it, so he really probably should get some tutoring there. Check out a YouTuber Reddit professional, perhaps, to give him some advice. But really, his apology video is pretty sound. I don't want to put the tinfoil condom on or anything, but how many of us think this could have been premeditated for publicity, huh? I mean, I kind of see it in his eyes. Like, why would he have his gun on his desk, right? Like, I just saw John Wick. I'm going to let some lead fly tonight, get some people pretty energized. But then, damn, blasted my own G Fuel can. It's possible. Unlikely, but I've seen a little speculation. I've also seen a lot of people talking about the punishment being too harsh, considering no one was injured. But I think it's a great lesson to everyone out there not to play with firearms while doing shoeies. Yeah, maybe your parents did it and they're okay, but that doesn't mean you'll be as lucky. All in all, I have to say I really am wishing Carl the best moving forward. This was a mistake that cost him greatly. And I hope it's something he can bounce back from, because I do appreciate the way he handled the consequences. He really manned up, took the cock on the chin and said, you know what, I fucked up and I'm going to be better. And I believe he probably will be. So good luck to Carl moving forward, and let this be a very powerful lesson to everyone out there that guns are not a toy to fuck around with, especially not when you've been taking shoeies to the mouth for an hour. That's about it. So yeah. I'm about to scare you with one little word: moderators. When I say Twitch mod or Reddit mod, Discord mod, you immediately get a picture of someone in your head, and it's not a very flattering image, I imagine. You're probably picturing someone that looks like Urgot out of League of Legends. Someone with pizza grease dripping down their poop-stained trousers in a dark room. Some sex-obsessed loser who's always just scheming and talking about getting laid. It's become a very negative title. It's mainly just become an insult. You call someone a Twitch mod during an argument like, "Hey, Buster, stupid face, you look like a Twitch mod." It's like, "Oh, why I never? What did you say to me? Twitch mod? Put him up then, tough guy." It's a title that's got a very bad reputation over the last few years, and right now there's a viral clip going around where it's claiming a Twitch mod said these really weird things during a stream moment.
But I met a girl who's a streamer. I went up to her, I hugged her, and I came in my pants. Wow. Hug her.
Man's looking like he's about to come in his pants again just talking about it, reminiscing on the glory days of that hug. So, the title that's going around with this video is that this is a Twitch mod for a famous female streamer. And that's not exactly the truth of this situation. That's a bogus, phony baloney story here, a load of horseradish just used to generate extra clicks and attention on the video. I actually immediately recognized the guy in the video here because I'm like a fucking librarian when it comes to internet degeneracy. I'm like Jarvis in Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, just this damn near omniscient AI, but all I can fixate on is dog shit internet weird stuff. So I recognized him, and he is like a real world anime character full of mystery and mystique. There is actually an entire pseudo documentary about him, which I'll talk about a little bit more, but let me show you the rest of the clip before doing a full dive.
I think you need to get laid a little more often.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was she hot though? Was she like super duper duper hot?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's forgivable if she was super duper duper hot.
Yeah.
Now, if she was only super duper hot, this would be unforgivable, but she was super duper duper hot, and I mean, I think we can all understand a little premature ejaculation from hug contact there, obviously. I mean, that's the threshold. That's the rules. So that's the clip that's really popped off, because it's a goofily, awful, embarrassing moment captured, and he is very proud about the ejaculatory experience here from a simple hug. Like, actual busted nut from a hug. I mean, that's something that you couldn't torture that information out of me. Like, you couldn't waterboard me enough to have me admit to ejaculating from a fucking hug. And yet here's this man at a bar just telling it like it's an old war story or something, and he's got like an audience around him that's like, oh, interesting there, brother, what the fuck. Yeah, it's a very weird clip, and people keep pointing and laughing at him, obviously, but they also keep calling him a Twitch mod, and that's just not accurate. Now, full transparency here, there is a possibility that he was at some point someone's Twitch mod, but it's not who they were claiming, and he's not known for being a mod of any popular streamers or any female streamers for that matter. But there is a chance that he does or has modded for someone or some people in the past. That information I don't fully have knowledge on, but I do know a lot more about this guy than most people seem to, which is surprising because he's actually very well known in the Twitch community. There is a whole documentary about him. Was a 27-year-old virgin at the time of filming this video here, and it's a very open and honest look into his whole life. He became known for his extremely aggressively sexual comments in people's stream chats, female streamers' stream chats, as well as his tweets, where they're all just sexually charged. A lot of them are about pegging and just how often he's nutting, making his cum face, his orgasm face. Like, it's all very sexually charged stuff. So he got a reputation for being, like, creepy for that. And what's very interesting is that he actually opens this interview with the channel Built Differently with the exact same speech, the exact same proud monologue that he just gave in this viral clip that came out 2 days ago.
Well, there was one time when I met ST Peach. She gave me a hug. I met her the first time, and I ended up jizzing my pants. I ended up leaving the convention, going back to my hotel room, changing my underwear and my pants, and then going back to the convention.
It's got sad music playing like Mr. Krabs on the world's smallest violin, but he seems very proud of this. He's now told this story twice. This feels like it must have been the most exciting moment of his entire being. Like, the entire 27 years he's spent on this planet all led up to that moment of filled trousers from the hug. So, like, he's just very upfront with everything about himself, and he is a virgin, or was a virgin when this was filmed, which I imagine most of you are saying, like, yeah, that sounds about right. That's par for the course being a moderator. But his story, like his X-Men origin story, is probably a little different than what you're expecting. He is a virgin by choice. He had a girlfriend. He says it'd been about 10 years. And the reason they broke up is because he didn't want to fuck her without a condom, and she was insistent on him clapping her cheeks raw. I mean, of course, you have to take all this with a grain of salt. There's a possibility he's just making up erotica fanfic here. It could not be real. But he is telling this story about his previous girlfriend, and now it's been 10 years, and he doesn't masturbate, and he doesn't watch porn. All he does now is have wet dreams and make sexually charged tweets and shit all the time. He also then told a story about how he went up to some girl's hotel room during a convention and she got naked, and then he said, nope, I'm out of here, not doing that. He is saving himself for the right girl. So he is a virgin by choice until he meets a fucking angel, which is totally fine. You know, he shouldn't feel pressured into having sex if he doesn't want to. But then on the flip side of that coin, why is he always talking about sex? Like, that is his whole brand, is always talking about sex. He has built a reputation on Twitter for, like, replying to female streamers' tweets with, like, pictures of himself and then making conversational sexual topics out of it. It's very weird. So if he is choosing not to have sex, Why does he just always talk about it? And then in the same interview, the interview is fascinating, by the way. In that same interview, he says that there's really no streamer that he'd even want to date. Yet he is always like horny posting in their chats and on Twitter. It's so interesting.
I think one other time, this was like the third TwitchCon, but this was like at a party when I was drunk. Yeah. There was a bunch of girls dancing up on me, and then I just like, yeah.
That's badass.
Dallas.
He's also just constantly dumping yogurt into his pants anytime there's physical contact with a woman, it seems. He tells a couple instances here where he once again blows his load in his pants. He's like, this is the beginning of the beginning of the interview here. So he was just like proud of it, it seems.
Like 3 times out of the week, I usually wake up and it's like a puddle. If I did, I would feel out of place. You know what I mean? It's not.
Oh, dude, I just forgot that you come on this bed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be sitting on it. Yeah, just
now, since he doesn't masturbate allegedly, it sounds like his body is rebelling against him. So he says about 3 times a week he wakes up in puddles of cum, that's a terrible way of starting your day. Waking up in a puddle of cum, just splish splashing in cum every time you wake up. That sounds fucking terrible. And what I want to talk about briefly here is the way his room is decorated. You can see all of the Twitch merchandise, Twitch everything, and then a Twitch streamer's photo on the shelf behind his bed. So he very clearly lives and breathes the Twitch ecosystem, and I legitimately do find that very sad. I don't think anyone should make a hobby their whole personality, no matter what it is. Whether you're a big fan of Twitch streamers or anything like that, it should never become your whole personality where everything you do kind of revolves around it. And that's the impression I kind of get from him, where he spends so much time in all of these streamers' chats, and a lot of what he says is sexually charged, and it translates into the real world where he has all of this Twitch stuff everywhere, including like a picture of a streamer that he really, really likes. It almost makes it seem like something out of Hey Arnold with Helga and like the monument she builds for Arnold. It's just, it's an obsession, and that's not good.
Fear because I ejaculate so much in my sleep that the first girl I ever have sex with, I'm gonna end up getting her pregnant. I also know that because like I got tested for my sperm, and it's like I got like those double-headed. My sperm count is up there.
The potent god seed, I suppose. Talking about like double-headed sperm. Man's got fucking chimera sperm, I guess. Wild stuff. Like I said, it's a very fascinating interview. They eventually take him to a strip club. It's all very wacky. But yeah, I guess the only thing I really wanted to focus on is that the story is wrong around that clip. He's not a Twitch mod. He's something much more than that. He's been well known in the community for a long time now. And still, of course, a very weird clip. In fact, a series of very weird clips from him and very weird tweets and Twitch chat messages over the years. But yeah, I just want to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. See ya.
How did my whole speech about how I need subs and to keep the stream going, if you like the content, blah, 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 how that results in 0 subs? There are regulars here. $5 a month. How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know. What are you doing with your life where you have hours of time to watch Twitch and not $5 to provide for the content that you're watching? Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Well, this Parasite's right about one thing. Nobody respects her as a content creator. Now, I'm not going to mention this streamer by name because I'm pretty sure she loves negative publicity. She does fucked up shit all the time just to get her name out there. She subscribes to the idea that all publicity is good publicity, but fails to realize that when you as a person are your own brand and rely on people liking you for money, having a negative public image literally fucking ruins you. And this one is definitely bigger than she anticipated because no one likes someone this shamelessly greedy. She is a streamer who runs political talk shows, but the majority of the stream is spent begging and shaming people into giving her money. And it's some of the most pathetic shit I've seen on Twitch. And I've seen a lot of pitiful, sad shit on Twitch. I saw a man finger his butthole for a $20 donation on Twitch, and I still have more respect for that than I do her. At least him sticking his fingers in his asshole was more fun than all of her streams combined. And somehow him putting nearly his whole fist in his chocolate starfish was still classier than any of this girl's streams. At least he had the decency to not shame the viewers into giving him $20 for sticking fingers up his brown balloon knot. He wasn't on stream going, hello, you broke cheap ass viewers, I'm sitting here with my beautiful asshole goat seat into the camera, and nobody's giving me $20. My speech about giving me $20 and I'll finger my asshole didn't give me any money. What the fuck is wrong with you? He was very simple about it. He's like, you know what, $20 and I'll finger this asshole right here. You don't have to do it, but if you do, I'll fucking finger myself. And that's how it went. She's over here making a whole song and dance about it, making everyone just feel fucking uncomfortable, and she feels so entitled to their money, which she absolutely doesn't deserve. She provides no value whatsoever. You might as well just flush $5 down a toilet. That's more value than giving it to this girl.
Expecting blah, blah, blah. Like, how are you consuming this free entertainment? Like, how do you think free entertainment is available to you? It's because other people actually provide money so you can be a cheap ass. That's it. Other people provide money because they're generous and they see like a thing that they want to support, a form of entertainment they want to support, and then you leech. But that's the reality of it, period. Period. If you're watching Twitch as a non-donating, non-sub, you are leeching. Does that mean that you should feel bad about it? I don't know. But the reality is that you are leeching.
Such a laughable sense of entitlement, especially when she has no talent at all. Also, she's not making $0 from viewers that watch her for free. Twitch itself places an ad at the beginning of your stream, so when someone clicks on your stream, you're getting money just from that click. And I'm pretty sure she plays ads throughout her streams, which also gets her money from viewers that aren't donating or subbing to her. So I don't know why the fuck she thinks she possibly has the right to complain about not getting an extra $5 from people that either can't afford to or just don't want to because she isn't earning that $5. And she absolutely isn't earning that $5. All she does is insult the chat. She doesn't provide anything at all of value, and I'm pretty sure she hates streaming and only does it to just try and get money out of viewers or guilt them into giving her money, which is super shitty. I'd say 95% of all streamers, myself included, I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Come stop by if you want to put a few extra inches on your penis. I'd say 95% of all streamers do it just because they love streaming. I know I do. I don't think the majority of streamers are going around just constantly begging for subs and donations, but I know there definitely are a few, her being the biggest culprit, but I'd say the majority of streamers aren't like that.
Chat! I haven't got a donation or a sub for an hour. What the fuck? For an hour? What the fuck? An hour when I fucking working for free? What the fuck?
What a horrible, embarrassing perspective for someone to take on something like this. She has the worst possible attitude. I'm not going to go into her disgusting past. She's done a lot of really fucked up shit and said some fucked up shit. But just this perspective of hers that she is so adamant about, where if you are not paying her, you are a piece of shit. She calls you names, she calls you out by your screen name if she sees you're not subbed. She is the most standoffish, unlikable person on that platform. And it's gotta be kind of embarrassing to be a subscriber to this girl because she's openly hostile and doesn't give a fuck about it. Only there to siphon $5 out of your wallet every month because she feels entitled to it, as if you're just holding her money for her because you flip on her stream to fall asleep to it once every 3 months. But yeah, this narcissist is probably the greediest person on Twitch. She's like the Mr. Krabs of streaming, but not nearly as cool as Mr. Krabs because she has a shitty personality, a horrible attitude, and the worst perspective on things on that entire platform.
And the reason why this is getting retweeted and liked so much is because she's an attractive woman who didn't act like a nice person, which is what makes sexually frustrated incels angry. Woman not acting, woman out of her place, me mad.
Yeah, this hero decides to make it an issue about her being a woman, despite the fact that that is irrelevant to why people don't like it. It's because people don't like someone that says shit like that, and it is that greedy and that disrespectful and that entitled. It has nothing to do with her being a woman. But this guy's trying to score some of those brownie points. Oh, streamer, please look at me fight for you on Twitter. Please let down your long hair so I may take my $5 and climb up and woo you over. It's also really cute that Mike over here decides to call everyone that disagrees with her perspective in incel when he himself is like the fucking king of incels. Check out his first interaction with the streamer.
That's fine. I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
can I help you?
Well, I think they want to go in.
Okay.
Whoa there, Mike. I think you made her a little too wet with that alpha energy. Yeah, man, you've definitely got a lot of room to be tossing the word incel around, huh? With game like that? What a fucking player. Great work, Mike. There are people sticking up for her, of course. Buyer's remorse. They've already paid for the subscription and now they feel like they need to justify it to everyone in the world. Like what you like who you like, it's totally fucking fine. But there's very clear reasons why people don't like what she said that have nothing to do with her being a woman, Mike. It has to do with her attitude and her disrespect and that sense of entitlement that she thinks everyone has to fucking pay her to watch her, and then she guilts them into it and shames them and makes them fucking feel bad and attacks them for it, which is wrong, Mike. It's just fucking wrong and it's shitty. It's a bad look and it's pathetic. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. So yeah. We hear about the Florida woman who got her entire driveway stolen. How does that work? Single mother's future in jeopardy after thief steals driveway. How? No way. Now playing above, it's this right here. This is where they put the news segment in the tiniest box on the screen.
And now our Nick Papantonis is looking into the situation.
Well, I'm going to speculate on how they might have done this crime. So they obviously needed some kind of heavy industrial machinery, right? And seeing the recent rise in forklift-related crimes, my guess is somehow they used a forklift, got the tongs under the driveway, and peeled up each individual piece of pavement. And then just stacked it and drove it away. That's my guess. I think a forklift was the culprit. Well, not like a sentient forklift, but like that was the tool used by the culprit.
Ready for Christmas. Of all the things that you worried about getting stolen, did you think the driveway was one of them?
No.
What kind of fucking question is that? Hey, out of all the possible things that could have been stolen from your house, did you ever think it'd be your driveway? Like, fucking obviously not. That's not a thought any sane person would ever have. Like, you can't exactly padlock your driveway. No one's gonna ever consider that the Grinch might come through and just take the whole pavement up. Why even ask that question? It's super stupid.
One told Brochu a Tampa area man identified as
Tampa.
Andre asked
Let's
them
go.
to price out a replacement. Again. 1 week later,
let's go.
Brochu's doorbell camera captured a bulldozer tearing out the concrete and hauling it away.
Jesus
Utter
Christ.
shock. I've never seen this before.
0 for 1 on guesses. It was a bulldozer, not a forklift.
And believes Brochu is the victim of a scam. But neither woman knows what
Such a weird, yeah, it's a weird
multiple people
scam.
come forward saying that they've seen things like this happen, whether it be driveways, roofs, painting, even outside the exterior. So it happens more often than we actually see it.
Deputies have launched
I just don't believe that. Why would this happen often? What do they get out of it? I mean, I guess the cat's probably happy about it. They like dirt. But what is the scam? So you have their driveway now. Then what? How do you get money out of it? Do you hold it for ransom? Because even they're saying they don't exactly know what the goal is with it. Can't have shit in Florida, they stole the damn driveway. True. So the house value goes down. I guess, but are they making an offer on the property? Because if not, you get nothing out of it other than just fucking with them. So I guess it could just be evil for the sake of being evil. What a crazy heist.
Tonight.
What a bizarre story.
Couldn't agree more there. What a bizarre story indeed. Stealing a whole fucking driveway for no reason. This is some shit out of Ed, Edd n Eddy. Like actually cartoon logic. Like stealing a driveway is actually something out of Cartoon Network. The only thing that makes sense is what the chatter said, driving the property value down to make an offer on the house. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're doing, so it really feels completely worthless and they just stole a driveway just because they had the equipment to do so. There's a guy in Detroit who had his whole porch stolen. Recently? Detroit man says his porch was stolen. This was in 2018. Oh my god. This was in 2018. What the fuck? That is interesting. Oh. Wait, it's not real. The first update here. I did it all out of laughs to entertain social media. So this one's fake, but the stealing driveway one's not. Did you see that the Pistons finally won a game? Did I see that the Pistons finally won a game? You bet your sweet bippy I did. I'm a little upset because I predicted they would beat the Celtics, and they almost did. The best meme I saw about it is the Pistons miraculously overcame a 21-point lead in order to lose in the end to the Celtics. And I predicted they would beat them. And they lost. So then I was totally resigned to just let the Pistons lose 60 straight. And then they come back today and they fucking win. It actually made me mad because I could have looked like a prophet. I actually would have looked like a legitimate, like what are they called? Soothsayer? To get that prediction right would have been big for me. But I got it wrong. They won today though. So they snapped the 28-game losing streak. I was reading some of the memes here. I didn't watch the game. I just saw that they posted this. And usually when they post final, it means the Pistons lost in another triumphant fashion. But they actually won, and I was looking at some of the memes. So, Winghouse said every time the Pistons win a game, it's 5 free wings. And that's been a big joke because the Pistons lost for 3 months now, or 2 months, whatever. So it's just been this meme about how everyone's starving. Like, oh, no wings, Wingstop got the easiest advertisement ever because they don't have to give away wings because the Pistons can't win. So now I've just been going through the memes here.
Sure hungry. Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry.
It's been pretty fire, actually. All they need to do is win 50 games in a row to make the playoffs. That's what I'm predicting. I think now's the time. They got 28 games worth of losses, and as the old adage goes, you learn more from failure than you do success. So they've got tons of invaluable knowledge now. I think they win 50 straight. What does your new tattoo mean? Absolutely nothing. I just really like the design. This time around, I told myself this next tattoo I was getting was going to have meaning. So I once again got a meaningless tattoo. But, dagnabbit, I think it looks nice. It's not done yet. I still have to go back, but that's basically the bones of it. It's a balloons map. Yeah, kinda. Once it's finished, it'll be less balloons-esque, but I really like it. I really like how it's coming out. You did this, they could have gotten rid of the 76ers all-time loss record, now they tied it, fuck you. Hey man, I got it wrong. I said they were winning last game. So it's not my fault. Surprisingly, this isn't new. Look up entire driveway stolen in Central Florida. Happened in 2012. This isn't the first driveway being stolen? Yeah, well, you're right. This also happened in Florida, too. Man, Florida thieves love driveways. A woman in Reddick, Florida didn't even have to open her front door to realize she had been robbed. That's because thieves stole her driveway. Well, the brick pavers that made up the driveway. Is there footage of it? No. The victim arrived home around 6 p.m. on Tuesday and felt a large bump as she attempted to turn into where her driveway had once been. She got out and realized it was gone. Apparently neighbors didn't think anything of it because construction workers had recently built a barn elsewhere on her property, so no one stopped the thieves as they took the bricks. Thoughts on Mickey Mouse becoming public domain? Oh, yeah. That happens on January 1st. Mickey Mouse is hitting the public domain. Well, Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse. Which is fine. We're going to use him in the MWL, mark my words. We'll have him fight against other public domain property like Winnie the Pooh. Right around the same time as Epstein's List. I wonder what Steamboat Willie was up to. Oh, interesting correlation. So I can promote my own movies with a whistling mouse. I guess. You can use Winnie the Pooh right now if you want. There's a lot of public domain property that you probably don't realize is public domain. Though I think most people know Winnie the Pooh is because of the god-awful horror movie. Did you hear about that devil comet that's going to explode in the next few days before it reaches Earth? We've got to stop naming like comets and asteroids like this. God of Chaos, now the devil comet. Devil comet bigger than Mount Everest racing towards Earth and is set to explode soon. These headlines, brother, please. Well, this isn't Mass Effect. This isn't like the Reapers are coming, please. The Devil Comet, officially known as 12P, what a name, Near Automata shit, is currently making its way towards Earth and is anticipated to undergo a significant eruption soon. This comet, which is nearly 3 times the size of Mount Everest, is classified as a cryovolcano, which means it erupts due to the buildup and ignition of gas and ice, much like a frozen soda can. That is so badass. The comet is notably large with a diameter of 18.6 miles. That is wild. It's a very short period comet, completing an orbit around the sun approximately every 71 years. A pattern to the well-known Halley's Comet. Comets like this with an orbital period of less than 200 years are categorized as short period. Comet 12P Pons-Brooks is not a recent discovery. Its existence has been acknowledged since 1812, when it was first observed by comet hunter Jean-Louis Pons, who noted it at a fourth magnitude brightness. However, initial observations were not detailed enough to accurately forecast its future appearances. This is one of those very rare, serious videos I make about a situation that I feel is just very important to cover. Last night in Ybor, which is a place that's close to where we live here in Tampa, there was a shooting that left 2 dead and 16 to 18, the reports are varying, injured. It started as an altercation between people that escalated into guns being drawn and fired, and 16 to 18 people were caught in the crossfire. It wasn't a planned mass shooting, it was a fight that turned into a mass shooting, basically. There's tons of footage from this, including the start of the shooting. I'm clearly not going to show you any of that. And unfortunately, myself and my friends were actually there last night when it happened. Like most people in Tampa, we went down to Ybor to party for Halloween. The shooting happened around 3 a.m., and most of us were still out at that time. Half of us were still in a club, like myself. Some of us had just started going home, and then one of our friends, Peyton, was actually walking on 7th Avenue, which is where the shooting took place. She said she was only a couple blocks away and actually saw the shooting happen. She then called Caleb, who was with me at the club, and he could hear the gunshots in the background as she was trying to warn us to stay inside and not go out under any circumstances. It's a horrifying nightmare. She mentioned she also saw some of the bodies, and I can't even imagine what she must be feeling about the situation that unfolded in front of her. Most of you know I have quite a few irrational fears, like flying. But one fear I have that I don't think is irrational or weird, and probably plenty of you who are also American have a fear of, is mass shootings. It doesn't seem like they're that uncommon anymore. So to have one actually happen where we were is indescribably terrible. And my heart absolutely breaks for anyone that was involved in the situation. It's unimaginable. The club we were at is a couple minutes walk away from where the shooting took place, so we were far enough away that we weren't in danger, but we were close enough that when we left, we could see where the cops and the whole thing had taken place, because it's just one street and you can just see down there. It's an extremely sad situation. The 2 deceased victims were a 14-year-old and a 22-year-old. It's so fucking infuriating to not feel safe anymore out in public because you never know when it might just turn into a mass shooting because 2 people got upset. Just senseless gun violence over fucking nothing. It is horrifying. It's beyond scary. And at the time, all we knew is what Peyton told us. But when we got into our Uber and were heading home and we all got back safely, that's when we started to see clips of what exactly happened. And one of the clips that we saw, probably the biggest clip that we saw, came from a live streamer who was there.
Oh, they wallin'! They wallin'! They wallin'! No, listen.
The streamer caught a lot of shit for this because he is heard audibly belly laughing about the situation, and you can see him smiling ear to ear here, looking like he just got told the best joke in the world while also being tickled during a shooting. He has made a statement about this. He was replying to someone who gave him the benefit of the doubt, saying, "I don't think enough people know that in traumatic situations, people often react in ways that people who are uninvolved would see as inappropriate. This is how the brain works to protect us in moments of distress." To which he said, "Also, I was very intoxicated. As I said before, I hope everyone made it out safe, and I would never intentionally laugh at a situation like this." I don't think there's enough alcohol in the world to make you drunk enough to laugh during a mass shooting, but what they're describing here about laughing during traumatic situations is a real phenomenon. I am familiar with that. I've seen that before when studying in college. It's something we went over, and I don't necessarily know if I believe him that that's what happened, because he seemed extremely excited, almost celebrating that he was capturing these moments on his stream. Maybe he viewed it as content, or perhaps a big break, knowing his stream would be shared around in the news about this. I don't really know. But there is something still very off-putting about the way he responds to it, but I'm just going to go ahead and also give him the benefit of the doubt that perhaps this really is just how he responds to traumatic situations like this. But he did, a couple hours after this happened, make this tweet where he was replying to a news organization that posted his footage talking about the shooting in Ybor, and he said, "Yo, no props is crazy, not gonna lie, but hope everyone in the situation made it out safe." And then someone in the comments called him out saying, so someone said, "Props, this ain't no game, what the fuck?" And then he said, "Not the gun, props like it's my video, and I ain't get credit." This is a very weird response, in my opinion here, because it seems like the first thing on his mind is getting credit for them using that footage, which to me screams that he wants the attention from being the one to capture these moments. I feel like if his primary concern was the safety of all those around them and wishing them well that they got out safely, that would have been his main statement, instead of leading with, "It's crazy that I didn't get props, not gonna lie." Like, that to me really rubs me the wrong way. But again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to pretend that I can read his mind. I'm also not trying to direct any harassment his way. This isn't like the focus of the video or anything, but these were the clips that we started to see right after the fact, and all of us were understandably like disturbed by what happened, and then also seeing someone laughing during it was extremely concerning. So I did want to talk about just that for a moment. I have made quite a few videos talking about how I believe there's a lot of influencers out there that just literally don't value human life and they just view the people around them as props. I've made the joke in the past that some of these content creators live by the motto, "Life is temporary, clout is forever," so they'll do anything in pursuit of clout, including perhaps using a shooting as a marketing tool to promote their stream. I hope that's not the case here. I'm not familiar with the streamer, so I can't really speak to their character or anything. I hope this is just one of those like defense mechanisms in a traumatic situation where unfortunately he laughs during it, and it's not him viewing it as some kind of like, you know, piece of content for his stream. But anyway, I'd like to state the obvious real quick, that it genuinely feels unsafe leaving the house. Every time you walk out the front door, it feels like you're taking an extreme risk in a dangerous environment. Even just going somewhere to have fun with your friends can instantly turn into the worst night of your life that changes everything forever, because two strangers just randomly start shooting each other over nothing and catching innocent people in the crossfire. One thing that I think is also important if you're not familiar with Ybor is every single night in Ybor, well, at least on the weekends when I've been, they have like 50, at least 50 officers roaming the streets with their patrol cars. Some of them are even on horseback as well. And still, this happened. Even with all of that, this shooting happened in front of like 50 officers being there. Even with a strong police presence, they couldn't prevent 16 to 18 people getting injured in a shooting and 2 people dying from it. So there is a super strong police presence in that area where this shooting took place, and there was still nothing they could do to prevent it or stop the loss of life in a random shooting like this. It just happens too quick, and it is so fucking scary. But anyway, I don't want to focus on this for too long. My heart goes out to everyone that was affected by this, and my best wishes with the families of the deceased. That's about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since we just looked at a good old-fashioned embarrassing live streamer, and boy do I have a special specimen to share with you all today. The clip I'm about to show you is brand new. It only happened like 2 days ago, but it feels vintage. It's an IRL public nuisance stream that really does feel straight out of 2018, back when that was a popular genre. It's long dead now, it's fizzled out, but back in like the 2018 era, a very popular category of streaming was IRL, and it was infested with these degenerate worms that would just create as much ruckus in public as they could, try and instigate confrontation, and just be an absolute fucking headache to everyone around them. and the bigger the blow up they could cause, the better the content. It's not popular anymore because the shtick wore off and now it's just kind of pathetic and lame. But just like this guy's hairstyle, he's stuck in the past. This is a 40-year-old man who has a hairstyle of a 14-year-old emo boy. And he is a Kick streamer, he's not a Twitch streamer, but he has risen to notoriety because he has been accused twice now of having sex live on stream at Kick with prostitutes. I haven't seen it myself, so I can't fully opine on that, but goddamn, really going hard on that IRL content.
You see that shit? It's fucking what we do.
Unironically blasting dubstep in a train right now. And then he says, he has the gall, the chutzpah, to say, this is what we do. Brother, you are stuck 15 years in the past. Holy shit. This is like a video I would have seen on MySpace from a pathetic guy back then, let alone 2023. Jesus Christ. I still can't get over that goofy line. This is fucking what we do. What? Sit there awkwardly in silence while you blast shitty music throughout the train? Like, usually when you say something like that, like, this is what we do, it's right before you do something cool. Like, fucking base jumping, bungee jumping, going out to play in the championship basketball game, like, anything besides just sitting down and blasting dubstep. This guy kind of cements my belief that sometimes people are just born to be a lifelong loser, and there's really nothing you can do to help them or change that trajectory. They are just destined to be a fucking loser. It'd actually be pretty sad if this guy wasn't such an asshole, but you can see the people around him are clearly bothered by the loud dubstep that he is blaring here in this train for no reason other than to be a douchebag. He clearly believes he is the main character here and everyone else is just props for his IRL content. Just genuine filth.
Who's it? Boy. Who's it? Don't touch my shit. Don't touch me. Don't touch my shit. Don't touch me. Fuck you, pussy. Fuck you, pussy.
I think it's pretty clear that he's most likely drunk here. As I understand it, he also does coke on stream occasionally, so maybe a little mix of both, some alcohol, some coke in his system, and right now they're waging war inside of his body. But yeah, anyway, edgy Edna mode here gets up in a hurry after someone touches his device, saying, don't touch my shit, and then calling him a fucking pussy as he waddles away, stumbles away. The people around him are already very tired of his presence here. Rightfully so. I imagine even when he's not streaming, he's still probably a very hard person to be around in general. Someone tried to get his attention, most likely to ask him to turn it down, but he ignored him, even though he could clearly hear him, I imagine. So, when that failed, someone else just tried to turn it off themselves.
Fuck you. These motherfuckers touching my shit. I can't get out of here. I can't get out. I just want to go out. Who the fuck do you think you are? Do you want me to turn down my volume?
Yeah.
That's all you.
Speak in the train.
That's all you have to say.
The way this goofball is behaving and the way he's speaking remind me of like an old 80s B-movie bad guy. Like really poorly acted, yet he's being real here, which is wild. Now he said if you wanted me to turn down the volume, all you had to do was ask, even though that was attempted and he just ignored him. I've seen a couple people make the argument that the guy shouldn't have reached for his phone to turn it off. He should have like tapped this guy on the shoulder first. And I guess that's fair to say, but it's not like I have any sympathy for the guy just touching the other dude's phone. He ignored the other guy. He's clearly doing this just to be a nuisance douchebag. Fucking touch his phone, turn it off. Like, fine. I'm not gonna get mad about that. And this guy doesn't have a right to get mad about it either, since this is the whole point of his content. He wanted to make a scene out of this because that's what it's all about for him. So he's getting exactly what he wanted. He doesn't really have a leg to stand on here with getting mad and aggressive. It's exactly what he was looking for.
Instead of being rude, wait. I want to take English to you because you understand English, right? Nah. You know? Chotomate, nah. Chotomate, nah. Speak English to me. Don't
fucking Japanese to us, man.
Uh-oh, big guy's going insano style now. He's whipping out the speak English card while he's in Japan. So he's now saying that they need to speak English to him, despite him being there in Japan.
Okay, bro. Daijoubu. You see that? You see what happened right here? Fucking motherfuckers. Chill. In English, we say chill.
No, yes. In Japanese, we say disappear.
Excellent de-escalation tactics here from this guy, truly a master of his craft. A real silver-tongued devil, I'll tell you what. So, a whole conflict that this guy started for the sake of his shitty stream has escalated to a point that now makes him uncomfortable. He seems very scared now that he's about to enter into a physical confrontation. So now he's just saying chill as he's retreating off the train instantly. Like, immediately, ASAP, getting the fuck out of there.
Why are you racist? You're racist.
I am fucking racist.
You are racist, right?
Racist.
You're racist.
No.
You're racist, right? He said he was racist. He said it. You see, he said he was racist, man.
That is no racist.
Oh shit, stand back. This guy's using his alt. He's alting. He brought out the racist card somehow in this situation on the other guy, hitting him with that fucking crazy reverse. Good lord, out of nowhere, from the top turnbuckle, he tries to cry racism. Fucking wild maneuver here. Interesting tactics. I don't even know really where to begin on breaking that one down. I don't even think it's necessary. I think that one speaks for itself, honestly. Let the chess speak for itself in this case here, because goddamn, what an embarrassing sign-off to this whole situation. It goes on a little bit further where he, like, shakes this guy's hand, who's being, like, a little less aggressive than the other guy. He's like, oh, thanks for being nice. That guy's not nice. Even though he had every right to not be nice to this guy. Like, I think that's a totally reasonable response to a vermin like this who's just blasting music and refusing to turn it down when someone's trying to get their attention, and then has this huge blow up when you just take matters into your own hands and, like, turn it down for him. Like, I mean, fuck you. The whole point was the confrontation, right? So why are you gonna act all offended and upset all because a guy actually, you know, played along with what you've started? Anyway, that's really the whole situation. This is just one of those classic embarrassing IRL streamer moments that I thought was worth joking around about and at least, you know, talking about a little bit. It really does feel straight out of 2018, but believe it or not, this is a brand new clip from this week. So, that's interesting. That's really about it. See ya.
You've been raped? No? You should be.
This guy who looks like the result of a botched fusion dance performed by a colonostomy bag and a sloth is only Use Me Blade. Now I'm sure some of you are thinking Brian was just telling a really shitty edgy joke, but it's not. Brian, Only Use Me Blade, has a history of sexually harassing women during streams, and earlier this week found himself under more controversy during an RV stream where it appears he gets into a bed with a passed out drunk woman and thrusts. This is all allegedly, nothing is 100% proven, so keep that in mind. All of that in that department is alleged. He is a downright deplorable, revolting, adipose astronaut, a downright shit stain on the internet. He is easily the world's worst streamer. He is a raging alcoholic, serial groper, just groping complete strangers, and just, he's an animal abuser as well. All of these, all documented. I'll show you what I can. Let me give you a brief history of Only Use Me Blade. Only Use Me Blade rose to popularity during the early days of Call of Duty Modern Warfare. His shtick was he was only using a knife to get his kills, and he did well in the game, but his popularity faded as the game's popularity faded, and he didn't adapt very well. He got big into alcohol, and then started streaming. The only reason he maintained even a very small audience is because people were laughing at him. They liked to see him get drunk and fall asleep, well, pass out, hurt himself, stumble around. That was the only thing that people tuned in to see. He's a degenerate loser. In fact, he was banned on Twitch because he got so drunk he started fingering his asshole for a $20 donation. The only reason people have ever tuned into Brian's stream is to watch him pass out and compete with each other to see who can wake him up with the loudest noise through the computer. That is Brian's whole identity, his legacy. And I'd feel bad for him, but it's hard to feel bad for a skid mark like this guy. Now let me show you his follow-up to when he recently groped a woman on stream and she called him out for it. This is his perspective on it.
I just have a lot of love to give. So if some random fucking ugly whore bitch gets groped, she gets groped. Accept it. You should be fucking welcome, whore. You should be fucking welcome, whore. Seriously, you should be fucking honored that I would ever grope you, you stupid bitch.
What a class act. This guy is the exact person your parents tell you never to end up like. You can genuinely smell him through the computer. Brian struggles with alcoholism, obviously, and it's so bad. He's 36 years old and looks like a fucking walking corpse already, but it's so bad that he has to wear diapers because he frequently shits and pisses himself. And he's been shown on stream putting on his adult diapers, and they're fucking massive diapers. It looks like something that you could put a whole goddamn Ford F-150 into, because this is a big boy taking big shits and big pee-pees when he's blackout drunk. Now, let me get to the animal abuse.
The drama, people suing me.
Let's go.
It's just you and me. I'm just saying.
I didn't like it.
Animal abuse is all the rage from internet creators these days, and Only Use Me Blade hopped on that bandwagon early. You got Brooke, the girl that put her dog into the dryer. You've got all of these titans in animal abuse on the internet, and Only Use Me Blade was kind of the pioneer who really kicked it off. He's done more than just that, but that was the first clip that I could find, and I didn't really want to go through his entire catalog of absolutely deplorable, disgusting shit. So I think you can pretty well understand how he feels about animals and how he treats them when he's around them, even though he himself is the most vile animal on the internet. Now let's get to the most recent thing where this grotesque dump truck appears to have non-consensual sex with a passed out drunk woman. Now keep in mind, nothing has been 100% proven, so this is all alleged. The incident occurred on an RV trip. It's a stream that they're doing with a bunch of different people. She was on the trip with them. There's multiple different camera angles, and one of the camera angles shows Blade going into the back room where the girl was passed out drunk, and he is stripped down to his boxers and appears to be thrusting on top of the woman. Now, before this alleged incident even occurs, there's a clip right before anything happens where Brian is asking one of the other men that you see in frame here if he should go have sex with the passed out girl in the back. He mentions her by her stream name, and I don't think she wants her name associated with any of this, so I'm not going to show you the clip. But to the guy's response when Brian says this is he just kind of shrugs his shoulders. Every man on this fucking RV that you see here is such a piece of shit. It's unbelievable. It's like this RV is a giant pile of dog shit, and these are just subhuman flies feasting upon it, festering in this cesspool. It's fucking gross. This is the clip where the alleged incident actually is occurring on camera. I've cropped it out so you can't see it, but just out of frame, it seems as though Brian is making a thrusting motion on the bed. He's a massive man, so you can see the covers moving back and forth, and his legs are moving quite a bit as well, trembling under the body weight that they have to support. But this alleged incident is occurring at this time in the clip. Another extremely sad thing about this whole situation is the Reddit community that's trying to defend it. It's like a propaganda machine. They released like an Illuminati video trying to debunk it scientifically, but it's really poorly made, and you can clearly tell it's made by a 15-year-old. And as you can read, their excuse is basically RV was bouncing, which explains why the covers were moving the way they were, but it doesn't explain why they were moving at the same speed and the same interval during this alleged incident that occurs, and his legs were shaking due to alcohol shakes. and then throws in like this conspiracy bullet point list on why people would be making it up, and it's obviously never even occurred to this psychopath middle school lunch table loner social outcast 15-year-old that the reason people are upset is because they feel as though they may have just witnessed a crime and a really horrible thing, because in this alleged incident the footage looks very bad and disturbing. And for some reason has these fucking paranoid gang-stalking conspiracy points like, oh, they're coming after our entertainment, the normies are flooding in, white knights. It's unbelievable, and it's just fucking pathetic.
It's not rape if they don't have an orgasm. Fuck it.
The end. Okay, I don't think if this shit is like, I don't think I should just be on stream doing this shit.
That was a clip of the girl reacting to a video that detailed the entire situation, and then she goes offline. I'm gonna give you a quick little montage of Brian groping women on stream. If you just search Only Use Me Blade, the first 20 or so results are just clips of him groping women that aren't interested in him. His name, Only Use Me Blade, is basically just synonymous with vomit and grope.
And the wall.
You got a ring. You got a ring.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? You can't grope me! You broke me on my head. I don't know where I'm at. Where am I?
You have some big ass teeth, baby. No, bring him on back. Bring him on back.
Oh yeah, it's worth mentioning, all of this is after he's purged YouTube of the clips of him groping and sexually harassing and assaulting women. Yeah, he also abuses copyright takedown shit. He is the max level of pathetic loser on this fucking planet. It's unbelievable. So, Blade, you're probably watching, if you can even keep your eyes open for this long without puking on yourself and falling over. You're a fucking menace. You fucking suck. You're a horrible person. I don't know who's watching you. Well, that's a lie. I do know who's watching you. It's the people just there to make fun of you in the stream chats, because that's kind of all you're there for, just like a punching bag for those people to make fun of you. I don't know if you're proud of that or not, but you do get donations for it that are insulting you to your face, so I guess that's cool for you too, I guess. But anyway, ordinarily I'd feel bad for someone like Brian, because he does struggle with a genuine condition, alcoholism. But he uses it like a superpower to be the worst possible person on the planet and make money off. Easily the worst streamer out there. That's it. So yeah. Do you remember Ko, the face stealer from Avatar: The Last Airbender? That creature that had a ton of different faces that it stole from its victims? Well, what if that thing was a Redditor? Do I have you piddling in your britches yet from this scary campfire story? I should, because it's real. I know Reddit and creeps go together like macaroni and cheese, but this particular specimen is special. He's like an SCP of pure delusion, cringe, and obsession. A dangerous mix, a recipe for disaster. And over the course of like 2 or so years, he's made a bunch of different accounts in order to message one lady in particular. And I'm sure this isn't the only person he's been messaging through all of these accounts. I imagine all of the other people are probably just too afraid to show anything or talk about anything in regards to this guy, because they're probably fearing for their lives. They're probably worried that he's going to show up at their doorstep and turn them into furniture like Ed Gein, because this guy is a fucking freak. I haven't gone over weirdo messages in a while, so I thought it was time to dust off the swamp ass throne here to take a peek. The messages we're about to look at are the newest. They're only a couple of days old, and they come years after she thought she had already defeated this menace. But I guess there was a post-credit scene with like a hand reaching from the grave, and now he's back, and he's found her on Instagram, and he's starting to harass her there. Now, Buddy starts by activating his Sharingan of Riz. He's alting. He says, "Hey, can I slide her? We spoke on Reddit for a while." What an incredible opening line. This is no doubt a pickup artist. This guy fucks. Naturally, she asks, "Who is this?" Because there's no profile picture here. I imagine the account name is some kind of like throwaway nonsense that looks like an Xbox Live arcade code. And he says, "I don't know how to describe it. It was also some time ago, but you have a great profile, ha ha ha, and amazing highlights. You seem very outgoing." Weaving a bit of mystery in there. This guy's good. You know me, but I'm not going to tell you who I am. I actually don't know how to describe it, actually. Who am I? An existential question. If you subscribe to solipsism, I mean, we don't need to get into the weeds of it, but you have such an amazing profile, m'lady. And I'm just the gentle sir for you. She presses him saying, "What do you mean you don't know how to describe it?" because that just doesn't compute. Like, what do you mean you can't describe who you are if we spoke before? You come in here out of the blue unprompted saying that you know me, and then you can't describe that? What the fuck is wrong with you? What insane asylum did you squeak out of by accident? I mean, like, I can't remember anything besides how you look like, and I don't have our chats anymore. Only this right now. I don't even know your name. You even shot with guns. You Americans are crazy. She's talking to a lobotomite. He's suffering from amnesia, it sounds like. What do you mean you don't know? Like, you said we spoke on Reddit. You don't remember your Reddit account name or anything? And he tries to reassure her, oh, I don't even know your name, actually. I only remember what you look like. And just going off of that picture in my head, in my mind's eye, I was able to find your Instagram account somehow. Dude's trying to cosplay like he had his brain scrambled by MK Ultra and can't remember anything except for bits and pieces about this lady's appearance. He is very clearly just trying to avoid saying the Reddit name because he knows that she'll know that it's that weirdo creep from years ago that kept making tons of different accounts to keep harassing her. Also, I think I should clarify this because it may have been confusing. It started 2 years ago, but it wasn't like some one-time instance where this guy just made like a ton of different accounts and she blocked them all and that was it, just, you know, put the kibosh on it. He continued to do this for a long period of time. Like, there's a post from her from 2 years ago with him doing it, a post from a year ago with him doing it. So he's kept doing this behavior for a long time, and now this is just his most recent rodeo here again. Somehow, creepy Redditor returned. The creepy Redditor of 1,000 faces. She says again, who are you? I don't know. That's the only thing I know. Maybe I told you my name and you'll remember. It's blank. I imagine whatever name he gave right there isn't his real name. He probably just dropped an alias or just a fake name that he probably thought sounded cool. I bet my sweet Bippy that he just chose a name that he lifted from anime. Oh yeah, it's me, Thorfinn. You don't remember anything, do you? And what's your name? Sorry, but I forgot. What do you mean you don't remember anything? You've given her no information. What the fuck are you talking about? What is she supposed to be trying to remember here? You are a complete stranger who hasn't even left like a single fucking breadcrumb to piece this puzzle together. She says, what's your name on Reddit? Point blank. That should be super easy to answer. And he goes, wait, let me think. Actually, it could be, I don't remember. Damn, it was so long ago. I don't know, I can't see the chat. I think you blocked me. But still, you are a bigger red flag than me. Oh boy howdy, he just dropped a bombshell and immediately goes on the defensive. I think you blocked me. But it's because you're a huge red flag and you were intimidated by my overwhelming masculinity and the very strong jawline that I have. I've been mewing a lot. You were the problem then, but I'm willing to forgive you. I just don't remember what my Reddit account was. I'm sure you block a lot of people, so this probably wasn't like a dead giveaway, right? I blocked you? This is why you won't tell me your name. I don't know, I am not that familiar. I don't see the chat, and a bit of time has passed. You're from the US, right? I am from Europe. I don't even know what this strategy is here. I blocked you? I don't know, I'm not familiar. It's, a lot of time has passed. You're from the US, right? Hey, did you know I'm from Europe? Said no European ever. Usually, if someone's going to talk about where they're from, they're not just going to say the whole fucking continent. So I'm starting to highly doubt that this guy is actually from Europe. He's probably just in the US and making shit up here. I don't really get what he's even trying to accomplish. It's just so weird. Like, it's not even like flirting or anything. It doesn't do anything. It's actual just like it's like NPC dialogue in a video game that you'd hear in the background that's malfunctioning. Like, it doesn't work. It's not even like statements he's making, it's just disjointed thoughts that he's shitting out. But this was enough to let the cat out of the bag. She says, you're the one who was DMing me from different accounts. Yeah, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling Redditors. So smart. But I can't see the chats anymore. Hopefully you are not creeped out or something. I am sorry. But you have an insane memory, especially if you have to read so much lol. And she just goes, yeah, you're fucking creepy, goodbye. And he says, no! He probably saw that goodbye text message come through and he literally reached at his computer going, no! like some kind of dramatic death scene in a movie. But now let's take a look at how we got to this point. Let's go to some previous seasons with encounters of this kaiju of cringe. We'll go all the way back to the beginning, 2 years ago. These are the first of the sacred texts, and it actually does look like they were at least exchanging DMs before this conversation happened, before he went full mask off and showed just how weird he was. So he goes, yeah, no worries. You just have to pick the right one, haha. Did someone send you a tribute? And she says, what do you mean? Now, if you've been around the cyberspace for as long as I have, you immediately know what he's talking about. He's talking about a cum tribute. That's something that only the most deplorable of degenerates engage in, where they come on someone's picture, or they even do it to figurines too, where they put them in a jar and then come on it, or sometimes they don't even use the jar. They go no props, they just do it raw. And that is what he is talking to her about here. This guy is so brain rotted that in the middle of like what seems to be some kind of conversation between these two, he starts talking about cum tributing to her. Like a cum tribute to your selfies. Just talking about it so casually, like this is a normal thing that normal, sane people do. What are you talking about? I don't know, I could expect it from Redditors. I love that he tries to talk down on Redditors. He is literally like the quintessential Redditor that people make fun of. I'm so confused. What are you talking about? Like coming to your selfie and sending it to you. Or was that too much? Why would you even say that? Boredom, I guess? That's dangerous. I don't know. I finished studying and I am waiting until I meet friends of mine. He is trying so hard not to seem like a fucking loser, so at the end he's like, oh, I don't know, like something Redditors would do. I'm not like one of them. I'm just kind of bored, you know, I was studying and now I'm waiting for my friends to come over. I got like 50 friends coming over because they wanted to hang out and like smoke cigarettes with me and shit, because like that's kind of what we do, and then maybe I'll end up having a threesome tonight, but I kind of just want to talk to you about all this splooge news, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out is all. Now, apparently she blocked him after that. I can't imagine why. And he was just as perplexed as I am. His confusion was so strong that he made a new account to message her again and try and get to the bottom of this mystery. Come on. And then I think he says her name there. Like, I'm not doing anything, just being high. Like, come on, you can't get mad at him just for being high and talking about cum tributes. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, I have a soul. Are you serious? You text me from a new account? You're the creepiest person I've met on here. Seriously. It's getting weird, yeah, but I enjoyed talking to you. Please stop. Send a selfie. I will also send one. No, fuck you. No! I don't know. I think we could have a good chat. Dropping his signature classic, no! Right before being blocked. I like that. I like how he says that they could have a good chat if given the chance. But it seemed like they were chatting, and then things just went off the rails, completely unhinged, with him bringing up busting a load like tributes to her. I don't know what he expected. I don't know why he thinks that's something that's normal. And he also just in the middle of this asks for a selfie and then tries to bargain by saying, I'll give you one. Like, you know, if you show me yours, I'll show you mine. Come on, this is a great deal. Show me a selfie and I'll give you one. I know you really want one. Come on. Like it's some kind of gift. It's not like she's asking for a selfie. Nobody wants that. And there's no doubt in my mind he was just going to send some random person's picture. He probably would have chosen like Henry Cavill, like, surprise, it's been me, Henry Cavill, this whole time. Don't you feel silly for blocking me on the other account? All right, now let's talk seriously. Because this guy's probably like, I think he's probably on the much older side of things, just judging by the way he talks. And he has just been so poisoned by being just glued to Reddit that certain things on there, like tributes, he thinks are like normal things that younger people do. So after a couple blocks, he sends another one here from a new account, and it says, okay, will we talk if I send a selfie? Please, I want to prove to you that I am a 20-year-old chilled dude, actually also a romantic. And are you actually doing fitness? Answer this and I will send you a selfie. Nobody fucking wants a selfie. It's not a reward, it's a punishment, it's a goddamn curse, and he keeps saying it. Like, look, if you just answer these questions like, are you into fitness? I'll send you a selfie. You've been begging for one, I'll do it. And please send me one. Come on, it's that easy. He just keeps mentioning that he'll send a selfie like, will we talk if I send one? Will this get you to finally open up to me? Fine, I'll give in and send you one of these, I suppose. Fuck, man, it's so weird. This dude's made a ton of accounts just to keep doing this to this person. And again, I imagine many others, but this is the only text from him that I can find thus far. It's so creepy. I always just find it fascinating how someone like him can exist. You can read these. Like, he's seeing the same messages we are, but to him, it's fine, and she's in the wrong. He even calls her a big red flag. It's fucked up. But yeah, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. Been a while since we checked out some classic creepy messages, and that's about it. So yeah. Over the last couple of months, I've analyzed more text messages than the FBI. I have been glued to bad romance and flirting like a moth to a flame. I've been wandering the deepest, darkest pits of filth. It's like in Space Jam when Michael Jordan gets sucked into the golfing hole. I've been sucked into the asshole of the internet, and all I see is cringe down here. But today there's a new ingredient being added to this concoction. The recipe had a chemical X. Crime. This got posted to Reddit earlier today, and a lot of people sent it my way, and it actually reminded me of a real criminal case that happened back in 2022, and I actually found the case again through the comment section of this post, because I couldn't quite recall all the particulars of it, but there is a lot of similarities shared between that criminal case in 2022 and these text messages that this individual is showcasing here. So it starts with this girl's coworker messaging her out of the blue saying, "Hey." He receives crickets, no response, silence. And you know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, try being weirder. So he comes back around within 3 hours saying, "Hello? Is this blank?" She says, "Who is this?" And he goes, It's me," with a smiley face. "I just wanted to text you and see how things were." "Oh, things are going alright, I suppose. Not to come off as rude, but how did you get my number, dude? I mean, I don't mind you texting me, but I've never gave it to you." And that's when he lifts up the curtain and breaks the magician's code, revealing his secret method. "I just grabbed it off the contact sheet in the office room. Hope that's alright." To which she says nothing in response because that is fucking creepy. She never gave him her number. He just went out of his way to find it from their workplace. Yucky. But he comes back around saying, "How's it going?" And he just keeps going, throwing questions at the wind here, hoping to receive even the slightest semblance of life on the other side, not realizing that he has already scared her by snooping around tracking down her phone number without ever getting it from her directly. So it's already super creepy to do that. So he says, "How was your New Year's?" No response. 2 days later. "Sorry to keep texting, but what are you up to today? If you're free later, I'd love to go out." I will never understand that kind of shit right there. How can you be so deluded and lost in your own little fantasy land Narnia that you think there's even an iota of a chance that she agrees to go out with you when she has ignored your messages for 4 fucking days? Like, what is the thought process? Scratching at his chin. Maybe she's playing hard to get. Perhaps she's just been truly swamped and has been really wanting to reply to me but just might be a bit shy and doesn't know how. I know. I'll go ahead and invite her out with me. That should make her a lot more comfortable. And he goes a bit deeper. "I know you're probably busy, but I could pick you up too, so you wouldn't have to take the bus anywhere. If you wanted to go out, that is. Sorry to keep texting, but I don't want to be out too late, so I'd appreciate a response at some point, smiley. I'm heading out to get coffee now, so if you want to join me, just let me know. Ma'am, you better hurry. The choo-choo train is leaving and Mr. Perfect is going with it. You only have one opportunity to get coffee with a gentle sir like this, so you really gotta play your cards right." She declines, saying, "I would appreciate it if you didn't text me unless it's work-related. I don't really know you, and I'm only blank. You're 5 years older than me, dude. This just feels creepy." I didn't mean to be creepy or anything. You're just pretty, and I thought it would be cool if we got to hang out, smiley. No thanks. That's honestly so weird, and if you continue to ask, I'm going to talk to Lean about this. I'm assuming that's like their supervisor or someone higher up at the place they work. And then he goes in deep. He says, "I'm not gonna lie. I've been thinking about you a lot, and I just want you to spend time with me. What you said the other day just felt rude. At least try and give this a chance. I know you're probably not awake, but I've been up all night thinking about you. Not going to lie, sometimes I like to take pictures of your ass while you're in the drive-thru window and I jerk off to them in the bathroom." I'll go ahead and take a courtesy pause here to give everyone a brief respite and let that nugget marinate in this sauce here, because he just dropped a real heavy, spicy meatball on the plate. And when I first read it, I certainly wasn't ready for that, because that's just openly admitting to a crime. I'm not a sheriff or anything, but I'm pretty confident that that's illegal. He'd probably be taken away in handcuffs if this information got out, which it should. She should absolutely report all of this. Now, somehow it actually only gets worse from here. This is just the beginning. He's showing his true face, and man oh man, is it an extraordinarily ugly one. I know that's messed up, but imagine if we fucked in the work bathroom, or if we went out in public. I honestly just love the idea of having a little helpless bitch under my control. I know you're so much younger, but you should give it a shot. Older men can be so much fun to be with. No one at work would have to know. Hello? Sorry for calling, but I'm really lonely and you haven't replied to me at all. Since the text messages are going unanswered, I guess he's resorted to actually just calling her, which is also being ignored, obviously, because that's the safest thing you can do is ignore it. So I can't believe the revelation that it turns out he's lonely. Who would have seen that coming? With smooth talking like this dude's got all the game in the world. This man's a fucking apex predator, a grizzly bear, a champion of Riz here. I can't believe that he, of all people, would somehow be lonely. What a curveball. He then tries to brush all that under the rug, trying to apologize for it. Sorry about last night. I got carried away. I know you're probably not even reading these, but I hope you have a good day, Smiley. I'll be thinking of you. I really don't see an issue. It's not like a romantic date or anything. It would just be getting coffee and food. And if you were in the mood, we could always go to my place to watch a movie. I know it sounds creepy, but why not just get out and enjoy the day together? What in the hell is even that? What are you talking about? It's not like a romantic thing or anything. You were just talking about fucking in the workplace bathroom. And then you were talking about having a helpless bitch under your control. What do you mean it's just coffee? You're already showing how extraordinarily creepy and perverse you are. What are you yapping about? He's blabbermouthing about a bunch of hooey. And that's when she finally does respond to all this and says, "Alright man, I'm probably going to report you to the police. You know damn well that I'm underage and you're texting me in the middle of the night like that. Fuck off." And then he drops her address and says, "If you continue to ignore me, I'll just make it so you can't. If you tell anyone, I'll make this even worse for you." So it turns out she's underage, and he was well aware of that fact. And he also would have been even more aware of that fact, considering he snooped through the confidential workplace documents to find her address and her phone number. So it would have been abundantly clear that she is underage, and he didn't care. He still went for this full throttle. So he's also a pedophile on top of all of this. Now, he concludes their conversation by dropping her address to obviously try and scare her, letting her know that he knows where she lives and he can always pay her a visit. And a lot of people in the comments, and I think a lot of people in general, would assume that that's just supposed to be like some kind of scare tactic to get her to not say anything. Not necessarily that he's going over there right this instant to do something, but that is still a legitimate threat, and I imagine an actionable threat that the authorities can use. This is one of those situations that really shouldn't be taken lightly, and it seems like it isn't. It seems like she's taken the proper measures here, like contacting authorities or contacting workplace staff and all that, which is what she should be doing, because this is just legitimately dangerous. I mentioned at the start that it reminded me of a case from 2022 where a man killed his 17-year-old coworker because he had a huge crush on her, and since he couldn't have her, nobody could. Her name was Riley Whitelaw, and she was murdered at her place of work by this individual. He recently got sentenced in October of 2023 for the murder, and it is just horrifying. Now, Riley had previously made a complaint to the employment about how uncomfortable he made her with like the advances that he would make on her and all of that, and even asked to like have her schedule changed so they wouldn't have to work together. And despite all of that, they still worked together. The place of employment did not change her schedule around to get her away from him or anything like that. They continued to work together despite all of her complaints until it eventually culminated with him killing her. It's a tragic story. Fucking horrifying. And it reminds me of the text messages we just read right there, where a coworker becomes infatuated with someone and then eventually does something disgusting like that. So reading through these text messages, it is a concerning individual in a scary situation. And it's something I think about from time to time about how awful it must be to just be doing your job, doing nothing wrong at all, and then still ending up in a situation like this. This girl never made any advances toward this guy. She never even gave him her number or anything at all. And yet somehow he still became obsessed with her and then stalked her company documents to find her phone number and her address and all of that. It's just so awful. She's literally just doing her job and then gets put in a situation like this because of this absolute lunatic. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. I think situations like these should always be taken seriously. Like if a coworker or anyone for that matter starts to get like a level of obsession with you that it becomes a bit palpable, that you can start to see it, it immediately needs to be something that you take very seriously because you never know where it could lead. And I think that is just always something that needs to be handled with real care. So just wanted to go over this a little bit. That's really it. So yeah. I know many of you read the title and assume that this is clickbait or exaggeratory, but it's not. You may not believe me yet. Wait until I show you the evidence, the proof. This is the most unhinged individual we've looked at yet. He's equal parts frightening and fascinating, tiptoeing on the fine line between intrigue and how are they not locked in Arkham Asylum. It's a mystery here. He's like the product of a science experiment gone wrong, like if Professor Utonium added chemical cringe to the concoction instead of chemical X and then created this weirdo. Since I've been down this rabbit hole, this bender of consuming awful romantic texts and bad dating stories and bad dating videos and all of that, this guy is now at the top of the tier list for the weirdest. Like all great fairy tales, it begins over Facebook memes. So he says, "Did you block me on Facebook?" To which she responds, "Nah, my profile got deleted, maybe. I don't know. Lol. Long story." Then he goes, "You don't have to lie." I can just feel the sadness emanating from that line there. I can imagine him looking down and kicking his feet in some sand. And she goes, "I'm not. You could ask pretty much anyone. The profile is gone." To which he responds, "I'm not going to waste my time finding out you're lying to me. So now you're going to ignore me." This is, I'm assuming, a lot of time passing between those two texts. And by a lot of time, I mean probably like 5 minutes because this guy's fucking delusional. So he double texts her like, "Oh, so now you're ignoring me? Now that I've called you out on lying about this?" She responds by saying, "It's not like that, it's just I don't like being called a liar." He then claims, "I didn't call you a liar, I just wanted to know what was going on." And then she says, "I told you and you said I lied, dude." I don't even know why he's trying to pretend that he didn't call her a liar. He can literally look 2 text messages back and see that he point blank blatantly does call her a liar, basically. He's already off his gourd right now. He's fuming because this account that he follows posts memes that he likes and now he doesn't get access to those memes and he's throwing a temper tantrum. But really at the end of the day, it's not so much the memes. He wanted to try and shoot his shot here with the individual who runs the account. He then tries a new angle by going for pity. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Just been going through shit. That sucks about your Facebook." And then he's able to almost cobble together a normal human interaction here. She goes, "Shit happens, it's cool. Just been in my head and your memes brighten my day. I got weird because I didn't do anything wrong for you to block me like that. My memes actually got me banned." This reminds me of like the potion seller video on YouTube a while back. "You can't handle my strongest potions, traveler." But in this case, it's memes for Facebook. And he just goes, "For real? That's crazy. You post them all the time though. It must be something fucked up, haha. Well, if you made another Facebook, you better add me first. I'll be waiting, JK." To which she just tries to close it out by saying, "Lol, yeah." Next chapter in this cringe anime is him trying to pull out the Riz here, trying to showcase his game. "So what are you doing, dork? Haha, causing more trouble for Zuck?" He's going for like the playful insults kind of thing, like, "Oh, you dork, you fucking dweeb geek, what are you up to, huh?" And she just goes, "Nothing, just hanging out." "That's so cool." I love that with the exclamation point. He's like, "Whoa, badass. I bet you're kicking ass in Animal Crossing, huh? Is it that fun? It looks too much for kids. It must be since you keep ghosting me. Do you play any real games?" To which she's baffled, saying, "How is that not a real game?" So again, a certain amount of time elapses between his first message with the "that's so cool" NPC dialogue and then him going, "Oh, it must be so good you're ghosting me." So this guy's flipping emotions back and forth rapidly. His brain is all over the place. His fucking noodle is scrambled. And then he tries to like make an argument out of this, successfully making an argument out of this, by the way, by calling Animal Crossing not a real game. So he tries to get like this sort of elitism about him when it comes to gaming. So I'm assuming he came straight from Reddit and was just ready to get argumentative about like what a real game is, and Animal Crossing doesn't fit the criteria. Yo, you serious? Laughing emoji. It's dumbass animals or some shit being your friends. No real gaming, you know that. Oh, it hurts me to even just read that. And then she goes, well, what's a real game then? You don't have to get an attitude, I'm just making fun, dork. Oh, why are you getting offended? I'm just insulting what you're playing. Like, what are you getting all bent out of shape over? Oh, come on, calm down. What, are you on your period or something? Well, why don't you ask one of your dumbass animal friends to help you with it or something? Like, dork? Oh, it's so painful reading this guy's text, and it only gets worse. It gets even more outrageous. But he's so aggressive with everything. It's like he treats a text conversation like it's an active war zone. Rocket League is a way better game than that, but I guess that's not cute enough for you. Yeah, not enough sunshine and rainbows for you girly girls. This is a real man's Battlefield. And speaking of Battlefield, game like Battlefield, Cyberpunk, Far Cry, shit, Madden, that's a sport. And men like me play sports. I could help you play them. What a generous offer from this guy. Wow, tell me you're a basic white guy without telling me you're a basic white guy. You got jokes. Double laughing crying emoji. All that is casual shit. Pick up a real game, get on my level. I really appreciate that now she's just making fun of him directly to his face. I have no doubt she was laughing while writing all this shit just to string him along and continue to watch him embarrass himself like the clown he is. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm playing around, dork. Every game I play is so much more hardcore than what you just said. Witcher, Shin Megami Tensei, fucking Fable even. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. She started to insult his gaming choice, insinuating he's not playing real games and she's more hardcore. And he does not take kindly to that. Now he gets exceptionally whiny. Why are you being such a bitch? I'm literally trying to have a convo, that's it. And oh brother, it's the worst conversation ever attempted. I feel like I should have blocked you even if I did have Facebook. You're insulting my game choices. Which is all he's been doing is just insulting what she plays. I don't know why he thinks it's just some like normal conversation. And he keeps calling her a dork like it's straight out of Ed, Edd n Eddy or something. I don't know what he was expecting. Because they're weak AF and you're being a cunt over nothing. Whatever. She really hasn't even been even close to mean. Not an iota of malice from her here. All she did was like defend her game choices and then joke about what he's playing being casual. Which it is. Fucking Rocket League, Madden, Battlefield. Like, what are you talking about? It's not like you're some kind of hardcore gamer playing some niche shit. You're playing the most mainstream games ever. Like, it's so silly. I don't know why he thinks that she's some supervillain that's just been doing nothing but belittling him. He started it, and she's not even doing anything mean. Does your mom know you talk to women like this? My mom won't around. Why, TF, you bringing that up? That checks out. You have zero respect for me or anyone. You're just a fat bitch who does nothing and leads people on. You're nothing. Fuck you, I was being nice. If this is him being nice, I am so curious to see what him being mean looks like. He immediately just breaks down into his fucking soiled diaper meltdown. You're a fat bitch! And he keeps using the wrong "you're." He never even accidentally gets the correct form of "you're" in any of his statements here, which grinds my ass a little bit. But then he's like, you just lead people on. What? How? How did she lead you on? By responding to you? Granted, this is probably the first woman that has ever responded to a text message from this guy, so maybe that's like where things got misconstrued. He thought that since she responded to his initial message, she must be interested. This is so baffling, it's making my voice crack. My vocal folds are freaking out because it's so odd that someone can have a rotted brain like this. No wonder you can't get a boyfriend, bitch. I don't settle for trash like your baby moms. You called me a liar, shit on my games, play even more trash games. At least they gettin' dick, unlike your fugly ass. You have no idea what you do. What does that mean? You have no idea what you do? I don't even understand what that statement's supposed to mean. Bet you have fucking herpes, you fat piece of shit. How many kids do you have custody of again, lol? How many of your boyfriends died? Which, I'm guessing these two must know each other through Facebook mutuals or something, so he must see like some of the stuff that she posts, because that sounds legitimately extremely personal. And if that is a real situation that one of her partners died, that is one of the most vile fucking things you can say to somebody, and this guy is an irredeemable, insufferable piece of shit. Wow, so this is what you do to get girls? Insult them? Again, I was playing, but you had to be a cunt. What do you mean you were playing? Your whole thing was just being aggressive from the start by just constantly spamming the word dork while insulting her playing Animal Crossing. She then continues to just take the piss. So she goes, okay, I'm sorry, I've been going through shit too. How are you at Rocket League anyway? And then immediately he just simmers down. He's back to like good boy status. I understand. I'm sorry too. Going caveman mode. I'm pretty good. I can show how to level up. What's your ranking? Platinum. So you're mediocre at best. I'm fucking Plat 2 and Diamond 2, and I'm trash. In Rocket League, Plat isn't very high. That's where the majority of players end up. So he's not good. He's not good at all. What's your gamer tag? Why? So it also seems like he's lying about this, because no sensible person would brag about being Plat in Rocket League. So she's starting to catch him on a bluff where he's puffing out his chest and just lying about his Rocket League rank, which is even more pathetic. I want to see for myself. What console? What's the matter? You don't have an Xbox. I play on Switch. It's on all consoles. So he's starting to sweat a little bit, like he's pressed against the wall. My gamer tag? Why? Why? Why do you want to know that? He tries desperately to turn this around into a situation where they can see each other, which sounds like it'd be downright dangerous to be around this guy. Why don't we hang and I can show you? What's your tag? I got trust issues. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, what is your gamer tag? It shouldn't be an issue, right? You're Plat in Rocket League. You're a big guy, a big man. What's the gamer tag? What do you mean you got trust issues? Again, ignoring that. I'm just curious. It seems like you're lying. I'm not. And then she drops a meme. It smells like bitch in here. Which is just genuinely a normal, silly meme. It's not even like mean. If anything, it's clearly meant to be like a joke. And for some reason, this sets him off in the biggest way yet. A fucking atomic bomb in his brain here. And he unleashes the Godzilla heat breath. Cunt. Fuck you, fat piece of shit. You have no idea who you mess with. Go die. Everyone at Dress hates you and thinks you're a slut. I thought differently, wanted to give you a chance. I thought you were a nice girl and want to be your friend. I'm sure this was the best way you can do it. By the way, I have a fresh meme. Taking care of my kids, lying to women about my Rocket League rank. So she's just dropping some memes on him at this point here, just adding insult to injury. To which he responds, just kill yourself already. He's trapped in 2009 Xbox Live gamer zone. He's really fucking struggling here, treading water. I can hear the tears in his eyes right now. Literally feel them through his sad texting. Forever hard stuck Plat in Rocket League, and forever hard stuck being alone in life with an attitude like this. What an absolute curse. He just continues speaking like an anime villain. Fucking with me, you slut. Wait, can I not get dick, or am I a slut? Pointing out a contradiction because he keeps calling her a slut and then also saying that she can't get any wiener. So he's all over the place. He's scrambled. Yeah, I'd bet you'd want it after this, you whore. Choke on a dick, whale. Just continues having a fucking conniption. Can't believe I wanted to build something with someone so dumb and nasty. And then again, she just responds with another meme. Like, what do you mean you wanted to build something with her? You reached out about feeling like you've been blocked and immediately started calling her a liar. What world are you living in? What fantasy land? What? You immediately start by calling her a liar and then insulting her choice of games and talking about how you're like a real alpha gamer, not like an Animal Cross gamer like she is. It's fascinating. This is what I mean. Like, it's actually intriguing how someone's mind could end up so poisoned. Like, it is hard for me to comprehend it. Like, I don't get it. He is so all over the place. Like, he starts by getting really mean and aggressive, insulting her games and all of that, you know, then gets really personal, and then she's able to de-aggro him by talking about his Rocket League rank, which it calms him down, feeds him a warm bottle of milk, And then the second she drops a meme making a joke, again, he explodes once more. It's just so peculiar. Anyway, though, here's the finale. Everyone knows you're a slut, a little fat slut who uses people. Again, this comes out of fucking nowhere. She didn't use you. She didn't lead you on. She didn't do anything besides just respond to your initial unhinged messages. Couldn't get a boyfriend for years. That's because everyone, she keeps going. Got too much time in your hands, but I bet your mouth is filled with someone's nasty dick. And she just goes, yep, not yours. That's the end of their exchange. I imagine she probably blocked him again, which is the safe thing to do. What a creepy lunatic. An actual fucking unsafe to be around individual. Like, this all happened over nothing. Actually nothing. Started because of not having access to some memes that he liked. Oh, painful. I had to share this one. I think this is now at the top of the food chain when it comes to like creepy people through, you know, romantic texts that I've been diving through. This one is a rough one. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Good morning, and welcome back to Wacky Weirdo Hour. Boy howdy, do we have an action-packed lineup for you today. Get out your cup of coffee, enjoy your cereal. It's about to be a bit of a ride. Sometimes I'm asked, why do I do this to myself? Why do I dabble in the swamp of cringe? What's the purpose? What's there to gain from staring into the abyss and letting the abyss stare back into you? And the thing is, I unironically feel there's real value here in some lessons to be learned from the lunacy. Let's say there's people out there that haven't really experienced a lot socially in life, suckling mother's bosom, and has never really branched out from the nest to get their own wings and become the social butterfly that they are destined to be. Sometimes people might not recognize that the behavior they're exhibiting is not good and is bad, not productive, is not going to lead anywhere. So by going over some of these absolutely atrocious, downright painful exchanges in the dating scene or like romantic interest, I feel like it can serve as a scared straight kind of moment, like, behold, don't be this guy. And you're like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. What the fuck? He sucks. Okay. All right. I get it now. I know what not to do. Or maybe I'm just reading way too deep into all this. I'm not a fucking hero. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just a guy here laughing at some goofy situations. Anyway, the story for today is one I got tagged in a lot last night when I was at a Lightning game. So I actually watched it unfold in real time and had a sneaking suspicion that by morning this would no longer exist. The poster would probably remove it because things went out of control. That shit went cattywampus. And I was right. The posts were deleted, but I saved them. I made sure to. I said, dag nabbit, you're not keeping this from me. You think you can hide cringe, brush it under the rug, and I won't find it? Nope, I'm lifting that rug up with a big old smile on my face. I'll say, thank you so much for this, yum yum yum, scrumptious. So I got the Library of Alexandria of Cringe, and let's just go ahead and explore. I had to censor so many handles that were tagged in this initial tweet here. It was like a fucking CIA document with all the redactions. But anyway, I've got it in working order. I don't want anyone harassed here, including the original poster or anything, obviously, but I do want to go over this. So they made a call-out post out of nowhere. I don't want to be too rude, but I genuinely can't understand how this goofball, and then he tags the guy, got a beautiful girl like, and then he tags the girl. He says the dorkiest shit, yet has a massive following. I just can't wrap my head around how any girl would go for that. I really commend his efforts not to be rude. I think he did a great job of tiptoeing around it and being polite while also getting to the point. Extraordinary manners, clearly. Excuse me, everybody, not to be rude, but fuck this guy. He's got a girl and I don't, and he's a dork and I'm a Chad. What's going on here, guys? What an injustice. He's not ugly, but Sabrina is objectively hot, where he's average at best. He spends all his time on Twitter, unlike someone who has a full-time job and a ton of money he could use to provide for a stunning woman like herself. Nah, screw not trying to be rude. He's a loser, to be honest. Oh, he was doing such a good job of not being rude too, and then the wheels just fall off. It goes tits up. He really goes off the rails. I like how he's like analyzing this now as if he's a researcher studying the phenomenon. He's average at best, but Sabrina is on like a totally different plane. Like this something's not adding up here. There's something foul afoot. And then he had the gall to criticize that guy for being on Twitter all the time. Meanwhile, Goober is on Twitter all the time making whiny posts like this, just having a temper tantrum, tears in the eyes, shaking his fist. Why is she not with me? I want her. He doesn't deserve it. I deserve it. And then here comes the stone cold stunner right on his soul. So the girl that he was talking about and loosely tagging in his tantrum catches wind of it and drops the DMs that he continues to send her. She goes, I know your ass ain't tweeting this like you ain't been in my DMs constantly begging me for a chance like a desperate loser and refusing to take no for an answer like a disgusting creep. And here's the receipts, Twitter. Thank you for the receipts. God bless. I'll speak on behalf of all of Twitter when I say it's much appreciated. So it begins with, would you ever want to meet up someday? I'd love to see a movie or take you to dinner. Whatever you'd like. To which she responds, I'm flattered, but for one I have a boyfriend and I don't think you even live near me. Oh, I like to travel, so it's not a problem, lol. And you're not married, right? There shouldn't be anything wrong with hanging out. No, but I don't feel like your intentions are platonic, so... She was right. She really sniffed that one out pretty quickly. You don't need to be, part of the Scooby-Doo mystery gang in order to crack this code here. She immediately deduced that this wasn't necessarily a friendship offer. This was him shooting his shot. But I love how he just immediately goes like, well, you're not married, so I mean, like... what's the harm? I don't see a ring on your finger. And he continues, No, I'm absolutely being platonic. My intention is just that I want a chance to prove that maybe I could a candidate as well. Like maybe you'd have more fun with me. Just to weigh your options, About to have me talking like a Sims character with that kind of cringe. Like, what do you mean? Weigh her options. Brother, you came out of nowhere in Twitter DMs. Why the fuck would she want to weigh options with you? Like, she's already in a relationship which she makes clear off rip and you still keep pressing. But you know what? Let's go even deeper here. We'll get into real fanfic levels of garbage and delusion. Let's assume she's in an open relationship and would actually, want other options, I suppose, in a partner. It's not gonna be you through Twitter DMs. That's just dangerous. No one's going to take you up on shit like this, especially not when you're coming out fucking guns blazing, fucking firing from the hip out of nowhere. And there's no possibility of that anyway in reality, because she actually shuts that down directly too. No, you're not, because you're still pushing something further even after knowing that I'm in a committed relationship with Blake, so there's no options. Learn how to take no for an answer. A lesson he absolutely refuses to learn. So he continues, I'm just confident in my abilities as a partner on all levels. I'm certain I can give you everything you desire, and perhaps better than he can. I apologize for persisting. You're just breathtaking, and I want you. I'm willing to fight for you at this point. To which she responds, there's no fighting for me, you don't know me, and you couldn't give me anything that her current partner doesn't. She lays into him. She lays down the brass tacks here. And basically he says, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. Because he refuses to accept anything she is saying and only continues to exist in this dimension in his brain that is disconnected from the reality here. But I will say, he has piqued my curiosity. I have to know what abilities he's so confident in here. Like, balloon animals? Like, he learned a magic trick from Chris Angel? Like, what abilities are we talking about? Because it's certainly not... like romantic abilities whatsoever. He's fucking cold calling like a telemarketer here through Twitter DMs. So he responds again saying, I had to give my 100%. If we're being truthful here, I don't think he deserves you. I see what he tweets and he's dorky as hell. You're hot and one of the kindest people I've ever seen on this app. What do you mean? Like, so I'm guessing he just like stalks her feed or something. He's like, he's making up this fantasy in his head where it's like, this is an angel and I should be with her, clearly. This guy's too dorky, too much of a dweeb, doesn't deserve that. It's so creepy. I have a good job and I'd be willing to let you crash with me at my place for as long as you'd want if you'd be willing to give me a chance someday. That's so generous. I mean, wow. He'd be willing to let her crash at his place? Wow. And they say chivalry is dead, huh? I don't even know why he's making that offer. I don't think that's something anyone would want to do. I don't know why he's making it sound like he'd be willing to make a sacrifice by letting her live with him when he's fucking obsessed with her. It's oh my god, it's so fucking weird. I'd take care of you, but you everything you want. Oh, buy you everything you want and give you anything you'd need. I haven't found any ladies in my area that share my same interests or honestly that are as beautiful as you are. I guess you just brought out my competitive side, lol. You absolute weenie. It's not a competition. And if dating was a competition, you're gonna stay losing with an attitude like this. I don't know why he's treating it like a game of Counter-Strike where if he just plays it properly, he'll go ahead and squeak out the W. She's already in a relationship. No matter what you do here through fucking Twitter DMs, it's not going to change that and she's not going to want to go with you. No matter how much you lecture her about why her current partner doesn't deserve her, which is an outrageously weird thing to do. You don't even know them to begin with. You are just someone that is stalking their fucking Twitter feeds, I guess. Like, this whole thing is super creepy. And he just doesn't see it. So she posts these DMs, and obviously a lot of people started dunking on him for it. And instead of trying to learn from it and understand why this isn't a good thing, he takes it as another opportunity to proclaim his love for this stranger. He says, "You have to be lying. Why is everyone acting like I'm crazy? Sabrina is drop dead, sexy. Block A or Blake, whatever the fuck, is not. He's painfully average and mediocre at best. As I said before, he ain't ugly, but compared to her, he might as well be. Sabrina's figure is what I'd call perfection. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm trying to make a simple point. Her hair is majestic, her face is gorgeous, and her body is literally to die for. Not to mention she's strong and takes what she wants. I admire that. And she doesn't want you, so admire that, and come to terms with it. She will never want you. No matter how many times you make Twitter posts about her, obsessing over her. It's scary. It's unhinged. Stop it. Like, I don't know how else to, like, put it in plain terms. But even with people putting it in the plainest terms for someone to understand, he still just thinks that, like, his intellect is above everyone else's and no one's understanding his point. So after all of this kind of blows up, he then starts sending her more DMs about it. He comes back around into the DMs saying he didn't mean to put her on the spot, to which she responds, "You did. Now Twitter sees the creep that you are." And he says, "I don't think of myself as a creep. I'm just being honest and straightforward." And she says, "No, you're a loser and a creep who doesn't understand the word no." She's right. It's very blunt, but it is correct. The way he is behaving here is not taking no for an answer and being very creepy. Again, they don't even know each other. And he has become this obsessive over this whole situation. Like, even so much as saying, like, he doesn't deserve you, it's me, this and that. And he doesn't recognize why that's creepy. And I know that's not exclusive to just him. It's very important to have self-awareness and self-reflection where you can separate yourself from a situation, take a step back, and see how things look. He needs to be able to have that ability. That's an ability he should be confident in, so he can recognize that the way he has conducted himself here is creepy. You are a creep in this exchange, and you need to grow from it to not be like this going forward. And he just keeps going. "I thought you'd appreciate my persistence. I thought wrong. You turned the app against me. I didn't get any engagement before that tweet. People really lined up to defend that dude. I didn't think he was that like, to be honest with you." It has nothing to do with the individual in this case. It just all has to do with you being creepy and people wanting to let you know that what you're doing is not okay. He's just not able to grasp the situation. And I also don't know why he would think this persistence would be appreciated. Again, you don't even know her. And being extremely persistent and annoying about shit is something nobody likes. Not even in a romantic partner, but in general, even as a friend. If you're just gonna keep, like, poking and pestering and, like, constantly prodding, no one's going to like that. She then explains to him again how what he's done is something nobody will appreciate, and he just ignores it and says, "Nobody on this app understands what my point even was that I was trying to make." What point? You're not making a point. You just keep saying how much you like her and find her boyfriend to be dorky and unworthy of her. What point are you talking about? There's not some, like, deeper underlying message that you're trying to get across that we're all too stupid to see. You're just being a weirdo for everyone to see publicly and throw tomatoes at. This is the last DM here that was shared. He says, "I treat women with the utmost respect, actually." That's the impression I got as well. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I got when reading this too. To which he responds, "You don't when you can't accept the word no and objective women. Your loss, I guess." That's just a classic sign-off from, like, every single one of these meltdowns and bad romantic exchanges, somehow it always ends with the guy saying, "Your loss. I'm actually like the best dude ever. I'm like the chillest, nicest guy ever, and you just blew it with me, so put that in your pipe and smoke it. You'll be thinking about that every night trying to go to sleep. What a big loss for you." I don't know why that's so common amongst all of this, but it is very interesting to see it every single time. But anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been so fucking deep into these, like, weirdo romantic exchanges and all of that, so that's really about it. See ya. If you've got a full belly, prepare yourself because you might just puke upon seeing and listening to this unbelievable, embarrassing cringe. This is the worst flirting, the worst attempt at wooing a potential romantic interest I have ever seen. This is like playing a visual novel and then scaring away all of your potential love interests at once and getting the worst ending. Now, I'd like to give a bit of context here to the situation before we really dive into the meatballs from our spaghetti entree of cringe. A user on Twitter posted screenshots as well as videos from a random guy who had reached out to her on Facebook because he had seen her on a dating app. The two didn't even match, and I guess he must have assumed that it was some kind of glitch because they were destined to be lovers. It was fate that was pulling them together, but unfortunately technology had a malfunction, so he took matters into his own hands, tracked her down on Facebook, of which she had no connection to the dating app. She didn't connect any of her socials to the dating app, so he did some super sleuthing to find her on Facebook and reach out to her there to try and win her heart. And let's see how that went. Kelsey! I love that intro right there. It's straight out of Scary Movie, like that old commercial. What's up? He's coming at her like they're best friends from way back in the day. He then executes Order 66 and kills all potential for romance. He goes, okay, shit. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. There is so much quirk to the way that he texts that I'm getting uncomfortable. I can say with a high level of confidence that he is definitely in some kind of theater troupe because he is typing like he's acting out some kind of skit for a play. It's a little much here. My bad. Let's go with, I can explain. Fuck yeah, that works. Then drops a couple of emojis and then one of these bad boys. How she didn't immediately fall in love with this man is beyond me. This is aggressive. And it's already creepy because it's a complete stranger who saw her on a dating app and then tracked her down in order to, really directly communicate with her. So, let's go over where things went wrong here. I'll go ahead and get the playbook out like John Madden and say where everything fell apart for the offense. From the start, basically. There is nothing that's even remotely salvageable from what he tried to do here. There is nothing more annoying than texting like you're talking to yourself during the texts. Like when you say something like, Kelsey, oh wait, shit, mayhaps that was a tad too far on a stranger danger sunny Friday afternoon. Goodness gracious, how do I save this? Like that is so fucking lame. That is shameful. That is just downright shameful. I am shocked he didn't drop like an asterisk nuzzles you and then an asterisk, you there? Yeah, and then one of those emojis. So she said, sorry, do I know you? And then it reactivates this cringe protocol. He says, oh hey, no, we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for the subterfuge. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Dropping subterfuge here in your creepy approach to a stranger. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. He's trying very hard to be self-aware, and when he starts sending his voice memos to her, he reiterates 1,000 times like, this is weird, you're probably gonna think I'm weird, and then just keeps doing it. He sends so many voice messages that go for a long, long time. It's making my voice crack because of how fucking embarrassing it is. And you want to know the wildest part? I'm getting ahead of myself, and it's a spoiler. He has done this to multiple women, apparently. Other women have come forward after this tweet and all of this, the receipts here and all that went viral, with other women showing their interactions with him, and he even uses like the exact same lines on other women, which is really odd considering that has to be a 0% success rate. These can't be working well at all. It's so weird. So she decides to play ball here and open Pandora's box to see what comes out. She says, explain away. And he gives a brief, cool guy thing. Oh God, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors and man am I drained. But fuck it, I can do this. He's hyping himself up in the text messages he is sending to this girl. It is so embarrassing, and he keeps doing it. But it gets worse because right after that, he sends a voice message.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing, and not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I and everyone else will be laughing directly at you for this, and I appreciate that you recognize what an unbelievably weird thing it is to do. I don't know why you keep doing it. This is the first of many voice messages he sends, even after recognizing this immutable fact that it is weird and embarrassing.
And sorry for the delay. I was going to get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with the surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
He's actually treating this like it's some kind of movie audition. What are you talking about? I also I love that he immediately makes himself seem like super busy, like, hey, sorry for the delay. I know you were waiting on bated breath for my explanation, but I had to help very big musicians find a gig. You may have heard of them before. Bring Me the Horizon. I'm the lead singer. So I had a lot going on. I was double booked, so I had to give them a different band. You may have heard of them, Metallica. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain what's going on. I just finished one of my own gigs, in fact, so I'm a little drained, but don't be perturbed because I'm going to do my best to fake it. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming right up. Like he's about to go through his stand-up comedy routine, which, you don't want to miss.
In the trenches of online dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends. So hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like, I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away, I'm like, interesting. I don't get it, though. She's cute. For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that I really like, and she's pretty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty women can't have a personality, but you're like defying all of science right now. He just keeps going on about this fucking shrug emoji. He's talking about her bio on the dating site, and he just really fixates on that. That shrug emoji is like Cupid's arrow to this guy. He fell in love instantly when he saw it in her bio. I don't know why he thought it was a compliment to say that she's like strange and different in a good way because pretty women are like boring or whatever, insinuates that a pretty girl can't have a personality. I don't know what the thought process was with that approach, but it's definitely a bold play.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul here. He just dropped a redonkulous. He just said redonkulous. And then not only that, in his only second voice message here, he's already just calling her Kels. They're not even on like a first name basis. They're not acquaintances. These are 2 complete strangers, and he's already giving her like a nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that like match you and they just write hey. So if someone writes hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes sup, I go nothing much, you. And like people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're like trauma dumping on this complete stranger right now that you've tracked down from a dating app to try and communicate directly with because you didn't match with her. What the fuck is this? Now you're just going on about like, oh, dating apps are so weird. People just say like, hey. So then I'm like, hi. You don't know how to have a conversation. You didn't read the bio that I painstakingly typed up. I spent a long time on that bio and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Excuse me, redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see that you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and What's Her Face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet and I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here. It's not that deep. What do you mean they can just go fuck themselves? No one's even, like, what does this have to do with anything in this situation? This isn't even flirting. This is just blurting. He's just blurting out all of the most nonsensical shit in his head right now to a complete stranger. And not only that, this is probably not even his first take. I bet he recorded this like 10 times until he had one that was like, this is the one. This was smooth. And that's what we got here. We got the final product. This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in. And honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of chapter 2 from the voice memos, but don't worry, there's still a finale, and it's the extended director's cut. The next one's over 5 minutes long. Also, he doubles down on this whole like, yeah, you're like pretty, but you have a personality, which that just does not happen. I don't know why he thinks that that's some kind of like grand compliment. It's very odd. Now, before playing the 5-minute, 30-second monologue here, he must have seen that she listened to it. He's like, gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Red-handed. You listen to it. Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Clearly very creeped out by it, understandably. And then he goes, oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music we might have some friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg, and then laughing emoji. Which contradicts everything that he's said here, because he's constantly talking and referencing her bio, which I think is referring to her dating profile bio, especially because he does mention like online dating with hays and highs and shit. So I don't even know why he thought that would somehow save the situation. Like, she'd be fooled by it.
For the love of fuck. I was like 2 minutes into one and it was awesome and funny and I was so proud of it. And then someone called me again about a gig this evening and it's like, you know that thing where your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something and then that's when they decide to call? Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Ah, for the love of fuck. I was in the middle of something spectacular. You were gonna love it, Kels. You were gonna love it. Trust me. But then one of my fucking asshole friends called me about a gig because I'm so busy being a successful live musician. Can you believe that, Kels? Can you believe that? It's like those things, you know, where like we both go on dates, right? I go on dates. Clearly, you go on dates. And sometimes when you're just busy, people call. It's Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, your bio was just the fucking bee's knees. I mean, listen, top 3 in like the hundreds or thousands I've seen. It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star-crossed lovers. I don't know you and you don't know me.
That's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not how you get to know someone. This is concerning. Also, you should never admit to seeing hundreds or thousands of dating profile bios. That makes you sound very desperate, that you spend all of your time on these dating apps, perusing it, cruising around, and if you don't match with someone you found attractive or interesting based on their bio, you go out of your way to find them elsewhere to try and talk to them, which is very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe and I figured I gotta go with it. I was like in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and everyone unfortunately has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really, really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying all of this out loud should have led to this eureka moment where he was overcome with immense shame, and he just presses the eject button and deletes the voice memo and doesn't continue this conversation. Like, he's clearly pointing out just how weird all of this is. He's even going into all of his friends are women who, you know, have stories about having to block crazy people who didn't know they were crazy. Like, case in point, what you're doing here, but you keep trying to, like, make it seem like it's not weird, even though you do keep acknowledging how weird it is. So, like, you're fighting, like, a battle against yourself in your own messages. You are calling yourself out in front of the person that you're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? Gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
It's not a job interview, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother, just stop. Please. Goodness gracious.
7.5, maybe even an 8. I'm feeling really fucking good lately. I got a tan. I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core. And big feet. So you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Why would you do that? What? From way downtown here, he's throwing up a crazy jump shot. He immediately goes into, I've got big feet. You know what that means, baby girl. Oh my lord, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Why? Why?
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the bio too. That shrug emoji was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So, oh, I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. It's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually, is it Lauren Graham that plays Lorelai? She was on there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're shouting out podcasts, talking about fucking shrug emoji again. It's hurting me listening to this. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching this. Just don't do anything even remotely like this. Never engage in a one-sided conversation where you have to be the one filling in blanks in a conversation that doesn't really exist.
But I'm sitting here, a middle-aged guy in his car with the AC on and a SpongeBob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, you know, when like Noah stops Allie in the Notebook and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I want. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face making fun of this whole situation. And then out of nowhere, he drops like his salary from his job, like to flex. He just like slides that in there, which, I mean, it's an interesting strategy yet again. This guy's got a wild book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and shit's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you, though, with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Anyway,
Why leave it in there, then? You saying that clearly made you uncomfortable. You could have just deleted this and just tried again. Though I don't think you should have tried again regardless. This shouldn't have happened to begin with. But you yourself just made yourself puke in your mouth when you said your $6,000 a month out loud like that as like a flex, and you still let it ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow nerd, divergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation has been nothing but overshares from you. She's not going to ask you any questions. No sane person would. It's not going to happen. This whole thing was a complete catastrophe. And once again, hung up on this fucking bio thing. They're just bios. Most people write them in 10 seconds. I don't know how long he spent, like, finally crafting his, but that is not the norm. I'm sure she didn't spend days coming up with her bio on here. I don't know how it resonated so strongly with this guy, but I bet after this whole song and dance, the woman here immediately just deleted her whole account, or at the very least removed the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird, or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car like a jackass, and yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is because then it would seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfett, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats. Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard. You're going to stop at the park on the way home so you can visit your favorite swan couple, Mr. Plumph and Mrs. Plumfett, because they just had babies a couple weeks ago, and they recognize you and get excited and start squeaking when you come by, like you're part of the family, part of the crew, part of the ship. What universe? What the fuck? That's not even something Dr. Seuss would write as like a little goofy side plot in a story. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard, for no reason, for no reason. The quirkiness is overloading. Like the cup runneth over on quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally like intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are half as funny as you seem to be and half as cool as I got from that bio, I would say howdy. Yeah, all right. Hope this made you laugh and smile, and you have a fantastical day, Kelsey. Cheers.
And that's the grand finale of this whole situation, and what a journey it was. I find this to be probably the best example of the worst approach to romance imaginable. And like I said, this was not an isolated incident. He's done this before. And he's even used the same lines before. Which is it's so wild. It's so wild. I had to talk about it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Since the time we're little, we're kind of taught that surprises can be some of the most exciting things, like with Christmas and Santa bringing those wonderful presents that you don't know what to expect. Happy surprises are always very special. Surprise parties, etc. But what happens when a creepy weirdo delivers the worst surprise imaginable? Himself. Background is this guy and this girl went on a date 6 months ago, one date, and then stopped talking, and now he's trying to reconnect. He reaches out saying, "Honey, put your shoes on." Literally sounds like dialogue out of an old 90s sitcom. She asks why. He says, "Just trust me and tell me when they're on." She is hesitant to do so, saying that she's all suspicious now. "I want you to do something for me." Words that'll win a woman's heart over, especially one you met 6 months ago and haven't talked to since. She was probably spending the entirety of these last 6 months wondering if there's anything she could do for this guy, and now she has the opportunity. Are they on? Maybe. Put them on, babe. She says, okay, they're on. Obviously, she's just lying here. I don't think she was actually getting her shoes on and her Sunday best to go do whatever this guy was asking her to do for him. He then says, now go for a little walk out front and look up at the sky. It's like a fucking video game walkthrough right now, like an old GameFAQs walkthrough. She then says, I can't, my neighbor will talk to me back. So I guess her neighbor will start an unskippable cutscene, so now she's saying back as in like the backyard as a compromise here, which I am shocked she's even like negotiating with terrorists here. She then says, has to be front, you can't see at the back angle. Which makes it seem like it's going to be one of those like banners that fly overhead with a plane that says, will you marry me or something. So she's supposed to go out front and look at the sky and see that shit. How do you know where my house is facing? I dropped you off, remember? It's worth it, I promise. Man's just got great memory. He put that fucking UAV in the air and he's got her on lock all the time now. Do you remember where I live? I'm looking through the front window. Yeah, of course, all I had was kombucha that night. I think it's pretty obvious. He's here right now. The call came from inside the house. So this guy is clearly in the area here trying to get her to leave her domicile so she'd wander out into the tall grass and have the random encounter with this fucking creep. Now, I think this is a guy who's probably watched one too many rom-coms where you see the classic cliche of they go on one date and then many moons down the line the guy just shows up again, they fall madly in love and rekindle or whatever. In reality, that's not ever going to happen, really. They went on a date 6 months ago, and now this guy's trying to like go big here, hit the fucking grand salami by showing up or putting on this big song and dance, like being at her home. But it's already weird in the first place that he'd even remember exactly where she was and try and do something like this, showing up unannounced. They're strangers. Like, this should never be anyone's go-to play. He stays firm that she can't see the big surprise from inside. She's still surprised that he'd even remember her house. He asks again, are you outside? You'll know when you see it. She says, I can see the sunset. Please go outside, it's better than just the sunset. She says she can see the sunset through the blinds where the neighbors can't strike up a conversation, but then declines to go outside. His surprise being better than a sunset, that's gonna be a pretty high bar to clear. People love the sunset. There's a lot of hype around it. It's like one of the most cited things that people enjoy seeing on a daily basis. So to deliver a surprise to compete with that, you got your work cut out for you, buddy. You really do. She sent a picture of the sunset through the blinds saying, stunning. He said, you have to trust me. And she says, I won't. Very smart. She has absolutely no reason to trust this worm. They met one time 6 months ago, and to just follow along with these instructions here seems like a recipe for disaster. It's just downright dangerous. Like she'd go outside and just get gadooshed by this weirdo, like he'd put a bag over her head or something. He says, it's worth it. It's beautiful like you. I wish we could view it together, but go outside. She says, no. Very firmly. You have to look towards the shopping center direction. And she said, is there a proposal in the sky? Which is exactly where my head went when I was first reading this, like I mentioned. It feels like one of those like big elaborate proposals. You go to like a baseball game and you're like, look at the outfield. What's going on in the outfield? And it says like, will you marry me? But in this case, it would have been like the flyover with the banner or whatever. This feels like a scene in a horror movie where the bad thing needs to be like invited in or something, like a vampire. So now he's doing his best to persuade the victim. And she is doing a great job of just shutting that shit down. She is not trusting him, which she absolutely shouldn't. This is just a complete fucking stranger who is telling her to go outside randomly, walk around, and then look up at the sky. This NPC only has a few dialogue options, and he's exhausting all of them. He just keeps saying, it's something, trust me. And she says, are you stalking me? Which the answer is a resounding yes, he absolutely is. It's good, I promise. Are you trying to kidnap me? That's a good idea, actually, but not today. A little bit of Reddit humor there. Tip of the fedora, m'lady. A good one, sir. Excellent gambit, gentle sir. Saying that it's a good idea to kidnap her. He's clearly making some kind of, like, joke here, but it falls really flat considering he has actually showed up at this woman's house that he does not know at all and is scaring the shit out of her, trying to instruct her to go outside. Like, come on. How stupid can you be? Sure is starting to feel like I'm going to be pushed inside a van. Babe, hurry. 3 hearts. Tell me what you're talking about, lol. If you don't, it's coming to you. Uh-oh, the ultimatum. You either go outside and play ball with his delusions, or the thing is coming your way. He's going to unleash the hounds. She responds pretty normally to that, saying, that's legit scary. Which it is. It's downright a threat. And he's like, no, what? Sweetie, it's all good, kissy. Okay, I'll tell you, don't be mad. I drove up to see you. The surprise is me! I'm here! Oh, if you don't come out and see me, I'm gonna come up and see you. Yes! What a fucking maniac. She's clearly not very excited about this surprise, saying, I hope you're joking. I'm at the shopping center. Come over and see me. Oh my god, what a fucking lunatic. I'm always so dumbfounded by people like this, because I really can't understand what they thought the outcome of all this would be. Like, no sane person would think that they'd respond well to something like this. It's been 6 months. You weren't talking. She's not gonna be excited to see you. What fantasy played out in his head? Where he'd say, like, come outside, look at the sky. She's a little afraid, but then you tell her that it's you there, and then all of a sudden she can't wait to come see you. She throws her shoes on, takes her top off, and runs at you with titties bouncing and then jumps right into your arms. Like, what could you possibly think would happen with this? It's just creepy. There is no world where anybody would respond positively to this. So she says again, you're joking. I'm serious. I wanted to see you and give you a hug. So she says, why not ask me? Because you always say no, but I think you need a hug. He clearly knows best. He is the woman whisperer. He knows what she needs more than she knows. And he knows she needs a hug from him. I mean, who wouldn't need a hug from this guy? I bet it's such a warm embrace, so cuddly. And he's so sweet about it, too. He carved some time out of his busy afternoon spent plucking feathers off of live animals before boiling them alive, so that way he could come here unannounced and surprise her with a little bit of his presence after leading her outside, telling her to look at the sky, so he could sneak up on her and give her a big old hug. Oh my goodness. And they say romance is dead. Isn't that crazy? With someone like this out here keeping it alive, chivalry is certainly thriving. If you thought I'd say no, why trick me into coming out? Exactly. Checkmate. I wanted to surprise you. Ooh, he wiggled his way out of there with some smooth talking. A great surprise. Very good stuff. You knew I wouldn't like it, though. Please don't come over here. You would once you see me. Come over, please. No, I don't think she would. I really don't think anybody would, to be honest with you. I think you need to go back to the padded cell. Please stop. I'm kind of scared. I'm coming to knock on the door then and say hi. So now he's really going hog wild here. It's going full-blown criminal. I'm telling you no. Go away. Do not come here. I'm so serious. Leave or I'll call the police. This is where the adventure comes to a close. He says, please say hi, sweetie, with a heart. She says, never contact me again. I'm calling the cops. Apparently what happened is he started banging on the door and shouting her name until her dad went outside and scared him off. So the psychopath not only tried to lure her outside with these little breadcrumbs of look at the sky, it's crazy out here, there's aliens above us, you gotta go outside and see this right now. He went from that to literally charging her front door, banging on it, shouting her name. So clearly this guy is unhinged. Hopefully he was reported to authorities. I know they don't usually take stalking super seriously, but at least having it logged in there will hopefully help. This girl handled it really well. She wasn't playing ball with any of this guy's tactics here, so hopefully that'll be the last she ever hears from him. That shit is horrifying. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Yep. It came to my attention last night during stream that I've never worn a wedge shirt. Wow. Didn't mean to baby talk you there. It's come to my attention I've never worn a red shirt in videos or on stream before. I don't own many. In fact, this is probably one of only 2 that I have. It says Dungeon Master. I can't believe I accidentally just dropped the fucking wedge shirt. That's crazy. Anyway, though, I'd like to show you some wacky text messages. It's been a little bit, so let's take a peek at what I found today, where one date went really well, and then he completely fumbled it by excessive love bombing. This guy got hit by Cupid's arrow straight up the keister, and he could not wiggle it out, and it's completely sabotaged his chance at love. Last night was something else. I don't say this often, but you felt different. Right away, that text is already kind of alarming. He's speaking like he's an anime character about to go into the final battle, and he just had this huge epiphany, like, wait, something's different. I'm fighting for my friends now. It just feels so yucky. And she responds saying, haha, different how? Like, I've been out here meeting all these pretty faces, and then you show up, and suddenly they all feel irrelevant. You've got presence. Real presence. I guess she was fucking aura farming during their first date, and it just captivated him. Well, thank you. I had a good time, too. You don't get it. I haven't stopped thinking about you. You were in my head before the night even ended. The way you talk. The way you carry yourself. I liked it a lot. It's so over the top. I can just picture him putting his finger on her lips like, shh. No, you don't get it. I love you. Like, I don't know what the thought process is here. Like, man's just seeing hearts swirling around his head here. Like, not even a fucking love potion out of Harry Potter has someone talking like this. It just feels immediately obsessive. They had a single date, and now he's texting her like his whole world shifted upside down. He's watched one too many Hallmark movies. Becomes pretty clear that she starts to get a bit uncomfortable with it, saying, haha, okay, now you're laying it on thick. Which is an understatement. This is beyond laying it on thick. This guy he's putting dollops out here. He then tries to play it cool. Nah, I'm just honest. Most guys are too scared to say what they actually feel. I'm not one of them. Yeah, he's not like the other guys. This is an alpha male. He's not afraid of feelings. Shit. He'll throw all the feelings he can possibly think of out there immediately after one date, making sure to make the other party extremely concerned for his mental stability. She responds saying, that's fair, I guess. I do appreciate directness and honesty, which I think this is her way of saying, like, no, this is good, but that's probably enough. He doesn't get the hint. Good. Because I'm already planning our second date. I'm not trying to waste time, and I don't do casual. I know what I want when I see it. Wow, okay, a little fast, but I guess I'm flattered? You should be. You should be. I've already planned our second date and our entire lives together. I've even prepared a bedroom in my apartment for you, and I've informed your family you're moving in next week. You're not just hot, you're captivating, and I know I'm not the only one who sees it, which is why I'm already protective. That's a bad thing, bud. Like, that's not a good feature to have where you've been on one date with this woman and now you think she belongs to you. We've completed the transaction. You're my girlfriend now. I own you. Just letting you know. That's why I'm protective. To be honest with you, I don't like the idea of other guys thinking they have a shot, which is why I will never grant you permission to leave the domicile. You are not to be out in public without me accompanying you, milady. She then says, that's a strong reaction for a first date. Maybe. Or maybe I just recognize rare when I see it. I recognize rare when I see it too. A nice warm pink sinner. He's talking about her like a shiny fucking Pokemon here. It sounds like he's just trying to lock her in the Pokeball. I don't know what the actual thought process is here, and I know he's not the only one that does this. It is a real thing that some dudes try. Love bombing is what it's called, I think. It's just creepy. Like, no one likes this, especially not from a stranger. They've been on one date. They're not, like, close friends. They don't know each other at all. Now you have this unhinged weirdo who's talking about, like, I'm planning our second date, and I don't like the idea of the guys thinking they have a shot, okay? I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm being very protective because I recognize rare. You're a diamond, and I love diamonds. He just gives off the vibe that he's gonna try and make furniture out of her skin. But yeah, I noticed how the guy at the next table kept glancing at you. I wanted to say something. I didn't, but I clocked it. Brother, you're not fucking James Bond. Like, what are you doing? Going out in public analyzing threats? Like Jack Bauer out here trying to fucking find terrorists or something. I noticed there was a guy at the dinner table across the room who looked at you twice. I was gonna go over there and beat his ass, give him a swirly, and maybe take his fucking scalp off, but I decided I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I just tracked his license plate. I got it when we went outside. Weird you noticed that much, she says. I pay attention, Jin. You're the kind of woman who causes problems without even trying. I like that, but it also means I need to keep close. I don't like distractions. This guy really thinks he's in some kind of fucking spy movie or something. According to her, he's some kind of fitness Instagram poster, and he came on to her as she was initially interested, so they went on this date, and then after this date, she just finds him really creepy. Brother, it's time to integrate a few sets of social skills into your routine here, because goddamn, this is rough. Now she's just kind of full on getting worried. What do you mean, keep close, buddy? I mean, like, exclusivity. I don't share energy. He's not a AA battery, goddammit. The only thing he shares is a knuckle sandwich to anyone who glances at his woman, whom he now owns because they went on a single date. And if I'm putting mine into someone, I expect the same back. If you're still exploring options, let me know now. I'm not the guy you juggle. Dude, we just met though. Like, yesterday. Exactly. That's why it matters how we move now. No, be for real, you're kidding, right? She's in disbelief over this now. It matters. I understand we just met yesterday, which is why it's of paramount importance that we proceed the exact way that I feel is necessary. The only healthy way, which is where we're immediately exclusive. Now quick, there's no time to waste. Come to my dungeon. We'll talk there. No, I'm not kidding. I love that he puts quotation marks around it. This guy talks like if a Redditor accidentally got a woman's number. I move with intention. This fence got me moving like claymation. Now he's just speaking like fucking Dracula flow here. I move with intention. You're not just, quotes, just talking type of girl. I'm not a, quotes, maybe type of man. This is just painful to read. This guy uses more quotes than a fucking mainstream journalism article referencing a tweet. You said you're looking for someone serious. So am I. No one is more serious than this guy, I'll tell you that much. This is coming off kinda heavy. Or maybe it's just unfamiliar because you're used to guys being passive. You're used to betas, not alphas like me. Let me guess, your ex, quote, let you do whatever, and then got mad when you stopped caring. He doesn't even use quotes the right way. Why is that in quotes? She then just says, don't bring up my ex. It is a weird thing for him to try there. That was an interesting play. He's trying to, like, armchair psychologist her here, but he's terrible at it. Like, he's trying to make these crazy reads on her as a person and completely misses the mark. Like, what is this even... Like, I don't even know what he's trying to say. Let me guess, your ex let you do whatever you want and then got mad when you stopped caring. What? What in tarnation are you babbling about? She then continues saying that's weird. But he disagrees. Not weird. Insightful. This guy's a cornucopia of great information that you can learn from, lady. He's got all the answers. He knows you better than you know yourself, and he got all this from just one date. Read you like a book. I don't want to end up like the last guy who didn't know what he had. So I'm telling you now, I value connection. I value loyalty. And I expect that energy from day one. I don't wait around for someone to figure out if I'm worth it. I think this is supposed to be his attempt at selling himself and, like, showing how he's so different from other guys because he just loves so much, he loves so hard. He reminds me of that TikToker I've been making fun of quite a bit, Garrett, the guy who's like, oh, when I think of pussy, I can't help but fucking cry and squirt and squeal. Ooh, that when I think of that pussy, what a beautiful, immaculate creation. And I love during periods when it bleeds because it's a divine blood, I swear. Like, he reminds me of that guy. She finally just says what should be obvious to him. I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable, honestly. Which makes sense. That's a very natural thing to feel when some guy's immediately, like, putting these stipulations on what it would mean if you saw him again. Look, we had a great first date. Now here's all the things that should worry you about me. Wow, you're really going to pull that? I give you genuine attention, make you feel seen, and now I'm, quote, too much. What are you even quoting? She never even said too much. She just said that it's making her uncomfortable. Why does he use so many fucking quotes? Who is this guy? Good God. Holy cannoli. Jiminy Christmas. I also like how he says he makes her feel seen. Brother, what are you talking about? He's just trying to pull out and just use all of these things he's seen in, like, rom-coms and shit. Man's just bloviating. This is why women say they want real men but push them away the second it gets real. You're used to boys. I'm not a boy. And then she's just finally like, alright, this is it. I'm not doing this piece. Unreal. I hope the next guy you give your time to knows what he's getting. He won't see you like I did, but go ahead, play it safe. I can't believe she wasn't eating out of the palm of his hands here. His strategy was textbook. I am shocked it didn't work. So, I mean, sometimes nice guys just finish last, you know what I mean? He did everything right. Anyway, I just wanted to share this with you real quick. That's it. See ya. Hey, it's been a little while since I've gone over some unhinged text messages. I had the itch, so it's time to scratch it. The backstory to this fairy tale isn't your standard affair. This is two strangers that got stuck in an elevator for about an hour. He eventually asked for her number, and she gave it to him because he didn't give her any weird vibes, no heebie-jeebies. It wasn't like something out of that dog shit horror movie Devil with the elevator or anything. So they started talking through text, and it led to this alarming exchange. He said, "How are you doing today?" She says, "I'm good, thanks, just went for an early morning swim." And then he starts to show his hand a bit. "I'd love to see that. Can I tell you something?" And she's getting suspicious. She's a little on edge here. Yeah, I admit it. I was nervous being confined to such a small space with a beautiful woman. And she goes, "Okay, I don't know what to say to that, lol." And he just continues like it's a war story. I feel like I can see him lighting up a cigar as he's saying these things. "The mind wanders. You're lucky you got trapped with a good guy." And she's confused, saying, "What does that even mean?" He was apparently super normal in the elevator, but now over text he's talking like he was Bruce Banner holding back the Hulk in that situation. Saying shit like the mind starts to wander with ellipses there just makes it sound like he was, stranded on an island, ran out of food, and was contemplating cannibalizing the other survivors there to keep himself alive, and he's like writing down the sailor's log. It's too much for me to bear right now. My mind, it starts to wander. I'm losing myself on this island. I'm going to slit the throat of the former captain and feed on his insides. Lord help us all. He continues, "Don't worry, I don't intend on harming you in any way." Which is a very reassuring thing to hear out of the blue. Listen, ma'am, I'm not approaching you with violent intent. I want to make that clear right now. I know you may have had it in your head that I was going to kill you. I want to put your mind at ease. I was never even contemplating murder. Or rape, for that matter. I was simply explaining that any warm-blooded male would be tested in that situation. Dude's trying to explain this like he's John Madden here. Appreciate the breakdown, though, Reddit mod. Any warm-blooded male would be tested in that situation? What do you think would have happened? Like, the elevator malfunctions, you're stuck in there for a little bit, and what, he's just gonna turn into some kind of feral beast that's gonna be tearing her limb from limb like a wild animal? Just the instant the elevator stops moving, just something goes awry in the male brain, and they turn into the Tasmanian devil, making, like, Jujutsu Kaisen cursed spirit sounds as they charge at the woman that's stuck in there with them. But luckily, she was trapped in there with a good guy. Not like those other red-blooded males or cold-blooded male, what did he say? Hemoglobin-blooded males? What? I've already fucking forgot. But he's just being chivalrous here and reminding her how lucky she was, all the stars aligned, to put her in the perfect position to be stuck on an elevator with a stranger that's as gentle and as nice as this guy, who had no intentions of harming her in any way whatsoever. She hits him with some question marks going, "I'm not following," because, I mean, this is all reading like a threat at the moment. And he says, "Don't worry," which is cause for concern. Definitely going to start worrying. He says, "You have the perfect body. Those small breasts and soft, thick thighs leading to that voluptuous ass are delightful. Thank you for existing. Thank you for your service of pleasing my eyes in that elevator, madame. I tip my fedora to you on this good day." And she just says, "And now I shall cease to exist in your life. See ya." That was the correct decision there, just to block them and hopefully never see them again in your life. That's probably the safest thing to do, because this whole thing makes it sound like he was considering rape or something and then decided against it, how he had to, like, fight against that urge that other warm-blooded males would have succumbed to or something. It's fucking weird. This guy is a weirdo. And here's another weirdo in a similar fashion where it's a complete stranger that just goes fucking insano style out of nowhere on someone else that is also still a stranger. These two are co-workers, they've been working together for about a week, and they play online games together in like a group with other co-workers. So they're not like friends or anything, they have barely known each other. He texts her saying, "Kaylee, we care about you. Care. Please answer. I'm so sorry. Please talk to me." And now, I want to be clear, this is one person saying this, so I don't know why he's saying, "we care about you." This is like some Schmeagol shit with my precious. You know, we got Gollum coming in right now. And she says, "It's okay. I'm not mad." And he goes, "Please just talk to me. I cared about you. Still do." And she says, "Thanks. You too, dude." He continues to spiral. "Why are you acting like that? I'm here for you. No matter what. Can we just talk on the phone? Just you and me?" He's throwing up the desperate full court shot here to try and get the buzzer beater to win the game. I don't know what he would expect here. Obviously, she's not going to take that call. You don't know each other, and you're already being, like, obsessive. That was never in the cards. But let's assume she did. What were you planning on saying to her? Yes, milady, thank you so much for accepting my call. I love you. When can we fuck?" "Honestly, you're creeping me out. I've known you for 1 day at most. Stop." "If that's how you see it, then fine. I really cared." I mean, that's how the world sees it. Like, that's how time works. Like, you haven't known each other for long at all. It's like there's only one way of seeing it, and it's that you guys don't know each other at all. "You're acting like we're best friends, and I've only known you for what, a week? This is extremely weird behavior that I won't deal with." "It's okay. I'll find someone redacted. At least she's nice to me." Which is another one of their co-workers that he's now mentioning. Also, the poster here said that she mentioned to that co-worker that he name-dropped there about his weird behavior just to keep her in the loop, because this guy seems fucking unwell. And she replies, "Nah, what are you talking about? I was never interested in you." "Okay, fair. She was way better. Nice, at least. I was so nice to you and was even open to us." Which I don't really know what that means. Like, what does he, like, trauma dump on her while they're playing games together in ARAM? Like, I don't know. What does that mean? Open to us? Or like maybe he was open to being us, like a unit, a relationship perhaps? Man, that's generous. He was even open to dating her. Wow, he really was such a fucking gentle sir. I can least admit that I cared at one point. I don't want to fucking fight. Neither does she. She doesn't want to talk to you, like, in general. He's just making it sound like they're already in a relationship going through a problem, even though they are complete strangers to one another. "I'm telling you to leave me alone, so leave me alone." And he just keeps saying, "I cared about you, dude, like, seriously. Everyone can tell you cared. You are obsessed. You are legitimately enamored with a complete stranger and being creepy about it. Everyone knows that's not that's not something that's a good thing to be saying so much here. I will go to blank and report you. I don't fucking know you. I cared. It's weird pretending to be strangers, but honestly, fuck you. They can fire me. I have a better job for 26 an hour." That's how all of these go. "You know what? I don't care. I never liked you anyway. You were gross and yucky anyway. You were poopy. You stink. Big stink. I don't like you anyway. You were lucky I was ever even talking to you. They can fire me. I have a better job anyway at 26 an hour. In fucking Narnia. My other job's so much better. Let them fire me. Tell them. Get me in trouble. I actually want it, so I can go to my other job full time and leave you behind. I'm happier there anyway. I cared. My only crime was I cared." I love how he says it's weird pretending to be strangers when they are strangers. She's not pretending. Like, that's just the reality of the situation, not like the delusional thing that he's married himself to in his mind. They are strangers. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about these because they had me giggling a little bit today. That's really about it. So yeah. What's worse than being a loser? Being cringe. These are two very powerful forces of shame, loser and cringe. But what would happen if you combine these two elements, put them together? Well, Buster, the product of that fusion dance would be Nico D'Ambrosio, a turbo loser cringe specimen, the likes of which this world hasn't seen in many, many moons. Nico D'Ambrosio is a Chicago man who's currently suing 27 women because they didn't enjoy the dates he took them on, And they dared say that to each other in a Facebook group, a private Facebook group, mind you. And Nico, with steam coming out of his ears, said, "This cannot fly in a civilized society. Every woman should be enamored with me and only have positive things to say. Thus, I'm taking you to court, heathens." That's exactly what he's doing. A Chicago man has taken out a defamation lawsuit against 27 women. One man and multiple social media platforms are finding negative posts. One man and multiple social media platforms after finding negative posts about him on the "Are We Dating the Same Guy" Facebook group. According to WXYZ ABC Chicago, 31-year-old Nico D'Ambrosio is suing up to 30 women for sharing negative dating reviews on Facebook group "Are We Dating the Same Guy?" He claims that the negative reviews started in November and these people made false and defamatory statements about him. The lawsuit included screenshots from the Facebook group describing Nico as very clingy, very fast, and claiming that he flaunted money very awkwardly and kept talking about how "I don't want to see his bad side." Oh my god, he hit him with the Hulk. "You won't like me when I'm angry." D'Ambrosio is not happy about how he is portrayed and is asking for $75,000 in damages. So if you're oh, that's the end of it. How do you calculate damages from a private Facebook group? What damages did he suffer? He's the Billy Mitchell of bad romance. It's a frivolous lawsuit filed because his feelings got hurt. And I think all of you know by now how I feel about people that try and do this kind of shit. These abhorrent lawsuits made to like bully or scare people into silence. I fucking hate it. And this has to be one of the more pathetic examples of this tactic being used. He's suing these women for $75,000, claiming they defamed him with slanderous, untrue remarks. And it hurt his reputation, which is why he's seeking so much money in return for it. But it's a private Facebook group, you goober. Your lawsuit has done significantly more damage to your reputation and put you in the spotlight. I would have never heard of you. Most people would have never known who you were had you not done this ridiculous lawsuit. You pitiful, whiny little worm. Douchebag. It's ridiculous. So, what happened is, a group of women that had dated Nico or met him, gone on dates with Nico occasionally, all talked about it in a group chat called "Are We Dating the Same Guy?", which is a private Facebook community that's supposed to talk about women's experiences with a particular individual and just go over like maybe some of the red flags that they encountered on their date. And it's just them going over their experience. That's it, in a private Facebook group. And with Nico, they were saying things like, "Hey, you got very clingy, very fast," or "The date just was unremarkable," or "He ghosted me." It was never anything mean or slanderous or anything like that, and it was never even fucking publicly put out there. Nico went out of his way and found it and got so hurt and offended that he issued this lawsuit. So he now put all of this in the public eye. So now his face is on it like a fucking wanted poster in One Piece with a 75,000 berry bounty on him being a goddamn cringe lord. All because some women that went on dates with him didn't really enjoy his company. Mentioning those things that I briefly touched on, but then also saying that he would talk about money pretty quickly and flaunt it or whatever. From everything I've seen, it's just super tame stuff. But even if they were being brutal about it, like, man, Nico is a real cuck. This guy was terrible. Our date sucked. Worst sex of my life. I couldn't imagine a man worse at sex than Nico. They can still say that. You still can't sue them for giving their opinion on how the date went with you or anything like that. That's still completely fine. They're not going out there and defaming you or slandering you. It's a private Facebook group. They weren't going out there making fraudulent claims about you, saying things like, Nico evades his taxes, Nico is an animal abuser. They were just sharing their opinion on you and the date, which they are totally well within their right to do. It's completely legal. The same way it's completely fine for me to say that you are a loser. I can say that. You can't sue me for calling you a loser and insulting you. It's not defamatory. You are a loser. We met organically in Chicago 2.5 months ago. Very clingy, very fast. Okay, that's what we just read. He came to see me yesterday and I explained, I think is what that is. After I blocked his number, he texted me on another one, which is the other text screenshot. Fuck. It's too small to read. Damn it. He alleges the woman initially shared the post under her real name, but deleted and reposted anonymously after his lawyers made contact last month. You're not even allowed to just say it was a bad date. You can't just tell other people you had a bad date. I mean, it's just a fucking Facebook group. I matched with him a month or so ago, but convo never went anywhere. I went out with him a few times just over a year ago. He told me what I wanted to hear until I slept with him, and then he ghosted. I'd steer clear. He's been posted here before. The poster said he sent her a slew of texts calling her names because she didn't want to spend the night with him. I just searched and this was on November 2nd, so take a look. They got the APB out on this guy. And damages because he's a victim of defamation, doxing, privacy invasion, according to the suit. The defendants broadcast their outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiff with knowledge that the statements were false or with reckless disregard as whether or not they were true. This wrongful conduct is so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree that is beyond all possible bounds of decency. It is to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Brother, this is like the most lukewarm ratings ever. Like, hey, the convo didn't go anywhere. Hey, he ghosted me after I slept with him. Just maybe avoid him. Like, what the fuck? They're not even being vicious or anything. They're just like, this was my experience. I didn't really like it. And he's like, no! My pussy is ruined! There's a tier 1 Kraken. I wonder if he'd sue me. I haven't been on a date with Mr. Nick D'Ambrosio, but I will say, he seems like a very insecure, sensitive little bitch and a coward. I'd urge any Chicago women to probably steer clear of him as well. I wonder if I can get added to that suit. Bro wants to prove in court that he's not cringe. It's too bad, I already know better. You have been firmly judged as cringe. No chance of parole. That was a $50,000 statement. Low-key just advertising his Riz. Yeah, his lawsuit Riz. Pretty cool. I want you to read this statement again. Their wrongful conduct is so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree that it is beyond all possible bounds of decency and is to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community, the lawsuit said. It's like they're referring to some kind of hate crime that they all just witnessed or were exposed to. If they thought those text messages they highlighted about him being clingy or whatever were so atrocious and extreme in nature, I can only imagine how Nico and his legal team are reacting to watching this video right now and the things I'm saying about him. Their jaws must be on the floor, furiously drafting up some kind of legal document for me, like fucking flames and like smoke coming off of the page as they're writing it all down. And I've never even met Nico, and I think he super sucks. I think Chicago women should definitely avoid him. Like, just look at the way he reacted for women that just shared their experience of having a less than stellar time with him. He will shut down your opinions, it seems. He does not want anyone to have an opinion of their own, only the opinion he wants you to have of him. What a piece of shit. How can you be so insecure and weak that when you find this, instead of learning from it like, maybe the problem really is me. Maybe that's why I haven't had a real relationship out of the last 27 dates I went on. Yeah, maybe I should really reflect on that. Instead of that, he goes, "Where's my lawyers? Do you see these mean words they're saying about me in this group chat? They called me clingy. Me? They called me clingy. Come on, we ought to sue them. 75 grand, maybe at least. Like that's probably how much my tears are worth." I also can't help but appreciate the delusion from the rest of it too, saying things like, thousands of men have been potentially defamed by members of the group via these online publications and remain entirely unaware of the attacks on their character as a result of the social media group's private status and heavily moderated members list, the suit says. Can you just wrap your head around the ridiculousness of that statement? They are openly saying that it is private and heavily moderated, and that the individuals that are being talked about there are most likely entirely unaware. Because this is basically just a tight-knit community discussing their experience privately with each other. It's no different than a break room conversation with coworkers talking. You can't sue someone for a conversation they had privately with others about you. You are going after people for their opinion of you. They are not defaming you or anything like that. And since it's not public, they're not even bringing awareness to you being a weirdo. They are just talking privately with each other about like, hey, listen, this guy was kind of shitty. I didn't really enjoy it. Like, that's it. So if you match with him, just know I didn't have a great time. Maybe you will, but here were a couple of the red flags I noticed. That's totally fine, totally reasonable. There is nothing wrong with it, and this guy is still crying. It's crazy. And the lawsuit's trying to make it seem like it's some kind of almost noble cause, like this shadow organization working in secret has been defaming thousands of men for so long, and the men don't even know it. It's called just having a conversation in a group chat. It's not illegal. You can't sue for that. At least you shouldn't be able to. But this guy clearly has a ton of money at his disposal, and we all know how this system works. We just saw it fucking unfold with Billy Mitchell, actually, since I name dropped him earlier. If you have a lot of money, you stand a much better chance of winning, even if it's the most outrageous shit ever. So I'm really hoping this doesn't go anywhere, because it is so fucking stupid and shameful. This man, Nico D'Ambrosio, and his entire legal team are absolute clowns. So I just wanted to talk about it a bit more. That's really about it. See ya. Hello, and welcome back to Weirdos in the Wild. The best way to start your morning is with a big frown on your face, so get ready to wear that with pride. We've got some really interesting specimen here today, so let's go ahead and take a peek at our first one. Our first journey begins with a cold call here like a telemarketer. This guy reaches out saying, "Hey, remember me?" And get used to seeing me spelled that way, because he only speaks about himself as if he's talking through the We Me channel from back in the day. And she responds by saying, "Hey, I think so, from blank," which is middle school. So they knew each other in middle school, and I'm assuming it's been quite some time since then, because then a couple months later he reaches out again saying, "Hey, you have kids yet?" It's already off to an odd start. They're clearly into their adult years here, and this guy's thinking about her from middle school, and then reaches out a couple months after making initial contact just to ask if she has kids currently. And it only gets more strange from here. She responds saying, "Hey, I don't have kids yet, why do you ask?" He goes, "Just asking, you have a boyfriend?" "I do have a boyfriend. Do you have a girlfriend? Can I tell you something?" And that's how you know this is about to go straight into the shitter here. That question, "Can I tell you something?" always seems to precede the most foul thing you'll ever hear in your life. I've read so many of these texts and watched so many bad romance videos recently that this is one of the more concerning questions you could be asked. "Can I tell you something?" or some variation of it. I'll also just never understand the purpose of typing something like that. Just fucking spit it out. Say it with your whole chest here. What's the point in acting like some kind of shy anime girl? "Oh, can I tell you something?" Like, what's the response going to be to that? No? You've made it impossible for someone to shoot that down, because then the conversation immediately gets hostile. So everyone has to say, like, "Yeah, I guess you can tell me something." So just do it. Rip the band-aid off. You're gonna say something ridiculous anyway. Just say it without asking for permission, because we all know you're just going to fucking blabber about it anyway. She says, "Yeah, what's up?" However, even if she declines saying, "No, you can't tell me anything, leave me alone, bozo," it wouldn't have stopped this maniac. He goes, "No grill frimmed." So I believe he has entered this, like, flow state of horniness, and it's clouding his vision, so he can't type properly. "When we was in middle school, I wanted, period, to do this to you," and accidentally drops, like, a fucking hyperlink here. Do what? Like, "When you were in skirt, I want to make you mine. Hope you don't get mad." What an outrageous creep. "Hey, was just thinking about you in middle school, and how in middle school I wanted to make you mine. Don't get mad at me. Tee-hee." Clearly caught off guard and uncomfortable, she goes, "Oh, it was a long time ago, no reason to get mad." And I think this emboldens him, because she says, "There's no reason to get mad." So he starts rubbing his hands together. "Oh, okay." And then he sends a message that he deletes. He unsends it. So there was something so bad there that even this shameless sack of cringe was like, "Ooh, no, that's too far. I'm using my mulligan." So he unsends it. But the original poster here, she apparently saw it and said that the message he unsent was saying that he wanted to pull down her panties and put his fingers inside of her. And then he goes, "If I were to do this to you, what, you let me?" The way he talks is so frustrating. It's so broken and disjointed. It's like communicating with Dobby if Dobby was hitting whippets. Clearly she declined such a generous offer, saying, "No, I have a boyfriend." I mean, back in middle school. I wasn't interested in dating or sexual activity when I was in middle school. I wanted you really bad. Oh, okay. Gets him with the Eeyore really sad. Oh, okay. This is the craziest red flag conversation ever. This should be like a self-report straight to the authorities. This man is like dangerous, it seems. Perhaps that hyperlink he accidentally dropped in the beginning was a link to the sex offenders registry with his name and face on it. This is an adult man who's fantasizing about middle school. He's not even saying like, hey, I used to know you back then and had a crush on you. He is literally fantasizing about her in middle school and him wanting to finger her. That's concerning. And that's when all hell breaks loose. The mask fully comes off, the dam breaks, and he unleashes the demon. She says, I'm a bit confused as to why you're telling me this now, because obviously anyone would be confused getting this shit out of the blue. It's really creepy. And then he goes, 'cause dear. Oh, it's already such an awful fucking start. Dropping dear like this, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. In those days, I want to pull down your panties. Not even a little bit, dear. Or excuse me, not even a little bite, dear. You there, lol? Can I ask you a personal question? When you were in middle school, you there? He is so fixated on middle school in particular. That's the big thing for him here. And he keeps talking about pulling her panties down. It's so unhinged. You there? He keeps checking to make sure there's a pulse here, that she hasn't abandoned him and called the police or something. Can I tell you something that I want to do to you in middle school? Or you mad at me, Lou, lol. If you didn't have a boyfriend, you let me do things to you? You there? Surprisingly, she was still there and hadn't blocked him yet. So she says, no, because I'm not interested, I don't really know you at all. Somehow, she was able to resist his charm. I can't believe Casanova's silver tongue here was powerless against her. He says, I know, lol. Also, it's a bit weird that you're talking about a 12 to 13-year-old me and still being sexual about it. Exactly. It's so fucking weird. And then he just goes, hope you not mad at me for this things. And she says, please don't contact me again. The vibe I get from this guy is Freaky Fred from Courage the Cowardly Dog. Just reading what he keeps saying to her is so unnerving because he's talking about a middle school version of her. He's trying out that sexual predator riz here, I guess, and it did not work at all. I'm gonna bless you with a little bonus one here. Let me show you how not to flirt with someone you're interested in romantically. So it seems like they were talking a little bit before these screenshots were taken. He says, you play video games? Like, other than Candy Crush and Pokemon. And she goes, yep, what gave it away? Cool. Not many chicks that are, like, into real games. This is just your classic flop from a Redditor gamer, bro. Ugh, girls only like Candy Crush or Pokemon, fucking Sims or Barbie Jeep Racing. They don't like real games like me, a fucking man. Call of Duty, Battlefield, BioShock, big rigs over the road racing, Madden 24. But you're different, m'lady. You're not one of those normal chicks that likes those fake games. You can appreciate these gyms that I like. Most chicks can't do that. I don't know why. Must be periods and pheromones or something, but you are rare, m'lady. You like real games. Like, I just don't know why anyone would try something like this. It's just immediately confrontational. It makes you look like a whack loser. And everyone knows it too, so she calls that out saying, really? Gonna try that one? Because it's so pathetic. And he goes, what? It was a compliment. And she just says, whatever. And then that really sets him off. So, a guy who you are already desired to be intimate with gives you a compliment, you get bitchy? And then he doesn't get a response, obviously. And then it comes back later saying, are you ignoring me now? She said, you live in a different country than me. But the fact that he immediately just gets this out of control, like, what? It was a compliment. What? Most girls are stupid. Girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider. You didn't go to Jupiter. You stayed here with me, playing real games. Why are you getting so bitchy about it? I was being nice to you. Oh my goodness, nice guys never win. And now you're ignoring me? Oh God. He also just types like a Redditor. Like, his response being, why? A guy who you already desired to be intimate with shows you a little affection and gives you a little compliment and you get bitchy? Like, that is the actual quintessential Redditor response right there. Just go full Poindexter on it. A man who you had already desired to be intimate with gives you a compliment. Then the whole conversation goes cattywampus and he decides to bring out the claws and just get mean. You're a fucking cosplay girl. It's not like it's real work. You get paid to be hot for people. And then she just goes, yeah, it's not gonna work. Don't text me back. Goodbye. Totally reasonable response. This guy's just immediately shitting on her for nothing she did wrong. She's done nothing wrong at all. This guy's just a loose cannon. Women like you are always so sensitive. I'm just being honest about things. If you can't handle that, I don't think you intellectually compatible with me. Oh, all the Reddit check marks are being ticked right now. I'm very sorry that you feel like I was being mean or sexist or whatever, but I wasn't. I hope you learn to be less bitchy. Men don't like that in women. And you're already past your good years. And they say chivalry is dead. That's how you do it, gentlemen. Excellent work here, and I have no doubt they're getting married soon. So he blames her for everything that went wrong. He seems to think she was being unreasonable and that he was just being honest, which is crazy. It's so sad how a conversation can go from seemingly normal to just being extremely combative because this guy is very insecure, I guess, about his video game taste or something. I have no idea. But he brings up video games in a hostile manner, saying like, oh, most girls don't play real games, but I guess you're not like most stupid girls. Like, I don't know why he can't see how no one would ever respond positively to that. And when she didn't respond positively to it, he immediately says that she's being bitchy. Just the slightest sign of her not really feeling what you just said there, and he just gets aggressive, and then gets even more mean and rude and nasty, and then still probably walks away from this thinking it was her fault. It's craziness. So he'll probably stay alone for most of his life, but luckily he's got so many great games to play by himself. So there's a silver lining there. At least he's a real gamer with those real games by his side. That's really about it. So yeah. Flirting with someone can oftentimes be challenging, and occasionally the only winning move is not to play. Sometimes it's best just to spam emotes and see how that goes. And today I want to take you on a journey. It's a two-part epic like Homer's Odyssey, but if Homer had written about a weirdo who's desperately trying to make a woman fall in love with him by calling her autistic. Now the backstory here, I'll go ahead and give you the cliff notes of the prequel. This gentle sir protagonist has just joined a new friend group and has found particular interest in this woman, and he reaches out to her trying to like talk to her saying, I'll be honest with you, I don't understand you. And then he just goes on to say that she's quiet and he doesn't know anything about her other than she likes potatoes in the town of Salem, and that he just laments that he just doesn't know anything about her and she doesn't make eye contact with him. She asks, does that bother you? And he says no, which is a big fib right there. Lying is a sin and now he's condemned straight to hell. This clearly bothers him because he melts down about it. He also doesn't keep that charade up for long. He immediately folds and says, I mean, somewhat, yeah. It actually hurts a lot. It keeps me up at night. I actually can't sleep. I'm crying all the time because of it. But it's a normal human response, so you can't blame me. Too late. I'm already blaming you. Can I ask a blunt question? She says, sure. And he says, are you autistic? Man, the Riz Lord has struck like a lightning bolt here. If those panties aren't sodden after that blunt question, I just don't know what works anymore. She says, no, are you? And he goes, lol, no. So what do you think about me? She says, in what way? He seems to get kind of offended by that, so he snaps like a Redditor adjusting his fedora. It's a simple question. What do you think about me? Madame, it's actually quite elementary, honestly. What do you think about me as a lover? She pulls no punches and just goes, I don't really think of you, so not sure how to answer that. That was quite the fucking biblical smackdown right there. And he says, Jesus. Okay, I'll try something else. Why? At that point, you should just be like, yep, that didn't work. I'm gonna go do something else. I'm gonna go solo queue in League of Legends and wash away my troubles. Like, I don't know why he's gonna try something else. But he goes, why do you never laugh at my jokes? Not that I'm trying to make you in particular laugh. Why is it so hard to make conversation with you? It's like I'm reading text messages from Timmy Turner to Trixie. Like, what do you mean? Why do you never laugh at my jokes? I wonder what the dynamic of the friend group is like with this guy in there. Does he try to be like the class clown or something? So, for context, She is 23 years old, he is 24 years old, and I imagine the rest of the friend group is in that early 20s ballpark. So these aren't children, these are adults. And he's like, why do you never laugh at my jokes? I told you to pull my finger and I tooted. And you didn't even giggle. Like, what am I supposed to do? This is side-splitting comedy, come on. Why is it so hard to make conversation with you? Are you autistic? He just texts so juvenile. What do you think about me? Do you like me? Circle yes or no. Or you're autistic. And then he like runs away. She responds saying, I'm more of a listener, don't take it personal, I'm just shy, I guess. And then he immediately takes it personal. There's gotta be a reason. I'm better looking and more successful than 90% of the men you know. So what's your type? I want to get to know you. He's desperate. He's on his knees right now, shaking his hands. I must know, there's gotta be a reason. And she says, my type is a man who doesn't ask me if I'm autistic. I mean, that's pretty picky, come on. Well, you're looking for a unicorn here. All good men accuse the women they're trying to win over of being autistic at some point. It's standard protocol. This guy's just following the textbook formula. He then says, can you blame me for assuming that? What the fuck? Yes, absolutely. That's a crazy thing to assume about someone, especially considering his whole purpose of the conversation was trying to get laid. Like, he's romantically interested in this person, and his way of spitting game is to ask if they're autistic. That's such a weird thing to do. And then he goes, don't get me wrong, you're pretty, but I definitely considered the possibility you're autistic or definitely on the spectrum somewhere. One of the number one signs of autism is not laughing at this guy's jokes. So he looked it up on WebMD and he was just, for her own sake, like concerned for her well-being. He's actually looking out for her. She says, lol, what? Reflect on your words when you go to bed tonight. See ya. Just trying to end this conversation because it's going downhill so quick. This is an avalanche of dog shit. And he just goes, wow, wow. Owen Wilson's there for a moment and then just says, I think you're jealous I spent the night with redacted and you went home alone. This is classic. This is classic. When everything goes tits up, it's like, you're actually just super jealous of me because I'm slamming ham on the regular. I'm fucking your friends. I am having sex with women that want me because it's impossible for a woman not to want me. You just must be autistic. That's what's going on here. And you're jealous now. You're the problem, not me. And you're lucky that I even gave you the time of day. Your loss. He then clears the air here, making sure that it doesn't trouble her mind that Casanova is spoken for, and he also doesn't want any rumors to spread in the friend group, so he clarifies, don't worry, nothing happened. We just watched Netflix in bed. No need to be jealous. And then drop this emoji. I have a hunch she really wasn't jealous. Just a guess. She doesn't seem interested. And I think you have ensured that she will never be interested by trying to, diagnose her with autism through text message flirting. Now, the next day, she made a follow-up post because he had an even bigger, psychotic break here. So that was all part one. Part two, he comes back bigger and badder than ever here. The sequel went insano style. So he texts her saying, what's your problem? Is this some sort of trauma response? Crying, laughing emoji, which I don't think there was any laughing, just crying behind the phone on this one. I just don't get it. Blank, using her name. I've known you since March 12th, and for whatever God knows what reason, you decide to treat me like complete shit. You hug redacted, but not me. You share a couch with redacted, but when I join, you get up and leave. Do you think I'm fucking stupid? Or blind? Or what? The fuck did I ever do to you? I'm pissed off because you're clueless and extremely oblivious to the point you don't appreciate a good thing when it's directly in your face. What the hell is even that, brother? A good thing when it's directly in your face? The only thing that's directly in her face is your accusations that she might be autistic. What are you talking about? You're LARPing as her, doctor and nothing else. Even just setting aside the baffling autism accusations, there's no even semblance of romance behind his texts. They're just aggressive. And nothing beyond that. They're just weird. So I don't know why he's thinking that he's doing such a good job with the game that she should be enamored with him. But then he just goes, I just, don't, get, it, Goes full-blown rock bottom. I just, don't, get, it. Help me understand her name. He keeps repeating her name. So he just keeps saying it over and over again. just saying her name in these texts. And she just says, lol, what? She says, are you fighting yourself right now? Am I involved in this argument? Man, she is just absolutely slapping this guy. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, this guy's just fighting his inner demons here. This man's battling ghosts in the paranormal dimension. He says, this is all about you, her name. Stop acting so obtuse. You may not be autistic, but you sure act like you're into trains or some shit. Oh, I don't know what is going on in his fucking frontal lobe here. It just gets worse and worse. She says, LMAO, why do you keep saying my name? Trains are cool. Is there some unresolved childhood trauma I need to know about? Because what the fuck is your problem? I can help you out if that's the case, but you have to let me take the first step and stop being so guarded all the damn time. It's impossible to get through to you. Why would you be asking about these things? If there's some childhood trauma, I need to know about it. Also, let's just go ahead and assume she's like, you know what, there is some childhood trauma, and then she, like, spills her guts to him. This would be, like, the worst person to confide anything in. This is a guy who's already having a conniption because she doesn't laugh at his jokes and doesn't make eye contact enough with him. Like, I highly doubt he would be a good confidant for anything heavy. This guy would immediately be like, oh, well, childhood trauma, that's another symptom of autism. It's ridiculous. You're lucky you have me around, honestly. Says her name again, which is so creepy. He just keeps throwing her name into every message he sends as if it's some kind of, like, dramatic moment in a television series. Please, I know you hear it all the time, but you're very pretty. I like you when you're not acting like an autistic, frigid bitch. Respectfully. Hey, that silver tongue's coming out in full effect right now. He's becoming irresistible. March 12th, and I haven't proven myself enough to you yet. Real quick, March 12th is not that long. It's not like you've fucking known her your whole life or anything. Like, what are you expecting to do in this span of time to make her fall in love with you? What do you mean you haven't proven yourself enough to her yet? What are you trying to do, like backflips and shit? Do you just keep trying to tell, like, the worst jokes imaginable, hoping to get some kind of pity giggle out of her? Like, it's so incomprehensible. He thinks that it's been such a long time. You've been single all this time. Ages. Almost 2 months you've been single. Like, it's crazy. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. It's extremely suspicious, actually. Why would a girl like you be single? What are you hiding? I don't understand what you want, in all honesty, lol. First step of what? Referring to his previous message where he asked her to, or when he said that he wants to take the first step, but she needs to let him. She teases him with some sarcasm here. LMAO, okay, I'm hiding so much, dude. First step of our potential. He's already envisioned 5 different universes where you two are madly in love, and the potential it's incalculable. I can make your life 10 times better than it is now. I'm so sure of that, I'd give that to you in writing, which is legally binding through text messages. You're beautiful, her name again, and I'm what you want in a guy, correct? Incorrect. Where did he even get that assumption from? I'm exactly what you want in a guy, right? The one who just keeps accusing you of being autistic? That's what you're looking for, isn't it? No? Well, I guess you have some unresolved childhood trauma then, and you're just a frigid bitch, I suppose. And then he just says, you're joking. You're performing. He can't accept that she wouldn't be interested in him. You're putting on a teach me a lesson or something stupid, lol. I don't for a second believe you. Her name again. What does that mean? You're putting on a teach me a lesson? What is that? Wait, I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. I don't have to date you just because you find me physically attractive. That's like consent 101. Believe what you want. Don't forget, I'm suspicious. Yeah, you are, because there's no way you're single. You either have a severe mental disorder or asexual. And she says, so anyone who's not into you falls under that category, LMAO. Interesting. I love so many things about you. Her name again. The way that his mind is able to switch gears is pretty impressive here. You must have a severe mental disorder. I love so many things about you, Schnookums. Oh, sweet pea. Oh, my goodness. I just want to cuddle up inside you and let our bodies perform fucking friction on each other till we start a fire with our love. Genuinely, I love you as a friend, and I love you as a person. I want to make you smile. Smile emoji. That's so cringe. Oh, that's so fucking bad. I want to make you smile. Like this. See Exhibit A, for example. It's the smiling emoji with a little blush. Oh, he's trying to be mushy here after insulting her, doing nothing but insulting her for the entire, 2-day conversation. What's your height, by the way? All of my exes have been 5'9 plus, so taller than you, Winky. But you have gorgeous eyes and tasty lips for sure. You look healthy. You make me want to become a daddy. Who took his phone? Who did he just give his phone to? This can't be the same guy. This is full-blown Jekyll and Hyde. It cannot be the fucking same guy. Literally, the previous message before he tried this approach was saying that she must have some kind of severe mental disorder or be asexual because she's still single after 2 months. Oh boy. Jiminy Christmas. So, this is going to be a shocker, but that's the last time they communicated, at least as of right now. She shared the text messages with the rest of the friend group, and they found him to be extremely obnoxious and creepy, so apparently they kicked him out and they don't really talk to him. Can't imagine why. Seems like such a good, stable individual, I suppose. Yeah, I just wanted to share this a little bit. If you're going to try and flirt with someone, maybe don't follow this guy's roadmap. Not very effective. That's about it. So yeah. Santa Claus came early with the cringe. His little helpers were cooking up something fierce, and, well, it got gifted under my tree a bit early today, and I wanted to share it with all of you. It's definitely different than the normal things we've been covering when it comes to this romantic rabbit hole of tragedy. The worst text messages, the worst flirting, the worst dates. This one is different from all the others I've covered, actually. So, cozy on up with your favorite Christmas sweater, get under the mistletoe, and get ready to kiss your sanity goodbye, because this one is a real head-scratcher. For the first time in this goofy little series history, we're getting the perspective of a man talking to a woman here. Usually it's the other way around, where a woman has a really creepy encounter with a man and things go cattywampus, shit pops off, tits up, it's all over the place, it's a catastrophe. This time, we're going Freaky Friday mode, we're switching bodies here, so we're on the perspective of a man who has just matched with a woman from Tinder. They've been talking for a little while and it leads to this. I'm jealous, I want ribeye. I'm assuming they were talking about ribeye. I'm quite the detective, I know. I just have a hunch that that's what the conversation was about. She then continues, lol, I'm glad you liked that. To which he says, I would happily cook for you. What's your favorite food? Oh, you will? I love baking, so maybe I'll bake you a cake or some bread, lol. I love steak, rare or medium rare. I love that idea. When can we make this happen? What a great start. I dare say these two are soulmates. This is wholesome, the exchange is going super well. Looks like they're about to set up a date to cook together or bake together. How could it possibly go awry? The good vibes continue. I'm not sure. You haven't asked me on a proper date yet. To which he says, what are you up to tomorrow evening? This is already looking like something out of a Hallmark movie. This is super efficient, super, great all around. She says, I'm pretty sure my family is stopping by because my sister's in town, but I'm not completely sure. What about you? I see. I've got nothing tomorrow evening. I'd like to schedule said date with you, but I also need to maneuver around holiday busyness. Do you have availability 12/26? And she says, I'm off all next week. The 26th would be perfect, with 2 blushing, smiling emojis. And I'm just sitting here, smiling, blushing, reading this story. Got me cheesing, it's so happy and wholesome. I also find it cute that in order to schedule the date, he conducted it like it was some kind of business meeting, penciling her in and, locking it down. And the whole thing is just adorable. So how could it possibly end up in the shitter? What went wrong? Well, let's take a peek. Beautiful. It's a date. Would you be comfortable coming to my loft in blank and we can cook? I have a cat here too. She's lovely. To which she responds, no, I'm sorry. I don't do apartment dates for first dates. That literally made me so disappointed that you said that as a suggestion. I'm going to cut this loose. I hope you have a good Christmas and good New Year. Wish you the best. To which he says, all good? That's a totally understandable position from the woman here. Not going to a stranger's apartment for the first date is probably the safest decision you can make, so there's nothing wrong with setting a hard line in the sand like, hey, I don't really go to people's apartments for the first time meeting them. That kind of decision probably keeps you alive. You might end up at like a fucking serial killer's place. You go over there for medium rare steak, and you end up the steak. Turns out your Tinder date is Armin Meaves or something from Cannibal Cafe. So there's nothing wrong with her not wanting to go there for the first date. But she immediately jumps to being like, all right, we're done here. I'm so disappointed you even suggested it. Even though they were talking about cooking and baking together. It's not like he just pulled this out of his ass like a nefarious plot where he was rubbing his hands together and came up with this scheme. They were talking about cooking and baking together. How are you supposed to do that together outside of a household or an apartment or something? There's really no way to do that, so it should be pretty obvious why he suggested it. And he wasn't pressuring her into it. He even said, if you're comfortable, here's an option I think would be fun, since we've been talking about cooking and baking. He wasn't like poking her or trying to bribe her into coming over there and set a trap or anything. He was just putting the offer out there. So I feel like a less aggressive response from her would have been something more along the lines of, hey, politely, I'd like to decline that. Don't feel comfortable going to your place for our first time meeting. And according to the comment section, he planned on offering an alternative because he understood why she wouldn't want to do that. But then things really start to pop off before he had the chance. So he says, I hope you have a great Christmas as well. To which she responds, Jdi du perdele zetrat se. I'm 100% sure I butchered the pronunciation on that, but I popped it in a Google Translate here, and it translates to go to hell, get lost. And I decided to investigate further, damn near having to revive Babelfish to try and get like another translation, because that just sounded so incomprehensibly mean after all of this. But the other translation that I keep seeing for it is basically fuck you, which just doesn't make any sense to me, because the guy was just following the conversation they were having. They were both saying like, yeah, let's cook together. And then she even suggested baking, like, yeah, let's bake together. So he's like, all right, bet, let's do it. Let's cook and bake together. And then she just goes, fuck you, scumbag, get lost. So he tries to like explain himself. He goes, for the record, it just seemed like a logical next step in the conversation because we were talking about cooking together. Sorry to offend or disappoint you, ma'am. And she just goes, go fuck yourself, dude. This time, plain English. So that one I understood. And then he just says, very weird response in my opinion. And then she unleashes the demon here. She lets Hulkmania run wild. You know exactly why you fucking invited me to your loft. And it wasn't for cooking. Don't text me ever again, blocked. And then he just goes, we met on Tinder, remember? Wish you the best in getting a date. I'll be warning all 30,000 women in blank about you. Now you're blocked. And he's just like, well, actually, wiggling his finger, blank has a population of 6.47 million, about half of which would be women. Warning 30,000 people about anything is an extremely tall order. You don't even get 30,000 people that heed hurricane warnings in Florida. If she's somehow able to send up the bat signal here to warn all 30,000 women in that immediate area about this guy, hats off to her. That's an incredible achievement, and she should use that power for good instead of evil. This guy didn't do anything wrong. He's clearly starting to take the piss here a little bit and just play around with it with that population remark. But I almost don't blame him, because this is such an unbelievably hostile response to something that wasn't ever really meant in a disrespectful way, at least not from what I can see. She just immediately jumped to the conclusion that this guy is only looking to have sex with her. He's not actually inviting her over to cook. He is inviting her over to his place just for some coitus. There would be no steak being prepared. The only thing being steamed in that apartment would be ham. Steamed ham. I'm referring to them fucking. Like, that's such a stupid way of saying it. Mashing pissers, whatever have you. So she just believed that this guy was some huge asshole and was only using cooking as some kind of Trojan horse to get her over, but his true intentions were for a little bedroom rodeo action and nothing more. When really, to me, it really seems like they were talking about cooking and baking together. They were both on the same page. So when the idea of a date came up, which she proposed, the logical conclusion you draw is, hey, we've been talking about cooking and baking together, let's do that for our date. Like, it doesn't really seem like there was any kind of malicious intent behind it, and he never really had a chance to offer an alternative because she immediately just shut the whole thing down, which she has every right to do. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does seem like he wasn't trying to just be some douchebag or whatever. Like, it seemed like he was just offering a date that they had been talking about as a mutual interest. I'm sure he probably would have offered an alternative since she wasn't comfortable coming over to his place. He continues to just get a little sarcastic about things. He goes, please warn them about how a guy from Tinder invited you over to cook the day after Christmas. To which she says, dude, I'm in multiple groups totaling over 500,000. With your face, LMAO, you won't be getting no play unless you pay. Good riddance, roach. Honestly starting to sound like the Navy SEALs copy pasta. I've got over 500 confirmed blocks, and I will have your face plastered in the papers for 500,000 people to see. I'm part of every goddamn Facebook group on the East Coast, and they'll all know your name, villain. He just says, lol, roach. She continues, "And I will!" 2 exclamation points. It's like she's giving like a big speech in front of an auditorium. "I'll let them know you tried to fucking invite me to your pathetic ass apartment for an easy lay masquerade as a cooking date. Yeah, we aren't stupid. Even your fucking hairline ran from you. Now sit back and enjoy being alone." And he just goes, "I hope you find peace and love." Yeah, I mean, what else can you do except pray for happiness for her? Like, this went south so quick out of nowhere, and I don't think it needed to. They could have just said, like, not comfortable, are you open to anything else? And if he tried to be pushy about it, like, no, you have to come to my apartment, then all of this is a totally reasonable thing to say. Like, no, you clearly just want to fuck, get out of here, get lost, scram, Buster, you know, hit the road, take a hike. But she didn't even get that far. She immediately just jumped to this assumption that this guy is a piece of shit and he needs to go to hell and get lost. And now apparently she's going around putting up wanted posters like it's One Piece with a 5 billion berry bounty on this guy's head, all because he had the gall to invite her over for a cooking date that both of them were discussing together. I just don't really know how she'd even frame this as a bad guy to her 500,000 person group that she's a part of. I don't even know what group that would be. That's like a wildly large group to be a part of, and I can't imagine she has like a power position there where she can put out an APB on this guy or something. But even still, I don't really know how you could even spin this guy as a horrible person. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to cover this one. This one's different from the norm that we usually go over here, so that's really about it. So yeah. Have you ever really taken a step back and got deep in thought and realized just how incredible it is that we as humans are able to speak to each other, language, and how mind-blowing that concept is? Communication is a blessing. But today I almost feel like it's a curse. I just read legitimately the worst thing ever, and it makes me regret that our ancestors at one point when they were still cavemen started grunting at each other to communicate, and then it eventually led to this existing. Oh my god, I saw this today, and it made me ill. And I thought, if I had to bear this burden knowing that this exists, you're gonna have to share in the load with me, so let's go on a little adventure here. It's from Tinder. Let me introduce you to the boy wonder Chris here. So, these two individuals matched, and Chris was making the first move here, shooting his shot. "I better be your top priority," with a little winky face emoji. I don't know if that's the strongest opener. I haven't been on dating apps in many moons now, but that seems a bit weak, but hey, his heart's in the game. She responds to that in a pretty playful way, I think is what she was going for. So she says, "Let me know if you want to go out tomorrow so I can cancel my daughter's parent-teacher conference." To which our Casanova here says, "Such a good girl you are. I'm free tomorrow." It's already getting so yucky. "Such a good girl you are." He's speaking to her like it's a dog or something, like he's about to offer her a treat. And then she says, "I'm not," with a laughing crying emoji, to which he wants some clarity. "You're not a good girl, or you're not free." And she clears up the confusion. She says, "Not free. I have to go to a parent-teacher conference." Already, this whole exchange is going cattywampus. The wheels are falling off pretty quickly. And somehow it just continues to go further downhill. A goddamn avalanche of cringe. So he goes, "Damn, I actually thought you'd be fucking bad AF and cancel. Haha." And she says, "I'm alarmed that you would want to go out with someone who would do that." And he goes, "Haha. I mean, in the back of my head, I was hoping it was a joke, that you didn't actually have one." To which she says, "Unfortunately, I do." And then he goes, "All good, you're doing well, giving me attention right now." And then she says, "I can meet up for a drink if you want since you live close. I have my kids this week, but they're older, so it's not like I can't go out. I have them every other week. Where do you live?" His response here is really confusing. What does that mean? All good, you're doing well, giving me attention right now. What's happening? Is she like scratching under his chin? Like, I don't get it. What is he referring to? They're just talking on Tinder, and why is she... So you're going to start to notice that as this exchange continues to unfold here, it feels as though they're having two different conversations. Like, it's super all over the place. Like, the dots don't connect at all. Like, they're in two different dialogue trees, and it's not matching up. Now, our boy Chris, the protagonist, is a lot of things, but a coward he is not. He tries to employ the most delusional strategy you could ever envision. This is not something you'd ever find in John Madden's playbook. I'll say it like that. So, After he asks which part of downtown she's in, she replies, not saying. He then tries to, like, assure her that he's not gonna, like, go out of his way to find her. He's not, like,
My Hero Academia. All's justice. Dreams turn into reality. I'll kill you first. Tell me, is Shigaraki still somewhere inside of that body? Now that is an interesting question. Tomura Shigaraki, huh? That person no longer exists. What you see before you is two people who've melted into a single being. All for one is the consciousness in charge. Perhaps because he's been alive longer. I don't know what your plan is or how you intend to approach this fight, but don't think for a second that there's a happy ending for you. You should prepare yourself, because I guarantee you're not getting a happy ending either! What? Got it? I'm Break being through! Over and over! It's not over. Yeah! And this! Yeah! Boy, the dust! What a new play! Don't stop! It's cleanup time! You're going to die! I can still everything crumbles. Over and over! You ready for this? You're strong. Go beyond! Second gear! Third gear! Top gear! Overdrive! It's my body, my choice. I'll reach anywhere. Come on, let's have some fun. What a nuisance. Don't stop! I have to overcome this up. I won't be defeated. Sorry. Why? Go beyond! Second gear! Third gear! Top gear! Overdrive! Bless Ultra, finish! Thanks, everyone! The killing will never end. I'm going to stop you! Second transmission! Second gear! Third gear! Top gear! Overdrive! Detroit! Smash! The paths we walked so far, maybe it was all for that day. That was the day our battle began.
Looks like you're finally here.
The whole town is a training ground. You can
Wait, it's all right. All Might has prepared a special follow.
Well now. We're a team. Are you sure?
Yep, I came here. So many modes, right? Some missions. Let's start with the battle. I thought you'd need to get used if you want to. You know, oftentimes it's better to learn by doing, not by listening.
Keep up your training. Stay focused.
Oh, wait, one more thing. I'm in charge of training for team-up missions. You can try out experiences that I'll be...
From here, I'll create a world just for me.
How about we start by tree-manning your friends? I won't allow that! Brothers! Don't hold anything back! Let's put an end to this! Almost done! Don't stop till we're through! Deku!
Going against the hero's plans, Toga took Midoriya to Okuto Island, where Uraraka and Asui were. Midoriya tried to reach his real opponent, Shigaraki. But what was Toga's true reason for desperately trying to stop him? Battle start!
Let's be friends!
Victoria, where are you?
I'm sorry! Kimiko Toga grabbed me and I ended up at Okuto Island! Use Kurogiri's power to get me!
Monoa can't copy more than one quirk at once. It would take at least 10 seconds to warp and bring Midoriya here. You have to get here on your own.
No, Izuku, you can't leave! I love you! So you've gotta stay here with me! Toga... What did Mr. Aizawa say?
They can't warp me out! I have to get back to UA myself before things go from bad to worse. I need to hurry before it's too late.
How about this? you escape! Back at it! I'll shred you to pieces! Give me your blood, please! This sucks! I can do it now! Back you escape!
Finish!
I'm sorry, everyone. Izuku! I love you. I want you to be my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend? What the heck? Hold on a sec. My boyfriend, do you mean we would go to places like amusement parks and hold hands and share crepes and do date kind of stuff?
When I like somebody, it makes me want to become that person. So, Hero, what do you want to do to me?
Your actions don't match your feelings! Why would you want to hurt a person you care about?
You're just like Ochako, huh? And here I was, hoping we'd bond over this. Sue you. Don't worry about us. You have to stop Shigaraki. We'll be fine. Izuku! I love you.
What's the Even with his quirk sealed by erasure, Shigaraki's onslaught showed no signs of stopping. Ed's shot and Mirko stood their ground, determined to hold him down until Midoriya returned. Battle start!
I'll kill you first!
These growths look overwhelming, but it comes at the cost of his mobility. He's slower now.
Nimbo! Pull thread throttle! It's difficult to believe this is simple growth and not the effect of a quirk. How is that possible?
As All for One's stolen quirks take root, my body adapts and takes on the physical form most suited for the many powers stored inside me. Environmental considerations also affect my evolution, Shinya Kamihara. With this new body and these powers, the whole world will be in the palm of my hand. A new world, one even I can't fully anticipate. This society that persecuted us for our appearance, form, and abilities is failing. It will crumble. Extinction and destruction cannot be avoided. Can't reach me! It's all ruined. Watch your step. This is don't get in my way.
I can keep going.
So full of holes.
We're just
reach
started.
Fall.
Get wrecked.
Don't get in my way. It's time for things to break.
Not enough.
Why? can't reach me.
Everyone's time comes eventually! All I need to do is kick, right? All mine for the hunting! Everyone's time comes eventually! All I need to do is kick, right? All mine for the hunting! Everyone's time comes eventually! All I need to do is kick, right?
Once
Try this! Off you go!
It's not over.
Don't underestimate me! I'll squish you!
Don't get in my way. You can't reach me. You ready for this? Finish! Even with this power? Following Ed's shot at Mirko, Neji, Rei, and Tamaki charged at Shigaraki. In this dire situation, where a single mistake could get them swallowed by his multiplying hands, Tamaki still couldn't shake his unease over Midoriya's absence. Battle start! I'll show you first.
The more I wanted to know about other people, the more they withdrew and avoided me. My life now all goes back to that first question. That's how I got to know both of you. How our friendship started to bloom. Getting close to you guys made me so much stronger.
Don't get distracted! If you hesitate even a moment, this assault will swallow you up! Get close to his main body!
I'll get you this time. The sensation. How strange. I won't lose.
Watch your step.
I won't lose. This is me. Because I'm about to go all out.
Don't get in my way.
I won't lose.
Do I really have to? I'll just keep on destroying over and over. This new world ends now. It doesn't hurt. Scatter. Is that it? I feel like punching you now. Had enough? Chicken! Why? It doesn't hurt. Don't get in my way. You can't reach me. I'm okay. I've eaten my fill. I'm being pulled. No holding back. Chicken. Everyone's trust is pushing me forward. No matter what comes my way, I'll put everything I've got into this one shot. It's my body, my choice. No holding back. With my tail. You can't reach me. I'm okay. I won't let you escape. Faster! Why? That house is my origin. Stay calm. The greatest view. Finish! I need more training. Battle start! I'm on first.
The more I wanted to know about other people, the more they withdrew and avoided me. My life now all goes back to that first question. That's how I got to know both of you. How our friendship started to bloom. Getting close to you guys made me so much stronger.
Don't get distracted! If you hesitate even a moment, this assault will swallow you up! Get close to his main body!
Everyone's trust is pushing me forward! No matter what comes my way, I'll put everything I've got into this one shot! back! Chicken with my tail! Can't reach me! Had enough! Watch your step! You can't reach me! No holding back! Have some octopus!
Leave it to me. I'll kick you away. Output level 100. Because I'm about to go all out.
Don't give up! Once destroyed, it will end.
I've gotten stronger. How do you like this? Shoot straight through.
Why?
More power.
My choice.
Smash through.
Is my origin. I'll lead everything to destruction. What could you possibly do?
I won't lose.
I'll keep destroying everything.
Careful now.
You're
I
going
won't
to die.
lose.
Do I really have to? I'm ready. I'll lead everything to destruction. I'll keep destroying everything. You ready for this? Enough! Everyone's trust is pushing me forward! No matter what comes my way. I'll put everything I've got! Let's ultra finish! Even with this power? Even after the long battle, Shigaraki showed no signs of slowing down, buzzed on his own strength and ranting about his beliefs. Bakugo, unimpressed, dismissed him outright. Not even worth listening to. Battle start! I'll kill you first!
Dynamite! Get a hold of yourself and prepare to fight! Stop gawking!
It's Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite! And you should stop charging in without a plan!
Oh? Aren't you a cocky piece of TNT?
Yeah? You wanna have a go right here, Bunny Wabbit? Focus, you two! Huh? It's not huh, it's yes, sir!
Ever-growing disparity has resulted in widespread misunderstanding, which leads to fear and rejection. Such is the broken world we currently inhabit. But when I take control of it, everyone on Earth will be exploited equally. Don't you think that gets us closer to the peaceful existence you heroes always say you want?
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I don't care if you're Shigaraki or All For One at this point. Ever since Kamino went down, you keep yapping. It's getting old. Suppressive heavy mobile unit. Strafe Panzer. I got plenty of sweat stored up thanks to running through the arena. Time to bust out this support gear and fill you with holes. That ought to shut you up. We'll blast through to your main body! Come on, guys! Take this!
This is my power!
Eat it!
Is that it?
Blow away! You're done for! Blow away!
I'll just keep on destroying over and over.
This
world ends now!
I'll be the victor! Break through everything and go beyond! Take that! Nothing but ashes! No! I'll size you up. I see you. I've prepared a suitable lesson for you. Seize the threads of hope! Fold them up!
Once destroyed, it will end.
Fold them up! Don't slack on me! Leave it to me!
You can't
Take
reach
this!
me!
Nothing but ashes!
Why? It's not over. Not the greatest thing.
Bastard!
You can't reach me.
Out of the
Time
way!
for things to break.
Not
What
enough!
could you possibly do?
I'll fight till I win! will not be worn out just yet.
I'll eat everything.
You must
with
lash out.
distraction.
Pull
You're
them
gonna
up.
die. I'll
No
eat
elegance
everything
at
to
all.
destruction. That house is my origin.
I'll recover.
The greatest view.
You must lash out.
Once
Get
I
it.
why?
I've prepared a suitable lesson for you.
It's my
won't
body,
stop.
my choice.
Let's ultra finish!
The killing will never end.
Disparities, misunderstandings, fear. I came to terms with that crap a long time ago! You may not have noticed, but I've seen people take big steps towards progress in a better world! It may take some time, but there are those trying to push us forward, changing things for the better, so die! Nutsack faces lackey!
Impressive. And annoying.
Uraraka tried to reason with Toga, determined to uphold her own sense of justice, with Asui backing her up. But Toga kept rejecting their words, forcing them into battle. Battle start!
Do your best! Let's be friends! Wait, Toga! The fewer people on our side, the harder it is for me to escape. They might be able to catch me soon. I've only got enough of Jean's blood for 30, maybe 40 minutes. Even if I drink it now and turn the tables, the sad man's death parade will be trapped here off the mainland. And if the heroes find out I'm wreaking that much havoc, I doubt they'll send a ship and risk me hijacking it. They warped me to an island. Does that mean they already know about Jean's blood? Whatever. If I don't do something, it's over for me. Alright then. I'll bet it all on Spinner, and do what I have to in order to survive.
Excuse me! It's okay. Stay calm, no matter what. Let's go! I'll show you how it's done. Ribbit. I'll stay calm and do what I can. I won't go back. Ribbit, ribbit. I'm just a normal girl. Excuse me. I love you so much I want to beat you. My move. Let's turn the tide.
I'm getting closer to you. Not good. I don't need heroes.
Do you think let's go? I'll show you how it's done. Ribbit. Back at it. Excuse me. I'll cut you. Get aggressive. The best option.
Finish!
I'm sorry, everyone.
Neither side yielded, yet their prolonged struggle wore Toga down. Gradually, the fight tipped in Uraraka's favor, but cornered, Toga had one final gambit in mind. Battle start!
Let's get it out.
We're eating away at their numbers. We can end this, as long as we hold down the Nomu. We have to keep these villains under control and on the island. That's our mission.
Up until now, Himiko Toga never acted with a broader strategy in mind. She simply did whatever she wanted to do. However, the animosity and resignation that recently took root within her has transformed her into a full-fledged villain.
Lyle, she's gonna change. But whose blood is it? Shigaraki's? All for once? I won't wait around to find out.
Sue never loses her cool. That's why I grabbed the decoy first. You just got doused in a chemical all for one gave me that attracts Nomu. I can't let my guard down yet. This is it. Everything comes down to this.
Don't find me! My amazing! I'll take you down! Don't find me! Let me go! You better... I won't go back! I am not back! Stay strong! I love you so much! Stay still! I'll make you look beautiful! Stay strong! Stay still! I'll cut you anyway! I won't hurt you! Things won't go your way! An opening! Almost done! Leave it to me!
I won't give up! I don't need heroes. Do you think I'm cute? I'm still in this fight. I won't give up! You got hit a lot. I won't give up! We're gonna take the win! Take that! Not yet. Not...
Finish!
It's not so easy to live in this world. I still got a role to fulfill in this. Sad Man's Death Parade!
I must save Shigaraki and his allies. Himiko Toga, tell me, what is it that you desire?
I'll annihilate every last hero. Scatter me across the battlefields. No, wait! Hold on! We haven't been able to talk about love and romance yet! I know. I wish we could have.
Dobby, I'm here on my own accord.
Dobby unleashed the same attacks as Endeavor, but with even greater firepower. Consumed by revenge, he pressed forward relentlessly, until Shoto, his brother, and the rest of his family faced him head-on. Battle start!
I'll start then. Now I'm feeling it. You make for good kindling in a fight, even if Dad isn't around.
No, I'm the one who will stop you.
The truth is, you're still acting as Dad's perfect pawn.
That'd only be true if I ignored you and still tried to be a hero.
Yeah, sure, fair enough. In the end, this battle isn't about soldiers acting on orders. It's one person against the other, each trying to achieve our own goals. I hope you haven't got the wrong idea. I've thought about you plenty in the years I was feeding my fire. There is something I've been curious about. I want to know how pathetic you looked. What face did you wear when you cowered inside that UA barrier with the evacuees? Those scared sheep knew you were Endeavor's son and Dobby's brother! I'd say that's a pretty shameful way to act for someone who wants to be a hero, wouldn't you? You had every advantage. The best training, yet you depend on others! You're a spoiled little brat who never bothered to reach his full potential! I'm sure no one ever told you that to your face, but family should be honest, right? You're an aimless, half-baked puppet! You will never amount to anything in this world!
Nice try!
Burn to a crisp!
Too bad.
Finish! No matter how many words were exchanged, the fight only escalated. Their paths remained parallel, unable to intersect. But then, Shoto unleashed the new technique he had mastered, all to stop Dabi. Battle start!
Most of what you say is true. I was a fool. One who took far too many detours and doubted every decision I made. I thought our father was the only one you were focused on this whole time. Since we're being honest, it's kind of nice to know I was on your radar too. While I was training, trying to catch up to my classmates, I discovered something inside myself. I want to show you how I turned it into something better. A move meant to stop you. Call me half-baked if you want, but listen to me. Our father was a madman. Our family was a nightmare. Even so, you're the only one of us who chose to burn people. I won't let you destroy any more innocent lives. Do you hear me? Focus your anger on me. I can put up with your flames. Give me everything you've got. Maybe that'll help cool your head.
Ha! He can withstand my inferno and chill my fire. He's probably the most fitting opponent I'll ever face. We may share the same blood, but we couldn't be more different. You and I are proof of the limits of the superhuman society. A warped rail will never lay beside a straight and narrow one. We're on parallel tracks, but our paths will never meet!
Let your guard down. This is not giving up. I don't believe it. I won't lose.
Finish!
Not here.